Good morning, everybody. It's Wednesday, the 20th of November, 2024. It's 11 a.m. Welcome to Bath and North East Somerset's Planning Committee here in the Brunswick Room at the Guildhall. I'd like to welcome everybody. My name's Councillor Ian Halsall. I'm the chair of this committee. I'd like to introduce my colleagues here on the top table. So if I start on my left.
I'm Sarah James. I'm the Deputy Head of Planning and Development Management.
Hello, Simon Elias in the Council's legal team.
To my right.
I'm Karina Haskins from Democratic Services.
Thank you. Could I remind everybody to switch off their phones and any other electronic devices, just to double check so we don't get disturbed while people are speaking. The meeting's being filmed. It's going live on our webcast and on YouTube at the moment. You don't have to appear on camera if you don't wish to. If that's the case, if you would like to speak to one of the camera operators in the corner, they'll make sure you're not on screen. Can I also ask for the purposes of people who are watching at home, we do have a modest following of people who like to watch these things. Could you please make sure you speak quite clearly and directly into your microphone so people who are not in this room can actually hear us as well? Thank you. Right, could I ask Karina to read out the emergency evacuation procedure, please?
Thank you, Chair. If the continuous alarm sounds, you must evacuate the building by one of the designated exits and proceed to the named assembly point. The designated exits are signposted. And from this room, you use the main door and then the main exit of the building. The assembly point is in Orange Grove on the green outside Browns. Thank you.
Thank you. Could we have a list of any apologies for absence and substitutions, please?
Yes, we've got Councillor Duncan Hounsell substituting for Councillor Hal McPhee.
Thank you very much. Right, I'd like to ask the committee members if there's any interest they'd like to declare on any of the items on the agenda. I do take note that Councillor Hounsell will be speaking in respect of item 6 on the main agenda, and you won't be taking part in the debates or voting.
Thank you, Chair. That's right. I'll be speaking to the committee, but I will withdraw from the debate and the vote. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I've got no urgent business as chair to raise with you. So what I'd like to know is ask Karina if she will read out the procedure for making statements.
Thank you, Chair. Speakers will be called immediately after the case officer has made their presentation about the application. The order of speakers and the time allowed for speaking will be as follows. Parish and Town Council representatives will speak first and be allowed 3 minutes in total. Objectors to an application will be next and be allowed 3 minutes in total. Supporters of an application will follow and be allowed 3 minutes in total. If there is more than one objector or supporter for an application, they must share the 3 minutes allowed to each side. Ward councillors not on the committee who have indicated they wish to speak may do so for a maximum of 5 minutes. Speeches will be timed by the traffic light system you can see on the table in front of me. At the start, the light will be green. It will turn to amber when there is 1 minute of speaking time remaining. When the light turns red, speakers are requested to immediately conclude their remarks. Thank you.
Thank you. We last met on the 23rd of October. It was quite a short-term committee, but minutes were taken. Could I have a nod from somebody that is a correct record? Councillor Jackson.
I'll move that they're a correct record, Chair.
Thank you very much. And to second, Councillor Simon, thank you very much, and I can stand that off. Right, we didn't have any site visits last time, so we'll move on to the main applications to consider. So the first one is 2400155 RES, so that's Reserved Matters, and this is in relation to Bath Road, Keynsham, a land parcel for 200 and so dwellings. So I'll hand over to Izzy, who'll give a presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So as the Chair said, this is a Reserved Matters application for 208 homes, a replacement sports pitch to facilitate an expanded primary school, open space landscaping and other associated works pursuant to the planning permission on the screen. That's the outline planning permission which was granted in February 2023 following a committee decision. The site is land parcel 0005, also referred to as Withies Green. Just a quick verbal update. There has been an amendment to the condition for sustainable construction. The bits in red are the bits that have been amended, but it essentially means that the condition will be discharged in line with the phasing of the development. There is a condition on the outline scheme that a phasing plan will come forward, so it doesn't change the contents of the condition, it just changes how the condition can be discharged. So just a little recap on the outline planning permission. The site is allocated under policy KE3C within the development plan. Outline permission was granted in February 2023 for approximately 213 dwellings, a replacement sports pitch, access, and the associated works that are listed on the screen. All matters except access were reserved. The main vehicle access is from the A4 Bath Road, just up here at the top of the site. This, on the screen, is the indicative layout that was presented at the outline stage. Layout is a reserved matter, so this wasn't set at the outline planning stage. There were a number of obligations and contributions secured in a Section 106 agreement. These were the parameter plans, which were secured as part of the outline permission. Condition 4 of the outline consent secures that the dwellings are concentrated within the developable area, which is shown in this plan. This is the yellow area on this plan. The green and blue infrastructure, which is shown on the plan on this side, was to be within those areas, but there was nothing preventing additional green and blue infrastructure coming forward within the developable area. I'm just going to start off with some site photos. I firstly wanted to remind members of the adjacent Hooger Park site, which is a Curo and Crest development. This is relevant because the site allocation policy KE3C states that the development on this application site will complement the housing style, character and density of the adjacent Hooger Park development, incorporating an element of traditional materials, including natural lias limestone. So I know that many members of the committee have been to this site on various member tours and site visits, but for those who haven't, hopefully these will be useful. So I think the key things to note here would be the building form. The use of pitched roofs with the gable ends is really prevalent within this development. The building height generally ranges from 2 to 3 stories. There is some sporadic use of limestone as seen on the image on the left, and timber is also used, particularly along this main avenue, which you can see is also tree-lined. So I've got some more photos here. So it just, again, shows the use of materials. So there's brick being used, render, and again, timber, which features fairly heavily throughout the site. The character along the Bath Road is also relevant. The Meriton Place care home is located on the opposite side of the road to the site. This features a variety of materials, including brick, render, and different roofing materials. There's also examples of slate, style, and clay and concrete roof tiles in the locality. And I think the key takeaway here is that there's quite a variety along this part of the Bath Road in terms of building form and character. So I'll move to the site itself. So these images were taken from the Bath Road, which is where the main site access will be located. The image at the top of the screen just here is looking east towards Salford. The image on the left looks west along the A4 towards Keynsham. You can just about see, just here, the roofs of the Hooger Park development in the background. So moving into the site, these two images were taken from just inside with the A4 behind me, so I'm facing south. Again, you can see the Hooger Park development just here. This building here, which you can just about see, is the Two Rivers Primary School, which is located within the Hooger Park estate. And this is the school which will have the new playing pitch associated with it, which is referenced in the report. Going further into the site, the first image on the left is taken west, looking towards Keynsham, with Bath Road located on my right, and you can see the care home just here for reference. The image on the right is taken looking north towards the A4, so again, you can see the care home for reference there and the dwellings along Bath Road. I wanted to take images of the two trees which are discussed in the committee report. So this one here is the oak tree, which is discussed in the arboricultural section of the report. It is proposed to be retained. This tree here on the right is the tree which hosts the bat roost, which is talked about in the ecological section. This has been negotiated to be retained within the development and will be managed for ecological benefit following discussion with officers. So the first photo on the left is taken from the existing public right-of-way across the site, looking east with the Hooger Park development behind me. Again, it's just an open field, so it's quite difficult to provide any reference points. But the photo on the right shows the edge of the Manor Road woodland with an existing entrance to the woodland just in the middle here. I appreciate that's quite difficult to see in the tree line, but you can see that the path leads up to that. And then some photos looking north across the site towards Bath Road in the distance. You can just see the dwellings here. The oak tree I just referred to is located here, and then the bat roost tree is just here. And then I've just taken a couple of extracts from the Landscape Visual Impact Assessment, or LVIA, as I think these show quite helpful views across the site. So this one here was taken from the public right-of-way looking west towards the Hooger Park development, which you can see here, and the primary school just here. And then this is just one example of the longer range views. You can see that the site very much blends in with the rest of the built form within Keynsham. So I wanted to run through some of the key allocation policy requirements. So KE3C sets out a number of principles that the development proposals in this location will deliver upon, but some of these relate to the principle of development and access, which has been established by way of the outline consent, but a number of key considerations when assessing the design of the scheme are relevant. So I just wanted to highlight these as I think it might be useful for members to refer back to during your deliberations today, though all the requirements have been assessed in the committee report. But just to summarise, as we've said before, the development should complement the housing style at the Hooger Park site with building heights generally limited to 2 and 2.5 stories. There should be a positive relationship with publicly accessible routes and facing outwards towards the countryside with a perimeter block layout. And any development should prioritise pedestrian and cyclists over vehicles, providing attractive low-speed environments and providing routes that integrate well with the surrounding residential developments and the Manor Road community woodland. So a summary of the application. The development is for 208 dwellings, replacement sports pitch and associated landscaping and works. The dwellings proposed are largely 2 to 2.5 stories, but there are some 3-storey dwellings proposed along the site frontage and the Spine Road, which I'll come to in a minute. Development is within the agreed parameter areas that I spoke about at the start of the presentation. The size and location of the sports pitch has been agreed with the council's education team. Compliant levels of public open space are being proposed. Policy compliant levels of affordable housing were secured at the outline stage, and this is in the Section 106 agreement, and the allotments and playing pitch within the Greenbelt are also in accordance with the parameter plans. So moving to the plans, we've got the site location plan just here with the site boundaries shown in red. I've also included an image on the right which shows the Greenbelt boundary so that you can see the area of the site that's within the Greenbelt and outside of it. So you can see that the developable areas on the parameter plan are all contained outside of the Greenbelt, and then you've got this kind of long bit here which is inside it. We'll come to the proposed plans in a minute, but the southern sports pitch and allotments are proposed to be within the Greenbelt, and that's referenced in the committee report. And then I've just got a couple of aerial images. So this one is a close-up of the site, so it kind of runs just around here. This is the Manor Road community woodland just here and Hooger Park here. And then I've zoomed out a little bit so you can see how it sort of relates to the rest of Keynsham, or the beginning of Keynsham on this side of the A4. So this is the proposed layout for the scheme. I've actually had to rotate this 90 degrees to get it all on the screen. I'm going to go through sort of detailed sections of it in a minute. But this is the north of the site. So this is the A4, and this is the main site access here. So you can see that the main Spine Road moves south through the development. And then this element here is the bit within the Greenbelt. So this is the allotments, the southern pitch, and a play area. So I'll move in to kind of show you some of those in detail. So I've flipped it back around the other way now. So again, this is the A4, this is the north of the site, and this is the site access. The main Spine Road will be tree lined, so you can see the trees that are shown along the street. Many of these dwellings here contained to this bit of the Spine Road will be 3-storey, and I'll come on to the design of those a little bit later, as will the apartments proposed which front onto the Bath Road. The pitch, which I've talked about, this is the school pitch, so this land will be transferred to the school, and the position size has been agreed with the council's education team. The oak tree that I showed you the photos of at the beginning is just here. So this is the middle section of the site. So this is Hooger Park, just for a little bit of context. There's a small play area shown just here. And then this tree here is the Batroost tree, which I spoke about a little bit earlier. And then finally, I've got the southernmost portion of the site. So this area is the bit which is within the green belts. These are the allotments, and this is the proposed sports pitch, and they are secured in the Section 106 agreement. A query came up yesterday in the committee briefing with regards to the comment from Sport England and the lack of changing room provision and toilet provision for this pitch. This has been addressed in the report, but just to reiterate on this point, there's no policy requirement for such facilities to be provided as part of this application. Additionally, this facility is considered to kind of complement other facilities within Keynsham which do have this provision, like the sports facilities at the Summerdale Pavilion. There is a condition on the outline permission which secures a management plan for the community pitch, and if any facilities were to be proposed to come forward in the long term, this would need to be subject to a further planning application. In regard to the allotments, and again a query that came up in committee briefing yesterday, there is a condition on the reserve matters recommended by officers to secure details of the sheds and other associated paraphernalia such as the water facilities. Additionally, the Section 106 agreement attached to the outline permission requires the submission of a landscape management plan prior to the occupation of any part of the development, and this covers all areas of public open space, including the management and maintenance of the allotments. So I haven't included the proposed landscaping plans because I think the previous plans do give quite a good indication of where the Greenfield infrastructure is proposed, and the detail on the landscaping plans is really small, and I don't think it would translate particularly well onto this presentation. But I just wanted to highlight a few of the key considerations in terms of landscaping. So across the site, 276 new trees are proposed to be planted, and of these, 66 are much larger species, so that includes 13 common walnut, 50 oak trees, and 3 small leaf lime trees. The larger species are mixed with smaller, faster growing species like birch and alder to provide a mix across the site. Native hedgerows also proposed, as well as shrubs, bulbs and grasses, and the scheme is compliant with policy NE3A as it will deliver in excess of 10% biodiversity net gain within the site. I've included an extract from one of the landscaping plans because this actually shows the proposed oak tree at the front of the site, which I don't think was on the site layout plans I showed you on the previous slides. So this is the tree which is discussed in the officer report, which has been negotiated as an additional tree by officers. I just wanted to share the lighting scheme. I appreciate this is quite difficult to make out, particularly on this screen, but the kind of red circles, the red blobs, which I'm trying to point out with my little laser cursor, essentially show the lighting columns dotted throughout the site. So moving to the dwelling design itself, the materials proposed are a range of materials. We've got blue lyre stone, buff brick, white and grey brick, timber cladding, artificial slate and clay roofs, and timber board fences. This is the materials layout plan, which does show the location of these, but it's quite difficult to make out on the plan. So I'm going to move to some of the elevation drawings just to try and show you how these sort of move throughout the site. As I touched on at the beginning, the proposal should complement the Hooger Park development, which, if you remember, did feature brick and timber, etc. So in the view of officers, the materials will complement the site quite well. So I'm going to show you a selection of house types. I'm not going to show you them all, but these are the apartments which will front Bath Road, the A4. So the front elevation is at the top of the screen. You can see there's some use of lias, quite similar to the frontage building at Hooger Park, which also utilises it on the ground floor, with a brick above and then cladding. The dwellings are quite contemporary in character, but it's felt that these are quite reflective of what's at the adjacent site. So these are some of the other apartment blocks. These are located quite centrally within the site. And then I've got a few more of the dwelling types. So the top one here is the Newton dwelling type, and then we've got Nailsea, that's this one here. And these are the dwellings, they are concentrated towards on the Spine Road, so they're the 3-storey dwellings that go down that sort of central tree-lined avenue. And this one here is the Mendip house type, so you'll see that this has got a clay pantile rather than artificial slate roof, with contrasting dormers to add a little bit of design interest throughout the scheme. And then a couple more. This one here is Avebury, and this is the Ashton at the bottom. So hopefully that's given members a bit of a flavour of the dwelling typology and design, as well as the materiality throughout the site. I won't show you all of the floor plans, but I've just shown you a few for reference. So the majority of the dwellings are compliant with the nationally described space standards. This is just an extract of the ground floor of the apartments at the front of the site. And then this plan here is the Newton house type, which is M43 compliant, so wheelchair accessible. And then we've got the Ashton house type at the bottom, which has got 4 bedrooms on the first floor. And then I've taken some visuals from the design compliance statement, which I think are quite useful in conveying what the site might look like once constructed. So again, you'll note that there are clear similarities between the Hooger Park development in terms of the building form and design as required by the policy. So officers recommend that the scheme is permitted, subject to the conditions set out in the report and verbal update at the start of this presentation, and a Section 106 agreement to secure a financial contribution of £82,892 towards the Council's carbon offsetting fund. The scheme has been subject to pre-application advice and design review panel, and officers have worked with the applicant to address concerns throughout the planning application process. Officers consider that the scheme presented to you today represents a high-quality scheme which meets the design requirements set out within the Site Allocation Policy KE3C, as well as other material planning considerations within the development plan. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Izzy. That was really thorough and very informative. We have 3 speakers in respect to this application. So the first one is objecting, and that is Mr. Price, who's the Design Out Crime Officer from Avon and Somerset Police. So would you like to come to the table? And as Karina's explained, you've got 3 minutes to address the committee.
Thank you very much. My name is Jason Price. I'm the Designing Out Crime Officer for Avon.
Sorry, could you just speak directly to your microphone? Thank you.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I'm the Designing Out Crime Officer for Baines for Avon and Somerset Police. I also represent Secure by Design. I'm qualified to assess Secure by Design and for BREEAM as well. In relation to the Withy Green development, I qualified in 2004, and this is the first time I felt the need to come to committee, which should give you some idea of the concern that I have about the excessive permeability of the site, the segregated footpaths and the remote parking. I have put structured comments on the portal in relation to our concerns, referencing proven literature. In response, the applicant, Curo, has submitted a small paragraph suggesting that they have competing concerns, which we totally understand. However, sustainability has won out over the safety and security, and I'd be remiss if I didn't come here today to inform you of the concerns that we have that will affect the residents going forward for many years, the police, and also, funnily enough, Curo's own antisocial behaviour team, who will have to inherit the issues. In response to my concerns, the applicant has moved some parking, which we recognise, but they've also suggested that the issues can be dealt with by post and rail fencing, which wouldn't stop me, let alone a 17-year-old, to commit crime. The segregated paths are remote and out of the way of the development, and we feel that integrated pathways and throughfares on development would provide a more safer route through development. As I said, we have concerns about the excessive permeability and the rat runs that will be created through the site, which will impinge on the way of life, the security and the safety of the residents. The applicant, in our opinion, has failed to adequately document the safety and security requirements of the NPPF and core strategy, as suggested by the Design Council. And I'm here today just to reinforce that this application does not adequately take into consideration safety and security. And our argument is that the permeability could be achieved in other ways. The remote parking is going to cause issues for the residents going forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that. That's great. We have Peter Roberts, the applicant, speaking in support of the application. Okay. So once again, you get, well, 3 minutes and 7 seconds as the previous speaker.
Thank you, sir. The application before you today will deliver a carefully considered, sustainable and well-designed development that will make a positive contribution to both new and existing residents of Keynsham. The principle of development for the site has already been established. The design of the access, including consideration of traffic generation, has also been approved. The creation of a vehicular link with the Hooker Park development and signalised junction onto the A4 will help alleviate existing issues, whilst a new segregated cycle path that will run for over 2 kilometres along the A4 into Keynsham will improve safety and accessibility for all. The development will make significant financial contributions. The package of Section 106 measures to be delivered totals over £3 million, and in addition, the scheme will provide over £2 million in community infrastructure levy. This development will deliver much-needed new homes for the area. As a housing association, Curo is committed to tackling the housing crisis and meeting the housing needs of local people. Of the 208 homes proposed, 30% will be affordable through a mix of social rented and shared ownership homes in line with local needs. As required by council policy, the layout has been designed to ensure that the development is well connected, with direct pedestrian and cycle routes to the bus stops and new cycle path on the A4 to encourage people to use sustainable modes of transport. Whilst we acknowledge the concerns that the Crime Prevention Officer has expressed, reducing the risk of crime has been a key consideration in the design of the scheme. Care has been taken to ensure that segregated paths are well overlooked by new housing to maximise natural surveillance and reduce the likelihood of crime. And one example of that is that one of the segregated paths and parking courts that's been referenced is well overlooked by new housing.
Sorry to stop your flow there, we're just having a bit of a technical issue here. I want to make sure that the members are hearing you rather than being distracted.
Yeah.
We have a possessed microphone. Okay.
No, not at all.
I'm so sorry about that, but you can carry on.
No, that's fine.
I'm not, if you want to go back a couple of paragraphs. Yeah.
So the development will deliver much-needed new homes for the area, and as a housing association, Curo is committed to tackling the housing crisis and meeting the housing needs of local people. Of the 208 homes proposed, 30% will be affordable through a mix of social rented and shared ownership homes in line with local needs. As required by council policy, the layout has been designed to ensure that the development is well connected, with direct pedestrian and cycle routes to the bus stops and new cycle path on the A4 to encourage people to use the most sustainable modes of transport. Whilst we acknowledge the concerns that the Crime Prevention Officer has expressed, reducing the risk of crime has been a key consideration of the design of the scheme. Care has been taken to ensure that the segregated paths are well overlooked by new housing to maximise natural surveillance and reduce the likelihood of crime. And one example of that is that the parking court and adjacent footpath linking to Bath Road, referenced by Mr Price, will be lit and has 18 properties looking directly onto it. The risk of crime needs to be balanced with sustainability, and omitting segregated paths will greatly lengthen journeys for pedestrians and make it far less likely for them to use sustainable modes of travel. Our scheme, which has been supported by the Design Review Panel and has involved close working with your officers, provides a permeable scheme which gives users a choice of routes. We've also carefully considered the environmental impact of the development. Homes will be highly energy efficient with air source heat pumps and solar panels. Swales and attenuation basins will reduce surface water runoff, lowering the risk of flooding off-site. A new pitch will be provided to allow the adjacent school to expand. And as well, 4.3 hectares of open space will be provided within the scheme, which will enhance the quality of life for residents, including a separate community pitch, children's play areas, allotments and orchards. The scheme will also achieve in excess of 10% biodiversity net gain. Curo will retain the affordable housing within the scheme, meaning we will have a long-term interest in the development and play a key role in ensuring the successful management and maintenance of the open space in perpetuity. We truly believe that the proposal will create a high-quality, sustainable development and hope that you will agree with your officer's recommendation and support our application today.
Thank you very much. We let you go on to 4 minutes there. I hope, Mr Price, you don't feel you've been disadvantaged, but obviously we did go back a couple of paragraphs because of the kerfuffle we had with the haunted microphone. Okay, thank you. Right, the third speaker is Councillor Andy Waite, who is the ward member for Keynsham, one of the ward members for Keynsham East. In accordance with our rules, ward members are allowed to speak for up to 5 minutes. So whenever you're ready, Councillor.
Okay, thank you, Ian. Thank you, panel. I've come along here today primarily to advise you on the developments of the Hooger Park, and I was impressed that the officer talked about considering it as a whole entity, because obviously these two developments are next to each other. We can learn a lot from what has happened in the Hooger development. Ian Saunders is the chair of the local housing community group that is looking after the Hooger development, and he couldn't be here today, but he made a few comments. I'd just like to tell you what they are, and I have given this email to the chair and the vice chair, and I would be very grateful if you could pass that on to any relevant people. The first thing he says that he has not found the construction management plan, and he thinks that that's something that he should and the Hooger people should see. He is most aware of the drainage and flooding issues that they've had at Hooger, and obviously the stream runs through both developments, and he says that that's because Curo and Crest have not adhered to the soiling strategy. And finally, he says that the garages that are proposed by this development are too small for a modern car, which is increasing the car parking problems that was highlighted by the police officer earlier as a way of controlling it. And so he recommends that a minimum standard, the Baines minimum standard, would be desirable, and he maintains that that is not the case. So my own comments are pretty obvious. I mean, there is a huge issue with congestion along the A4. I think there is an argument to say that the Hooger development roads are too narrow. There are times when emergency vehicles can't get through them, and the access onto the A4, I think, needs a lot of consideration in terms of the sort of thing. I don't know what is proposed about how it works, but at the moment, the residents of Hooger find it very difficult to turn right, so I'm hoping that the Withys development will have some sort of roundabout or traffic lights, and I think there is an argument to say a no right turn at the Fairfield end, which is the Higger way of getting onto the A4, would be acceptable. I struggle with the comments made by the previous speaker regarding alternative transport to the car. I do not believe that the footpath that he mentions as some panacea is any use at all. It's the same path that Hooger development uses. It runs along the A4 and then disappears halfway into the Bath Road site towards Keynsham. And I'm a cyclist. I haven't seen many people using it at all. And I think that's one of the issues. There is a huge problem in Higger regarding car parking and that type of activity. And there's a lot of residents from outside Hooger who come to the Two Rivers Primary School, and that is another issue about how they manage that. So I think traffic management on the whole site across the two is something that we should seriously look at. A couple of other points. Another way of improving that, I suggest, would be some sort of bus route, possibly paid for out of S106 monies. A small bus, at the moment, the buses are pretty awful along that road for people who want to go into Keynsham. It's only once an hour. The A4 bus is the only one there is, because most of them go straight down the bypass. Which brings me on to another issue, which is I really encourage everybody to support the concept of a cycle path along the Keynsham bypass, so residents of these two estates can cycle straight into Keynsham Park via the hub there and make it much more desirable to get to the train station and places like that. The woodland is very valuable and struggling because we are having more and more people using the woodland and it's getting extremely muddy. Hooker development people say they see bats and foxes and badgers and high varieties of birds.
Just got 30 seconds.
Thank you very much. I have a thing there. To actually do that, much more mitigation needs to be done in that social area of the forest, the woodland rather. And finally, I have had a lot of time dealing with individuals from the Hooker development that are Curo social housing and non-social housing about their antisocial behaviour. I have grave concerns that whether Curo can cope with a 30% social housing and manage the site effectively. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Waite. Okay, we'll now move on to members and invite them to ask questions of the case officer. Can I just ask a question to Dan, our highway officer? Councillor Waite has mentioned the access onto the site from the A4. Obviously, we're satisfied as a council that the arrangements or the design interventions are acceptable.
Yeah, just to clarify, the layout for the access was approved at the outline stage. It's a traffic signalised junction, so it will control all movements and pedestrian crossings at the access point, yeah.
Thank you. And just to clarify, there is actually going to be a linking road to the Hooker Park development from this site? Or is it all down? Yeah.
Yeah,
okay.
Yes, there will be a connection through the road network and link round.
Right. So, Councillor Simon, you've got a question.
I thought I'd just ask a bit about the cycle path along the A4. I've certainly used it and it works quite well. I've noticed that at school times there's quite heavy use by secondary school children going to the schools just beyond the roundabout. And they're not the most disciplined of cyclists. Have we assessed the risks of interaction between cars coming out of this development and cyclists coming along that cycle path? Because there needs to be some degree of deconfliction there.
Yeah, I should clarify, I wasn't the officer that dealt with the planning application. I wasn't the officer that dealt with the application at outline stage, but, of course, any interaction between pedestrians and cyclists at a signal junction would have been thoroughly assessed, and it will be a controlled movement. So, yeah, there shouldn't be any unnecessary interaction between drivers and pedestrians or cyclists.
Thank you. I've got Councillor Crossley next.
Yes, I've got two questions, Chair. The first is on garage sizes, and it could well be that our planning policy is out of date. Modern cars are much bigger, wider, longer, taller than cars from the 1960s, for instance. So the point that was made by one of the speakers was that the garage size is not big enough for modern cars, and that will put pressure on external parking. Could we have the officer give us an explanation about garage size? And the second question, we've got a bat roost, that's fine. Could the officer show us the bat roost flight lines for the bats to get to those roosts? Because I couldn't quite see it when you put up the diagrams.
I'll cover garages. Just to clarify, the modern garage standard is 6 metres by 3 metres, and that would accommodate the vast majority of modern cars. However, our planning policy, the supplementary planning document, no longer considers garages as parking spaces, so effectively they're ignored in terms of the assessment of parking, and they've been ignored as the assessment of parking in this site. So whether or not they are the right size in terms of parking provision is not, from the highway point of view, authority point of view, it's not entirely relevant.
Do you have a follow-up question, Councillor Crossley, there? I mean, that's quite curious. I can understand that we don't count garages as garages. We use, because a lot of people will use them for storage.
I must have missed it at some point when we decided not to bother with garage parking spaces, so I think that's something I'll have to raise separately with planning policy, because it seems very unusual that we have a garage parking space that we ignore because it doesn't meet modern standards. So I think I'll take that up separately.
But we do have an adequate provision of surface on-street parking and driveways. Yeah,
absolutely, yes.
The next person to ask a question is Councillor Hansel.
Thank you. Right, my question.
Oh, sorry, apologies. Yeah,
sorry. Right, sorry.
Jump in the gun a bit there. Sorry, I can't see you waving behind Councillor Crossley's head there. Yeah,
sorry,
so
Councillor Hansel.
Really
yeah, so I don't have the actual flight lines where the bats are going. I've just put the site layout plan back up on the screen. The bat roost in that tree that I referred to, which is just here, is actually, where the cursor is there, is an existing bat roost. And it was originally proposed as part of this reserve matters that that tree would not be retained and that would be essentially replacement provision. But through negotiation, officers have secured that that tree will be retained, albeit managed, because there are some slight safety concerns, so it will need to be cut back, etc. But the council's ecologist is satisfied that the bats will still be able to use that. The policy requires that each dwelling needs to have provision for bats, so be that a bat box or a bird box or things like that. That is secured by way of condition. We do know that bats do use the site, particularly the woodland area down here. The lighting scheme has been really sensitively designed because of that reason, and there has been some back and forth between the applicant's lighting engineer and the council's ecologist on that to get to a suitable scheme that we hope, and think balance ecology and safety concerns to officers' eyes. So sorry, in short, no, I don't have the flight routes for the bats, but I wanted to convey that we have considered them during the process.
Is that tree, is it in...
Sorry, Councillor Crossley, could you speak to the microphone? Thank you.
Is the tree actually in a private land, or is it in the public land, where the tree is located?
So it's not very zoomed in, I apologise, I don't know actually. This one might just show it better, I can't really see it that well, but no, it's outside of the boundary of those properties. That is actually an existing hedgerow, this green line here, that the tree is currently within. That hedgerow will be retained, but that is outside the boundary of the property, so that would fall within the landscape management plan that we have secured through the Section 106, and it would be up for the management company, whether that's Cura or whoever that may be, to manage that area of vegetation. And
can I have a follow-up? What are the rights of the homeowners who the tree overhangs in terms of cutting it back? And if they don't particularly keen on bats, could a future homeowner cut back quite significantly the trees that are overhanging their land?
I'll just go back. Oh, there we go. So it's this tree here. So the roost itself, I'm not sure where it is in the tree, but I would say it's likely in the central trunk. In terms of overhang, this is a civil matter. Yes, there could be the potential for branches to be cut back by homeowners. Whether this would have to be with the agreement of the management company, that would be a matter for the covenants and the leases on those properties to be agreed. But yes, generally you can cut back branches that come and overhang your property.
Thank you, Councillor Hansel.
Thank you. Could you bring up again a diagram that shows the remote soccer pitch? Yeah, thank you. Right. There is a question here. Now, I don't understand why there is this pitch here, because it seems to have no purpose. If it was, say, junior football or something, or any football teams, they would want somewhere to change, or they would want somewhere, a toilet. they would want accessibility with cars, matches, or encourage people, spectators, and so on. So why is there this pitch here which seems to serve no purpose at all? Why isn't it just left as green space or some managed park?
So I believe, and again, I wasn't the case officer for the outline scheme, but that this pitch is secured by the Section 106. This was agreed at the outline stage that there would be this pitch provided. So the applicant is complying with the outline permission in terms of providing this pitch. In terms of kind of the long term, I think the report does talk about how, there may be a preference to have additional facilities, etc. This part of the site is within the green belt, so that is a key consideration, and part of the reason it's being positioned here, because it's considered that it doesn't have impact and harm to openness, particularly because there's no facilities. It is meant as a community pitch. It is open for access. So, it may be that the children in the community will go on it and knock about a football on a Saturday morning. It's not intended to be kind of an all singing and dancing sporting facility. But as I say, it was agreed at the outline stage that this would be provided, and it was directed towards this location because of this part of the site is within the green belt.
Thank you. Councillor Collins.
Thank you, Chair. I had actually a very similar question to Councillor Hounsell, which is relating to this pitch. I mean, you say in the officer report, and you've just said now that there's no policy requirement to provide any facilities to support this pitch, but I equally have concerns that if the sports pitch is put there as part of the outline planning permission, it's intended to provide a community facility, and it's not really a community facility if there isn't anywhere close that people can change, or there's no toilets close. Now, I think you said in the presentation that it was intended to be managed as part of a wider group, and you mentioned the summer pavilion. How far away is that, and is it realistic to assume that there will actually be a proper community use rather than this become a focus for antisocial behaviour? Thank you.
So the reference in terms of Summerdale Pavilion was just a comparison that is kind of a key sporting facility within Keynsham. There are significant facilities there, whereas this pitch is meant for the localised community. As I say, this matter was discussed and debated at length at the outline stage, as far as I'm aware. The Section 106, there is absolutely no requirement in policy or within the Section 106 that there should be facilities in this location for this pitch. So I think it would be very challenging to defend potentially a refusal or to require that the developer provides this. If in the future, in the long term, that this is needed and required, there's nothing stopping a separate application coming forward. That may have its own challenges, because obviously we would have to assess the impact of the green belt, but that would have to be done at the time. But we can't speculate any prospective planning applications that might come forward. So there is a condition for a management plan. In terms of who will be using this pitch, how it can be booked, if there's going to be bookings and matters like that. But I can't provide any further clarity on facilities. We haven't requested them. It's not enshrined in policy. I think it would be difficult to defend a refusal on that basis.
Okay, so Councillor Gawley and then Councillor Hughes.
Okay. Couple of questions. One, that tree with the bats in looks like it's stag crammed and looks like it's really pretty unhealthy. Just to comment on that. Secondly, I have a question about buses, as ever. Can you get a bus through the site? And how far is it from, the houses we're looking at, which are the furthest, to the nearest bus stop at the moment? I have a question about soakaways and the houses. Do they have individual soakaways, or how's the drainage managed? And actually, going back to the tree, is there enough room around it to grow? I have been to see a 1,000-year-old oak tree in Devon, which they did not allow enough time for its expansion, and the houses are too close So we've had this in instances where houses are built too close, trees grow, and the trees have to be taken down. And I also wonder what that round space is by the allotments.
I'll pass over to Dan on the buses, and then I'll come back to you on the other questions.
In terms of accessing through the site with a bus, it would depend on the size of the bus, but I would very much surprised if you would want to route a double-decker, large, normal bus through that site.
I mean, a small, a smaller bus.
Oh, you could get a community vehicle through there if you wanted to. Yeah.
And there is enough space for that.
Yeah, you could, like a delivery van type vehicle, you could get that easily through the site, absolutely. Okay. The walking distance between the furthest property and the A4 corridor, where the bus stops are, is approximately 300 metres.
How many minutes is that for average walking speed?
Again, depends who you are, but it would a couple of minutes, three or 4 minutes.
Okay.
I mean, the normal distance, the normal threshold for defining whether a property is adequately close to a bus stop is 400 metres. That's the benchmark. Yeah.
Okay. Fine. Thank you. Yes.
So,
Yes.
Izzy will answer the other questions.
Yep, that's fine. So just because I'm on this slide, this is it's a play area contained within this circle. So that's what that one is. In terms of the soakaways, I don't have a drainage plan in this presentation, but these areas here and here are the sustainable drainage scheme. There was some discussion with our drainage team and the applicant. There was some concern and queries about the proposed culvert beneath the highways and the adoption of the swale and this particular area here, but there was a revised drainage strategy submitted, and the lead local flood authority have no objection. I don't have any more information than that on me today, I'm afraid. But again, I would just highlight that they have assessed the scheme in detail and don't have an objection to it in terms of drainage. In regard to the oak tree, this is discussed at quite a lot of length in the report because there are comments from the council's tree officer that there is some concern that because of the size of this tree and the proximity to these properties, there may be a perception of danger and wanting to effectively prune this tree. This area here is a little area of open space, so there is quite a degree of separation between these dwellings, but it is acknowledged in the report that it is close to these properties. It's quite difficult to know how the residents of these properties will treat that tree. They may like having such a big tree in their garden, but next to their garden they may not. We don't know, and it's quite difficult to predict in terms of the future. So to try and address that, let me just go forward. We negotiated an additional large oak tree to be planted at the front of the site so that in the future, if there was any pressure on that tree, and it is an if, we can't confirm that, there would be mitigation. And I have put a condition on the reserve matters that this tree, if it dies or becomes diseased or anything like that within a period of 30 years, that is replaced because it's such an important tree. So we, on balance, I feel like that issue has been addressed and mitigated as set out in the report. Just going back to the other tree, I know you've said it does look quite unhealthy. That was part of the reason that it was proposed to be removed, but our ecologist has, basically explained that seemed to like dying trees, and that's where they want to roost and where they want to be. So there is a condition on the outline consent, which looks at bat mitigation, and the management of that tree and making it safe is sort of encompassed into that condition. So we are satisfied that it can be retained safely for the residents, but also for the bats that are using it.
Thank you, Izzy. Councillor Hughes.
Thank you. A couple of quick questions to start with, if I may. So the layouts plans seem to now be missing off the end of the development. So does the orchard still exist?
Sorry, yes, the community orchard does exist. I appreciate that the plans do chop off, but there is a community orchard. And okay. that is actually secured in the Section 106 as well, to be provided. Okay, thank you. Now, with the allotments, it's showing 14 plots. Is that the total extent? There are 14 plots available for the 208 households, is that correct? Yeah, that's what's proposed, and I believe this is compliant with the scale of the allotments that was secured by the Section 106 in the outline. There is a condition that I put on the reserve matters to kind of look at how this is laid out. So the layout that you see here, notwithstanding these plans, isn't fixed because I think our parks team had some reservations about the sheds that were being provided and potentially the layout of the allotments. But the overall size is what would be required for a development of this scale and has been secured by the outline consent.
Okay, thank you. And I mean, with the football pitch, I mean, I think one of the problems is that it made sense on the original plan that was provided during the outline planning, because where that park is was a community hub shown on the plans. But the community hub has been removed, and that was the thing that actually justified the pitch. So was it us? Was it us that told them they couldn't put a community hub there, or was it the applicant that decided not to provide a community hub?
So this is the indicative, this is the indicative layout plan. I am not sure if there is a community hub shown on here. There was not a community hub secured in the Section 106 agreement, any planning conditions, and the layout is indicative. So as I've said before, there is not a policy requirement within the allocation or any of our other policies that would require them to deliver this. And again, I think it would be very, very challenging for us to defend a refusal on the basis of that not being provided.
Okay, just for clarity, that circle there that says number 6 in it, if you look at the index for that, number 6 is a community hub. Thank you. So, also, the local council have identified that they're having flood issues in the adjacent sites in Higgy Park. So how confident are we that the flood management system for this development is suitable, particularly as we know we're seeing increased levels of rainfall with climate change?
So, in terms of the adjacent development, if there is flooding on that site, I would say that obviously each site is on its own merits. This is the application before us, and that is a separate issue to this planning application. However, our drainage and flooding team have assessed the drainage strategy before them. That does take into account the 1 in 100 year climate change flood event. They are satisfied and have no objection to the scheme. As I say, I don't have the drainage strategy, I don't have the drainage plan in this presentation, but they have no objection. And I think, again, it'd be quite difficult for us as officers to challenge them as the experts in terms of the drainage strategy.
I mean, my concern is that if they use the same calculation and the same parameters as they used for Higgy Park to judge whether flooding was an issue, and they use those same parameters for this one, and we're now seeing flooding in Higgy Park, then we have the danger of repeating the issue on this site. So I just think it's something that perhaps we should look at. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Jackson.
Thank you. I was wondering whether there had been any reference made at all in the design of the allotments to the Allotments Act of 1925 and subsequent legislation, or to the man in a shed, and it's also nowadays woman in a shed, the desirability of having a shed on your allotment. I can't see that there's adequate provision. It's generally the case in allotment legislation that you can put up a shed that's roughly 4 foot, I forget the metrics, 4 foot by 6 foot, and that's permitted development, if you think of it in those terms. But I was wondering what you're going to do also about greenhouses, and why, I was wondering, if some allotments are going to have sheds, has there been any consideration given to water collection off the sheds? Because you could get an awful lot of biodiversity net gain into properly managed allotments, I would have thought. Is that the case, that you've considered these things? And the other angle that concerns me, well, 2 other angles. I wondered if you had considered having allotments for disabled people, very accessible allotments. You do need those parking spaces, I think. But I'm just wondering, have you considered accessibility? Have you considered the legislation? And have you considered security? Because if we look at the overall plan here, we've had an officer looking at the security and these are not overlooked. They're going to be trees, if I've understood it, growing round, and they're going to be very well open to naughty things, I would say, vandalism and all kinds. So has that been taken into account, the security situation?
So there is a 1.8 metre high anti-climb fence proposed around the edge of the allotments. I will just draw members' attention to condition 4, which is recommended on this permission, which states that notwithstanding the approved plans prior to the laying out of the allotments, details of the layout and associated structures shall be submitted to and approved in writing by the local planning authority. This shall include details of the proposed plot sizes, locations of any water troughs, locations and design of any storage sheds. So there's been some discussion with the parks team internally. There does need to be storage on site for, trowels, etc., and lots of gardening materials. But I think the parks team would potentially have a preference for a more centralised shed. And I think, again, some of the water trough locations are not preferable to them, as is the layout. So we've got that condition so that we can agree those details with the Parks team. In terms of considering the Allotments Act, my assumption is that the Parks team will consider that when they come to agree the management plan, which is secured by the Section 106. In terms of that legislation, it is separate from planning, and we're satisfied that from a planning perspective, the allotment provision is acceptable in terms of planning policy.
Okay, yes, Councillor Jackson, you've got another question?
Just quick, what will happen if nobody living on the estate wants an allotment? Will they be open to members of Keynsham Parish or not, or what?
Again, I think that would be agreed and set out in the management plan, and it would have to be detailed how those allotments would be allocated, and whether there'd be waiting lists and who they would be allocated to.
Thank you. Councillor Gawley, did you have another question?
Yeah, just quickly going back to the community hub question, which I'm sort of think I agree with Councillor Hughes on this. How is there a community hub in Higgy Park? How many houses are there in Higgy Park? And is the school available as a community facility?
Sorry, this microphone keeps going off. I actually don't know the answer to any of those questions. I'm not sure how many dwellings there are, if there's a community hub, or whether the school is accessible to the public for community gatherings, etc.
Okay. Is there any more questions from any of the members before we move on? Yes, Councillor Hodge.
So I've got a number of questions, actually, I'm afraid. So going back to the football pitch, I'm looking at the outline permission that we permitted, and it's described as in the title as an outline permission to provide a football pitch for the expanded primary school. Does the primary school have a football pitch of its own in the already? It does, yeah, it does. Okay, so this is it actually in the main development. Yes. No, not this one. Does it have one in the Higgy Park development?
I don't believe that there is a community pitch in the Hooger Park development. This one here is the one at the northern end. This is solely for the school. The one at the southern end is is intended for this development. But appreciate there's no reason why residents from Hooger Park could not use it. Also, these developments are, they are joined together in effect.
Okay, so were you saying there was one for the school in Higgy Park?
So this application secures the expansion of the primary school. So this is an additional pitch provided by this development. I don't know if the school actually the school has playing fields as existing. I don't think they have an actual pitch that's being proposed here.
So why this is important is the title of the outline permission said that this pitch here was to serve this is what I understand, to serve the expanded school. So it does have to serve the expanded school, doesn't it? It's not just for community use.
So there are two pitches in this application.
Okay, there are.
So this is the one at the northern end. Okay, this is solely for the school. So all of this land, I don't have the plan on me, but the majority of this land will be transferred to the school. So this is solely for school use. Obviously, if the school wanted to kind of rent it out for community, that would be up to them. Then if we whiz down to the southern end of the site, this is the other pitch. So this is just a grass pitch which is being marked out by the developer, and this is for community use with a management plan secured by condition.
And does the northern one, is it both of them don't have any facilities?
So no, neither of them have facilities proposed. In terms of the northern pitch, the facilities would be within the school because it is solely for the school use. This is the school over here, labelled primary school. So the facilities would be associated with the school.
And it looks like quite a short walking distance. Is it just across there?
Yeah, it's definitely walkable, and as you can see, there's an access from the existing school playing fields just here proposed into this area.
Okay, thank you very much. I just wanted to build on the garage issue, because I've noticed going through Higgy Park that a lot of cars seem to be parked half on and half off the road, because if they parked in the road, there wouldn't be room for, it would just be room for one way. Is that just meeting standards, or in this application, if people, you say there's enough parking for the properties, is there parking on the road in front of, would the road be wide enough for people to park on the road either side and vehicles to get through? So I've seen this happen repeatedly in developments in Lansdowne. Basically everyone has to park on the pavement for anything wider than a small car to get along the road in one direction.
Just in terms of this application, and this diagram shows it, the main issue would be on the main road through the Spine Road, as you're talking about Huggy Park as well. It's been assessed that there's enough driveway space that the applicant, the residents would be able to park on their driveway without having to park on the street, but there will be no restrictions to stop them parking on the street if they chose to do so.
And if they chose to drive on the street, could cars get down it?
They would still get down it. It would obviously have an impact on the width. Yes, it would still be wide enough to pass.
Even with cars parked on both sides?
If cars parked both sides, the road would be blocked.
Right. Okay, so I have got more questions, sorry.
Can I just let Sarah just come in?
Yeah.
Okay, all right, yeah. You ask your next question.
Yes, okay. So I'd just like to understand about the segregated pathways and the security. Was that, so security concerns do, we've got them in a number of estates. So where, could you just show where the segregated pathways are?
Yeah, so this is one of them actually just on this plan here. So it runs to the side of the pitch and the parking area and comes out on the A4 road just here. And then, not on that plan, sorry. There is another one actually just along here to the rear of this hedgerow. I mean, there are other areas within the site. So you've got an access down here into the manor woodlands. This is actually secured in the Section 106. That's a really important part of the permission to get access into the woodlands. And there are obviously pathways which go down the edge of the development. This, unfortunately, this plan doesn't show it, but it does go all the way down to the bottom, circles back round, and then comes back up. So we have looked at the segregated pathways, and obviously the report does set out our assessment of them, and with acknowledgement to the comments made, the officers feel that the policy does talk about quite really prioritising the pedestrian and providing routes for the pedestrian, and therefore we think that these segregated routes are actually really quite important for sort of taking pedestrians off the road. That does have to be balanced with safety and security and with lighting, and I did show you the lighting plan. So there are street lighting columns, although this is unlit along here. There's always a balance between lighting and ecology. There is some surveillance from these dwellings, although I appreciate the parking area sort of does separate that. So officers have come to a balance that is acceptable. There are obviously other pedestrian routes throughout the site which go along the main Spy Road. But the permeability and pedestrian routes are something that have been prioritised in this scheme, and that is required by the policy. But that's for members to kind of come to their own balanced conclusion on.
Could I just be clear, which ones are lit? Which of the routes is lit?
I'll just get the lighting plan up, which again I appreciate is not ideal. So These are the red dots you can see are column lights. So neither of the paths actually has any lighting on, although this one may benefit from some of the street lighting, but it's not actually a lit route.
Okay, thank you. And finally, I'm thinking about livable neighbours that do want to avoid rat runs if possible, and I just wondered how the connection works, where the possible rat runs might be. How is the connection with Hickey Park, and does that offer any shortcuts through the estate?
So, Dan might want to come in on this, but so this is Hooger Park here, and this is connected into the main development, which obviously does allow a route through. However, the signalised junction to the A4 is likely to significantly deter people from trying to rat run through the site, because it's absolutely unlikely to be quicker to get through the site. Obviously, there are not that many cul-de-sacs. There's quite a lot of connectivity in terms of the vehicular routes. I don't know, Dan, if you want to expand on that at all.
Not particularly in terms of detail. I just think that it's quite a long loop through the site, and I'd be quite surprised if people regularly chose to rat run. It's not a shortcut by any means, it's a much longer journey.
Okay, lovely. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Sarah just wants to come back on the point that you've been raising about the community hub.
Sorry, I thought it might just be helpful to clarify the point that Councillor Hughes raised with regards to the community hub being shown on the illustrative master plan. At outline plan application stage that I specifically referred to in the outline report that the officer wrote, and it actually says the illustrative master plan indicates the potential community hub building on the land to the south of the emerging allocation. However, the applicant has confirmed that the community hub building is indicative only, and the application does not seek permission for a new building in this area. This community hub building is therefore illustrative and does not represent a new community facility to be provided, and it was not given any weight in the planning balance. So just to clarify, it was shown on the illustrative master plan, but it wasn't given any weight in the decision that was made at outline stage. And so, as the officer said, it's not something that we're expecting to see or that is required by the policy. But just to clarify, it was shown, and you referred to it being shown.
You want to come back on that?
Yeah, so you didn't actually, I read the report, it didn't actually say that the community hub wouldn't happen. It was indicative within the design that there was a thought process about providing a community hub, and it wasn't ruled out. It wasn't given much weight, so I appreciate that. But the wording of the report wasn't that it had been ruled out. It was a consideration. And I, for one, when we looked at that development, assumed that it would be something that at this stage would be considered. And I appreciate there's an issue with the boundary for green space, for the green belt. But there would be room to move it a few yards across into the housing boundary, so it would comply with our regulations as well. I assume that was the sort of discussion that would be going on, not the fact that it had been removed. Otherwise, applicants could put anything in these pictures, these indicative pictures, and they could put a unicorn in there. We have to believe that some of this stuff is actually going to happen.
Well, obviously, it was a desirability to have a community hub, but obviously no weight was given to it, no significant weight was given to it in the outline. And of course, at the reserve matter stage, it's not against policy. So, yes, whilst it would have been the good thing to have, we can't make a decision based on the fact there is no community hub being provided. I think this is an opportune moment now to move on to a discussion before... I heard your tapping there, Councillor Jackson.
Thank you. I'll refrain from waving a red flag. Seriously, we're looking at, we've got an application for 208 dwellings. And we are concerned about whether there are sufficient community facilities, allotments, whatever, the ratio of facilities to dwellings. But I wondered if the officer could give us some estimate of what the number of actual residents would be who might want to avail themselves of these facilities or park their cars.
I don't have that in front of me. That may well be in the Parks and Recreation comments, because when they calculate the amount of public open space required, they essentially estimate the number of residents based on the number of dwellings and calculate it on that basis. Having done that calculation, the amount of public open space, you know, in terms of provision, that includes the allotments and various other areas, is actually in excess of what would be required and generated by this development. Now, there are lots of reasons for that, and that was weighed into the balance. Dan has very kindly just got the figure up for me and has said that there is an estimated number of occupants of 478 in this development. It may be less than that, it may be more than that, but that's how they would estimate it, and that's the best estimate I can give you.
I was looking for the 478. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, as I said, we'll move on to debate. It's now 12:15. What we need to be mindful of, well, we haven't really asked any questions about the design of the buildings or the layout. What we're going to be mindful of is that this is a reserve matter, so the principal development has been established, the means of access has been approved, and that's deemed to be acceptable. Obviously, we now know what the traffic control measures are going to be on the A4. We're also, so the 208 dwellings obviously is going to contribute significantly to our housing land supply, as we know. We're also going to get a full quantum of affordable housing, which I think we should be, applauding, the full 30%. Now, I notice Mr. Price has now left, but it is rare that we would get a design crime officer actually addressing committee, so I think we do need to be we need to consider the concerns he's raised with regards to, the problems with potential antisocial behaviour, etc., and, the potential for increased crime. Possibly, that those concerns have been raised in this contemporary period, on current policing models and current funding. We don't know what's going to happen in the future. When the housing development is occupied, if it's approved, obviously there's going to be a large degree of self-management, surveillance, and we can't question, whether the ultimate managers or so, for example, will be, responsible or can actually handle managing the site. We can't really take those things into consideration. So I will ask anybody who wishes to start the debate, please. Councillor Hughes, as usual.
Thank you. Okay, so the principle of development is established, so we know that. So something is going to happen on this site. I guess the issue is this plan yet a finished article that we're happy with? We have to remember that when this came to our planning last year, there were around 600 objections to this development. So we've got a duty here to make sure that this development is right. And there are things to like about it. The 30% affordable homes, that's good. The allotments, the orchard, all very good. But it still leaves me with some concerns. I mean, I'm hoping we're building a community here, not just another housing estate. And the community hub, for me, is part of that. And if you take the community hub out of the development, we're left with a football pitch that doesn't really have an identity in terms of how it's going to serve the community. So I think that really needs to be reviewed. Without the hub, then how much benefit will it be to serving the community? Or should something else be there to serve the community? I also have concerns. I mean, this is only the second time in my time on the planning that the police have taken the time to come to a meeting. So I think we should consider their concerns quite seriously. And it doesn't seem that there's a huge amount that needs to be done to comply with their concerns. But they have got concerns, and we really need to consider those. The issue of garages is an interesting one, isn't it? The definition. Well, there are two definitions of garage. One is an urban music, and it's not that. The definition of a garage is a building for housing motor vehicle or motor vehicles. So the fact that these can't actually accommodate a standard motor vehicle, again, is an issue. And finally, I still have concerns about that oak tree. I mean, I know it's a relatively small part of the development, but it seems that the root system for that oak tree will encompass at least 3 of the plots, and the development could adversely affect that tree just in the building process because the root system of an oak tree is quite wide. So there are some pluses here, but I still have quite a few concerns.
Well, we do have to look at the wider planning balance, and obviously the officers are making a recommendation to approve the reserve matters, and obviously there's been consultation, of course, with highways, with the ecology officers, with the tree officers, and as I said, you know, we're in this position where we're being asked to approve the application, even if there are some issues that we're a little bit unhappy that don't necessarily satisfy all our desires to make it into a really viable community. But we do need to look at the bigger picture. Just on the issue about the policing issue, you know, we've got to again find the balance between what could happen and, you know, the fact that it's actually been designed to be permeable, to actually represent good placemaking. The police view is that everything should be cul-de-saced and, you know, only one way in, one way out, and that doesn't really tally with our ideas of what we would desire as being a good quality urban design. Councillor Collins.
Thank you, Councillor Halsall. I'm conscious that some of my colleagues stuck their hands up before me, but I'm in your sight line, so I'll take advantage of it. I really share Councillor Hughes's views on this. I think there's a lot that's really good about this plan. The design looks good. I'm really pleased to see the affordable housing. I am hearing strongly from the planning officers that the lack of any facilities supporting the pitch is not something that will allow us, that we can challenge through this process. I find that very depressing, personally. I've had experience of managing leisure facilities. I think the fact that we have a policy that allows us to ignore what Sports England recommends, and also the fact that we've got a sports pitch that has nowhere for there to be any sort of changing, any sort of spectator provision, any sort of toilet facilities, means that it really will only be accessible to the people who are really, really close physically to it, which means that, you know, they can't even play a game against somebody who comes from the other side of Keynsham, because you can't have a whole pile of under-7s, for example, playing football, with no loos. It's, so I find that really depressing, but if we're being told that there's nothing we can do about that, I accept that. However, I'm thinking, as a single woman walking at night, would I use that segregated pathway round the back of the houses to get, that is running down the back of people's gardens, in preference to walking along the road in front of it? It doesn't seem to me to be adding permeability. I completely accept that we shouldn't be designing places with lots of cul-de-sacs and all aimed around the car. But there are specific concerns that the officer has raised, and that pathway, to me, just looks like it doesn't add anything for pedestrians at all, and is a really risky thing to have. So I have a really serious concern about the issues that the officer has raised around some of the aspects of the way in which the pedestrian facilities are designed.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Simon.
Thank you. I take a rather different view. I think anything this big is going to involve some compromises, and I think that the planning officer has analysed the various compromises that have been achieved and decided that it meets the criteria that we set in the outline. I mean, I accept Councillor Collins' concerns about walking in the dark down the back, but there's the option to use the main road, which is well lit, properly lit, if it's dark, and this provides an alternative route during the daylight, for instance, for kids going down to the school, to the buses to catch schools. The pitch at the back will serve what's now a reasonable-sized community of Hooger Park and this development of informal play, and I think it's much more an informal play space. I think that the thought processes that underline the the trees have been worked through, and I agree with the chair. We shouldn't allow design principles about cul-de-sacs to change our policies about permeable developments, particularly where we want permeability to the community woodland. So I'm going to move that we accept the officer's recommendation.
Okay, thank you. So we have a mover there. The pitch, I mean, we've focused quite a lot on the pitch and, you know, the lack thereof of community facilities, but I know it's marked up on the plan as sort of being, you know, white-lined and everything, but my interpretation is that the pitch is just there as, you know, literally jumpers for goalposts kind of space, which would be for the local people rather than, you know, a wider, you know, Keynsham-wide or Salford-wide community facility. But anyway, Councillor Duncan, sorry, Councillor Hounsell.
Thank you. Right. I think we have to look at this in the round, in the whole. And I hope that the applicant would have listened to the discussions and picked up some of the concerns about detail. But I don't think there's enough in the concerns about detail to vote this down. I don't think that would be a defensible position. If largely we are satisfied with what the officer has managed to achieve. So I will second the motion, even though there are obviously some concerns, but I hope that they will be listened to and maybe some changes made in the future. But in terms of this application, I would go with the officer recommendation to approve.
Right, we have someone who's moved the recommendation. That's now been seconded. I've got 3 more speakers who want to ask questions. So I'll go to Councillor Warren, who's been very quiet for the past 90 minutes or so.
I suppose you're probably thankful I've been quiet. I think actually most of what I've said has just been covered recently. Again, it's not perfect, but it's a big application. We need the houses. I agree with Councillor Hughes. I think it's a shame that there isn't a facility. However, I think probably it wasn't clear enough during the outline application that there needs to be one. You've got goalposts, you've got somewhere for the kids to play. There's next door, there's probably people from Manor Road that can even come down and use that, so I think it will get used. And I was going to second actually, but Councillor House will beat me to it.
Thank you. Councillor Jackson.
Yes, I wish this one had come into us as Higgy Park Part 2, because its viability and its amenity, I think, depend to a considerable extent on what's already been achieved or not achieved in Higgy Park. What I do like about it, actually, is the opposite to what the policeman said. I've got Curo estates in the Bradstock Westfield area, which are strictly segregated from the sort of rather posh, nice 1980s housing that then went up around them. So there's no way for the children to get easily from, say, a Curo social housing to go and kick a ball around with a kid from the other, the nice roads. And this looks much more integrated in terms of social sense. And we have, I mean, when you're considering planning applications, it's right we follow the NPPF rules and guidelines and those of the government, but we also have to consider the wider considerations that 1/3 of the children under 8 in this area are overweight. It's really important to have good facilities for them to run around. I forget what the figure is for adults, but I think quite a lot of us have a problem with our waistlines. So anything that's going to add to amenity, pleasant walking and so on, is a good thing. I think we need to accept this application, but I would also, it says delegate to permit, but this is interpreted quite flexibly in the light of the debate we've had, and the conditions as laid out here can be a bit further refined or toughened up or made to address the concerns that have been raised this morning. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm just going to invite one final comment, that's from Councillor Gawley, and then, I'll let Councillor Hodgin as well. But I'm sensing, we're ready for a vote on this, but we'll hear you both out now.
So I think to Councillor Jackson's point, I think there is an issue here about master planning, particularly with Hughley Park. I think that if they'd both been looked at together and they'd looked at the facilities for, I mean, if this is going to be the best part of 500 people, I can imagine that Hughley Park's probably similar. So we're talking about 1,000 people here. 1,000 people with, and this is, I think, this is the Curo estate, so I take the point that Curo actually does do good community facilities. I mean, Marbury Park is a very good example of that. But I think this lacks that community space. I mean, where are the benches for the mums and dads to watch their kids? Where's the adult outdoor gym for the older people to lose weight and so on? So I think that it's good, but it's missing something. And if you imagine all those people down there in the play pen or play park and the allotments, I mean, having you may not get a coffee, but at least having a loo. I mean, you could have a composting loo, for heaven's sakes. But you need that facilities for those 500 plus people, and I think this is what it's lacking. And I think that's part of the issue with the lack of master plan and the fact that somehow in the outline you have to have thought of absolutely everything you're going to want to have in the final iteration. So, I mean, my feeling is that I would go for it because we do need the community housing, and I think mostly it's fine, and I think the design is fine, but it's still not good enough, is my constant theme.
You make some very valid comments there. I think we've gone too far down the line here. Thank you. We've gone quite far down the line here in terms of master planning, and that's probably something that can be taken away for future reference in terms of policy formation. Councillor Hodge.
Yes, I echo the views of, I've forgotten the names of everyone anyway, actually, so I will go back to what I was going to say. Councillor Hansel said, I hope the developer will listen and hope changes are made in the future. I think that's here's hoping this is what will be delivered. And I think we're accepting, what is the role of the planning committee if we can't ask a developer to come back with some improvements? It doesn't mean we're turning down this development forever. It doesn't mean these homes will never come forward. It means we don't think this is quite good enough. It's not the finished article, and they could come back with something slightly better. So I think in accepting this, we're accepting the second best for a big community on this site. We're not learning from the site next door to it. And we've got to think of the future residents of these sites. And I'd like to cite an example. We have a Ensley development in Lansdowne. It has some very expensive properties and some good provision of social housing, about 30%, and it has a lot of antisocial behaviour problems with the site in a location that you wouldn't expect in Lansdowne, and that is in that location. So I don't know this location as well, but I think we have to take advice of the expert that came to see us. So I've got a lot of concerns, and I would like it to come back. And the lack of the community hub, again, it was obviously put in the master plan with a big caveat paragraph not to expect it to be delivered, and that happens quite a lot and is a shame. So I would like to, and the concern about the footpath as well, saying, young people can move around the site and they can get to places, but in the dark, at the backs of gardens, how much would that footpath be used? So these are things that actually should be within the actual design of the design that has come before us, and would need a slight design change to rectify them, and that's what I would like to see, and I won't be supporting it.
We'll take a vote because obviously we have a motion on the table. Just before we do that, Councillor Crossley, you're the only person who hasn't spoken on this. Have you got anything to add?
Yeah, I didn't actually put my hand up. I thought you were giving it, but right. I think there's many good points about this, and I think the mix and the way it's designed is all good. I'm not so concerned about the loss of the community building as some of the other committee members But what does concern me is the position of the allotments and the football pitch right at the end of the scheme. And I think that could be reviewed, perhaps even moving the football pitch up and putting the allotments on the other side, but I'm not sure. But also, when you've got another football pitch there, who's going to maintain it? It'll be part of the ongoing estate costs. And so I'm not really sure that a full-scale marked-out football pitch is the best way of engaging activity. I think perhaps a small one goal post with perhaps some other facilities for a gym might be better. So I think that's something that I think Curo could go back and have a look at, in my view, but I shall be supporting the scheme.
Right, excuse me. Yes, we'll take a vote. With applications of this scale, if it is approved, it's likely there are going to be requests to make amendments, and so, your here's hoping point could be valid. It may well be that they'll change their view, and they've obviously listened to a lot of the concerns about the weaknesses of this proposal, so hopefully Curo will take that away and think about it. So I think we'll take the vote now. The motion is to delegate to permit, and that has been put forward by Councillor Simon, and that's been seconded by Councillor Hounsell. Councillor Halsall there. So all those in favour? Okay, so that's 6. And against? Sorry. Okay. Shall we raise our hands again? Shall we just start that again? All those in favour, please put your hand up. And those against? Oh, God. Okay. Confirm I have the casting vote. Okay. Listen very thoroughly to the debate. Yes, it's not perfect. I really do appreciate the concerns that have been raised, regarding the community facilities. But as a qualified planner, I've always, relied on the expertise and professionalism of my colleagues to advise. Also, we have an opportunity to deliver 208 houses here and 30% affordable. So I feel confident that this scheme will be successful, so I'm going to support it. So permission has been granted to delegate to permit. Thank you. I think we're ready for a 5-minute break before we move on.
Please. Are you speaking, Chair, as the Chair of the
I'm
body,
speaking as the Chair of Planning.
Elected,
I'm speaking
or as a planner?
I'm speaking as a Chair of Planning, but with experience, but I'm coming to this as a Chair based on the debate that's been heard in the room, not as a planner.
It would be very wrong if people couldn't
Oh, yes. Ah. Okay, we'll start in a second as soon as the Vice Chair arrives back.
Could we ask through you to work with the officers and get some detailed thoughts back on garages and what their purpose is? Because from me, from that debate, I think perhaps we need to go to planning policy and get a change. The concept that a garage is not for parking, I don't think would be widely accepted. And is that something that is with the planning policy in other councils? So I'd really appreciate if we could get some thoughts back on that from the officers.
Well, I'm on the local plan steering group, so I can raise this with the head of policy and also with the cabinet member. But yeah, it was quite enlightening to realise that a garage isn't a garage. But obviously the scheme is still in accordance with that policy as it stands at the moment. And we know how small houses can be sometimes, and people do rely on their garages, don't they, to use for overspill storage and things. Councillor Jackson.
I think we also perhaps ought to ask Curo if they would let us have the results of the survey they did. And it was really staggering that about 3/4 of the garages of the houses that Curo rents were being used for storage. And I've walked around my own ward and seen, you know, these 1960s blocks of garages, and it's obvious that they are not being used for vehicles.
Dan, you could say?
If you'd like me to comment.
Yeah, well, before Lucy gets
if
back.
That's okay, if everyone's happy. The SBD includes some evidence for the justification for not including garages as parking, and it's broadly similar to what Councillor Jackson just said, actually. I think the evidence showed that about 30% of garages were used as car parking, and the vast majority were used as storage instead. So the implications of counting garages as parking spaces means you would reduce we've got maximum parking standards for residential. So if you start to count garages as parking spaces, you would need to reduce driveway space. And that reflects the sort of problem we've seen on some estates where developers have built garages, claim they're parking spaces, they're not used as parking spaces, we can't have any more driveway space because of our standards, and therefore there's overspill parking. So if you started to include garages, you might find you could worsen on-street parking because residents choose not to use them as parking themselves. So that's the justification for the move in the SPD.
Thank you for explaining that.
Yeah, but we wouldn't count it as parking space.
Chair, I think you need to move on.
Yes. Councillor Hodges now come back into the room, so we'll get back to the agenda if we may now. Thank you for that infill. So the second item is the former Keynsham Fire Station, Temple Street. So Izzy, if you can do your presentation, please.
Thank you, Chair. So moving on to the next one. This is for the erection of 21 over 55s apartments with a ground floor space for Class E office use, parking, associated landscaping and public realm improvements following the demolition of the existing former Keynsham Fire Station building. And as the Chair said, this site is on Temple Street. So a site location plan to start with, just so you can all get your bearings. So this is located within Keynsham, adjacent to the library building, which is here, and the Keynsham Civic Centre, which has the council offices in just here. And then to the south, you've got Keynsham Leisure Centre and the existing Riverside View apartment blocks. The multi-storey car park, the Civic Centre car park, is located just to the east of the site, so you can see that here on the aerial view. So I'll start with some site photos. So this is taken on Temple Street facing towards the site. So this is the existing disused fire station building. The library is this building here. You can see the Civic Centre just behind there. And then this is the Riverside apartment block here. A couple more of the frontage, just so you can see the relationship between the Riverside View block and the application site. So they are separated by this kind of single width access road just here. This is a one-way route, so you go, I'm actually just going to whiz back. You go into the road here, which leads to the multi-storey car park. It also loops round sort of to the leisure centre, and then you can come out, so that is a one-way route. Moving back to the site photos then, this is the side elevation. So this is taken facing towards the Riverside View block, which you can see in the background, this building here. You can see the existing building, and then there's an area of hard standing at the back of the site that doesn't have a built form on it. Moving around to the rear of the site, so stood with the Civic Centre car park behind me looking towards Temple Street. These are the buildings you can just see here on Temple Street. Sorry. And then just a few more photos showing the relationship between the Riverside block and the existing site. So this is the fire station just here and the Riverside View block here. The leisure centre is just in this building in here. And then finally, I've taken a view from the existing Market Walk route, which is referenced quite a lot in the officer report. This looks towards the library here and the Civic Centre building here. And you can see in between these two buildings that this kind of pedestrian thoroughfare does continue on, sort of blocked by this site at the moment. This site is kind of the missing link to that route. So summary of the application, it's for 21 over 55s dwelling house units. The ground floor, there's an area of Class E office use proposed in compliance with the allocation policy, which fronts onto Temple Street. The site delivers the Market Walk route thoroughfare through the site. No affordable housing is proposed, and that's why the application is before committee today. But a viability assessment has been rigorously assessed by independent assessors, Dixon Searle Partnership, who agree with the affordable housing position. So the site, as I've said before, is allocated. The allocation is KE2B, and this is the Riverside and Fire Station site. So it's for the application site today and also the site next door. The allocation seeks that residential development and office Class E floor space is provided to give a mix of uses. An active frontage is required onto Temple Street. High quality design within the conservation area is required, and this needs to complement the transition between the Civic Centre, the library and the Riverside development, which may require some variation in roof heights and articulation of the facades. The external materials need to reflect the locality with reference to the Keynsham Conservation Area, and the delivery of Market Walk is a key requirement of the application. And whilst the alignment may be slightly deflected because there are different land parcels, there needs to be a direct visual connection from the Civic Centre to the Riverside development. So moving to the existing plans, we've got the existing and proposed site plans. So the proposed site plan shows that the proposed building fills much of the site, but you can see the Market Walk route here through the middle. So this, when I get to the floor plans, is a little bit clearer, but it is a double height covered walkway, so the development kind of goes over the top of it. So the existing elevation drawings, sorry. So this is the existing fire station. We've just seen the site photos with the library and Civic Centre and the Riverside View next to it. And then here you can see it at the bottom. And then I've got the proposed elevation. So this is the west elevation, which fronts onto Temple Street. There have been some amendments to the scheme following discussion with officers, and this includes the laying of the PV panels on the roof flat, so as not to impact upon wider views and to reduce the height of the building. There's been a significant increase in the amount of lias stone proposed, so that's this material. I've got some visuals later, but on the front elevation, and reducing the amount of render, which was requested by officers to sort of reduce any visual impact of the building. The site is within the Keynsham Conservation Area, so this is a really key, the use of lias is really key in this area. The street context at the bottom of the screen is really quite useful, as it shows the transition between the heights from the library here, then the site, and then the Riverside block, which is taller than the proposed application. Then this is the proposed south elevation. So the elevations, if I have my back to the Riverside View and Leisure Centre and I'm facing towards the Civic Centre, which you can actually just see here in the background. You can't really tell from this elevation drawing, and it will be clear when I get to the floor plans, but this part here is actually single story, and there is a setback of these taller elements of the scheme to try and increase the distance between the taller parts and the adjacent Riverside View block and the residents who live in there. The proposed elevation, north elevation on the other side of the building, so I'm facing towards the Riverside block now, and that's the building you can see in the background, so the extent of the scheme goes where my cursor is showing you now. Again, you can see that quite a lot of the materials here will be the lias with metal cladding. There is a small element of render at the back and some render detailing next to the windows. And you can see the Market Walk route through here. This is, again, as I say, double height. There is a walkway which oversails this, but the accommodation sort of starts again up here. And then the proposed east elevation finally, which is at the rear of the building. So there's more render proposed on this elevation, but there is still an element of this lias with the metal cladding at the top. You will note that I've recommended a condition, notwithstanding the approved plans, for details of privacy screens to be provided for these balconies, just because of the potential for intervisibility between these dwellings here and the site, so that condition would require details to be submitted to the council. So the proposed floor plans, this is the ground floor plan. So you can see the proposed Class E office unit, which is secured by way of condition here. This fronts onto Temple Street to provide that active frontage that's required by the policy. You've got the car parking, cycle store and residential refuse area here. And then at the back of the site, you've got two residential units. Then the first floor plan, so this is the setback that I was talking about earlier. So this part here is actually a green roof. The detailed design and planting is secured by a condition. We want some more details of that and how that will be managed to make sure that it's successful. It won't be accessible to the occupiers of the site. It is meant as an ecological area. And there is a condition securing this, particularly because that, you know, if this was used by occupants, there could be some concern in terms of overlooking into the Riverside block. So I think it's really important that that is secured. Again, you can see the Market Walk route through the site. There have been some additional windows positioned along here to give some extra additional natural surveillance into the Market Walk area following comments from the Designing Out Crime Officer. Similar layout proposed at second floor level. So again, you've got the setback, and you can actually see that the accommodation now sails over the Market Walk. So this is the double height enclosing that I talked about earlier. And then the third floor plan again, which is very much similar. Then finally, the roof plan, which shows the extent of the solar PV proposed on the site. And then I've got some visuals just to kind of give you a sense of what the building might look like when constructed. So you can see that the use of lias is really prominent on the front elevation and around to the side. This is metal cladding. There is a condition requiring details of materials so that we can agree the exact tone, colour and finish to make sure that it's really, really high quality. And then you can see the use of render at the back. You've got a street tree and benches here which provide a public realm improvement. At the moment there's nothing in that area. So a useful view actually looking from Temple Street down towards the Civic Centre car park, which is just here. This is the Civic Centre building and the library. So you can see how the design of the scheme has tried to kind of reflect the local vernacular and the contemporary design of those buildings. And then this is a view looking down the existing Market Walk area between the library and the Civic Centre. So this is the proposal in the background. You can see that that route is continued all the way through, and you can see this double height element just here a little bit better in the visuals. And then this is the south elevation. So this is the elevation that faces the Riverside View block. So you can see that setback with the proposed green roof. And then the louvres here and planting to obscure views from the external walkways to these apartments. There is a condition requiring further detail of those. So officers' recommendations delegate to permit. There's a number of Section 106 contributions and obligations that have been agreed in principle by the developer. So there is a restriction to ensure the building is occupied by over 55s. This is because the viability assessment is based on the assumption that the units will be sold as over 55 units only. There's a contribution requiring the burning off of existing road markings, a contribution towards the relocation of the 2 disabled bays, which will need to be relocated to accommodate the Market Walk route. The cost needs to be agreed with the council, a fairly significant contribution towards parks and green space, a targeted and training recruitment contribution, and a late-stage viability review mechanism for affordable housing, which essentially gives us, there's a clause that means that when the development is built, we can go back again, look at the viability, and if anything has changed in that the scheme is more profitable, and we can look to secure a financial contribution towards affordable housing if that was the case. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. We have one speaker. Thank you so much for waiting for so long. Alison Lungston, you're the agent in support of the application. So as was explained earlier on, you'll have 3 minutes to address the committee.
Thank you, Chair. Alison Lugston, Associate Planner at Nash Partnership, speaking on behalf of the applicant, Chewton Place Developments Limited. As set out in the officer's report, this is a very sustainable location for new homes and commercial space. It's a brownfield site, and as such is accorded priority for development by planning policy. It is also a complex site, and we are grateful that officers have worked with us to resolve issues in line with the requirement of national planning policy to work towards solutions enabling approval of sustainable development. The principle of the development on the site for mixed-use residential and office space is established by policy KE2B, and it's been recognised by officers that housing for the over 55s is necessary and required within the district. This detailed application will, as described in the report, bring a long-term vacant site back into use and create a safe and well-designed form of development in the town centre of a scale and mass appropriate to neighbouring developments. The proposal delivers an essential requirement of the allocation policy with the delivery of the Market Walk, connecting Civic Centre through to Riverside, along with further public realm improvements, street tree and benches along Temple Street. This complex site is heavily constrained, and a key aim has been to reduce impact on designated heritage assets, such as commercial buildings on Temple Street. And we recognise any perceived impact here has been balanced against the significant benefits arising from the scheme. Section 106 agreement includes a reassessment of the viability in relation to affordable housing, plus the relocation of 2 blue badge spaces. And financial contributions through the Section 106 agreement are also proposed in respect of parks and green spaces, i.e. the Memorial Park, and targeted training and recruitment. Chewton Place Developments has sought to provide high-quality homes for sustainable living, featuring no gas on site, with heat and energy from renewable and low-carbon sources, green living wall and green roof, solar panels angled flat to reduce visual impact, electric vehicle charging points, and private balconies, terraces providing opportunities for food growing. So overall, this application proposal is a sustainable development with significant benefits. Therefore, the National Planning Policy Framework presumption in favour of sustainable development and approval of the application in line with the officer recommendation applies. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time now. Right, I've just got a question, it's just some clarification, please, if I may, Izzy. So just to confirm, this is a C3 development, albeit it's restricted by condition or by 106 to over 55s only.
Yeah, that's correct. So we are satisfied that this would be C3 use. There's no on-site care provision proposed. So yes, it would be a C3 residential use in line with the policy requirement.
Okay, and so I'm aware of these kind of developments, you know, obviously other companies that are available, McCarthy and Stone, I'm thinking maybe of Empire House, the Chocolate Quarter. They tend to have communal facilities. Are there any communal facilities as part of this development?
No, I don't believe there are any communal facilities. It is just essentially a block of apartments. I'm just going to go back to the ground floor plan. Obviously, you've got the offices and the commercial, but there's no kind of communal congregational point, if that makes sense.
All right, thank you for that. Councillor Hansel, you've got a question?
Two questions. Well, first question, very quick. I can see the solar panels where they're going to be. Heat pumps, where will they be located?
I'm actually not sure in the plans where the heat pumps will be located, so apologies for that. I would have to go back and have a look.
Okay. Right, second question is about accessibility. And I'm just concerned to explore wheelchair accessibility. One tends to associate wheelchair use with frailty for older age, but what if somebody was over 55 but had a condition, say, like muscular dystrophy, where they required a wheelchair? Would that person be in a position to live in these flats?
So in the housing accessibility section of the report, I have addressed this. The policy H7 requires that one of the 21 dwellings should be M43 2A compliant, which is wheelchair adaptable housing. And then the remaining 48% of the remainder of the housing, after that figure's been deducted, should be M42 compliant, so that would be 10 of the dwellings. There are no M432A dwellings proposed. Having spoken to the applicant, the site obviously is a small site. It's quite heavily constrained, particularly by the shape of the site, so that is not offered. However, all of the dwellings are M42 accessible and adaptable standards, which is in excess of the policy. So officers have balanced that, although there isn't that one adaptable unit, all of the dwellings are accessible, which kind of meets the provisions of H7 in terms of having that. So in answer to your question, short, no, there isn't an adaptable unit, but they are all accessible from an M42 perspective.
Thank you. I've got four members who wish to ask questions. So in that order, I've got Councillor Gawley, Councillor Collins, Councillor Hughes, and then Councillor Jackson, and then Councillor Hodge. So Councillor Gawley, please.
Forgive me, Izzy, I'm not sure what the designation, between the different categories of accessibility, whatever. Am I right to understand that all of the flats could be used by wheelchair users?
So M42 is accessible to wheelchair users, but they wouldn't be adaptable to wheelchair users. I haven't got the building regulations definition up in front of me, I'm afraid, so I can't really describe it any further than that.
Okay. Is there a lift?
Yes, there is a lift. Just here on the plans, there is a lift in this part of the scheme. So let me just go up. You can see it there on the third floor plan as well.
Right. Okay. Thank you. That's helpful. Great. I think that's. Oh yeah. The other question was about. Sorry about this, but the orientation of the balconies. Am I right in thinking there aren't any balconies facing south, but they're in east, north, and west?
Yeah, that's correct. So actually this plan is quite helpful. So this is the south elevation here. So there are no balconies on this elevation. There is this deck access from the lobby, which kind of runs outside, but we've got those louvres proposed to obscure views from that, and movements on that officers feel are likely to be quite transient because it's an access, not a deck. But yes, you've got the balconies on the other elevations, and the ones here, because of the way they're angled and the windows, these are the ones that I have requested details of a privacy screen to be provided. I don't feel like that's necessary on this balcony because it's set slightly forward and not necessarily in line with the windows. But if committee wanted to look at those conditions, they could do so.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
Councillor Collins.
Thank you, Chair. Izzy, I'm sorry to keep asking the same question on this, but I don't really understand what M42 accessible is. It would be helpful to know, does that include, for example, that all of the, as it were, swept pathways within the buildings are wide enough for wheelchairs? Does it include the width of doorways? Does it include things like showers that are set up so that it's possible for people to get in if they're big enough? So it's a bit difficult to understand in an over 55 dwelling what that means. So literally, if there's anything that you can tell us that can help us to understand that accessibility, I'd be really grateful. And my second question is about fire safety. If we could look at the first floor plan. Again, it's just to be reassured, please. Not the first floor plan, the ground floor plan, my apologies. So I can see that the lift is next to the cycle racks and the refuse. Obviously, we know that there are issues around electric bikes and batteries sometimes with cycles, so it's really important to have good fire safety. And if the lift is the only, that is the only lift, it's placed where it is on the plans. Can you reassure me, please, that that will mean that all of the residents will be able to get out safely in the event of an unfortunate battery setting light around the refuse area? And how, assuming that the lift is out of order, how the whole kind of, because that's where the only exit is as well, how the stairs and the refuse and all of that will work with potentially frail residents. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm afraid I really don't have any further information on me about M42 and M432A, and I wouldn't want to be telling you things that are incorrect. My understanding, off the top of my head, is that M42 is accessible for wheelchair users, so there would be, there is the lift, the decked areas, etc., would be accessible, but I'm not able to go into further detail, and I wouldn't, as I say, want to tell you something that was incorrect. In terms of the positioning of the lift, yes, that is next to the refuge, the car parking, etc. The dwelling would have to comply with building regulations in terms of fire safety, in terms of access, etc. And that would come at a later stage. But there is access to the lift from the properties on the second and third floor, I believe, through the decked area and into the lobby. So from a planning perspective, I'm satisfied that it would be sufficient, but again, building regulations would have to be complied with in terms of sprinkler systems, means of escape, and matters like that.
Thank you. Is it Councillor Hughes?
Thank you. So I have two questions. The first one hopefully is quite simple. So there are two EV parking bays. I don't understand how that works. So first of all, are they reserved for use of the occupants? Or are they available for anyone to park and charge their cars?
So they are meant for the residents of the scheme. They're not publicly accessible spaces.
So assuming that you live there and you've got an electric car and you go and charge your car in that parking space, what then? Do you then go and park your car somewhere else after you've charged it? Or do you keep that parking space for the duration? I'm not sure how it works.
The way I've interpreted the information within the application is that those parking bays would be assigned to an individual resident. So they wouldn't be a free-for-all in terms of...
So two of the 21 residents will...
Yeah, there'd be a designated
will have own those parking spaces.
That's my interpretation of the application.
Okay, yeah. Thank you. My second question is to do with viability. So we have a viability report that says that no affordable housing can be provided based on the current model. And the current model is C3 use for over 55s. So there's a restricted audience, if you like, for this. But I couldn't find anywhere in the viability report that calculated the viability based on these going onto the open market without the restriction of over 55s, and whether that would make it more viable.
That is correct. So the policy doesn't provide a distinction and doesn't say that it can't be limited. And that is part of the reason that there is the obligation that it has to be delivered for the over 55s, because essentially the market sale values for over 55s are slightly less than, and that is set out in the viability assessment, than if they were on the open market for any age group. So that will impact the viability. However, there isn't anything restricting that the applicant can't come in for that application. So we need to assess that on face value. Our viability assessors have been through the viability assessment. They have challenged some of the assumptions in there. They think that, some of the build costs have been perhaps overestimated. There's been an underestimate of the gross development an underestimate of the gross development value, but they have retested the assumptions with what they think are more likely values, and the site has still come out at being not viable for any affordable housing. So that has been rigorously challenged. officers don't feel that there's any sort of policy basis to say to the developer, you can't deliver this as over 55s housing. The development plan does set out that there is a need for, housing for older people and over 55s. So yes, it will impact upon the viability, but it's not something that we can necessarily challenge, and that's why there is that obligation in there to ensure it's for that age group.
So we can't actually say we have to accept the fact that we're not going to have any affordable housing because of viability, when perhaps a different scheme would bring forward the affordable housing that we need.
There is that potential. That hasn't been tested, and that isn't the scheme on the table. So we do need to look at the scheme that's before us in terms of what's being proposed.
Got quite a few more people to ask questions of you both. So Councillor Jackson is next.
Yeah, I mean, I do wonder about this viability study, which I'm sure our independent consultants have rigorously tested because of the competition from the chocolate quarter. And I do wonder if any consideration was given to the fact that if you go to the next corner and turn right as you're moving away from the centre of Keynsham, you come to a Curo facility, which does have adequate parking space, does have a community room. Whether that had been looked at all, this is obviously a model that Curo can operate very well. From the residents I know live there very successfully. So I've got a question about the range of the viability study. Secondly, on page 70, cycle parking. 21 flats, presumably maximum, should we say approximately 50 people, probably not that, and yet you've got 42 stacked spaces. Are you considering that each flat will have 2 spaces assigned to it, and has any consideration been given to the fact that, well, I for one would not be able to get a bicycle onto a double stack? It doesn't seem to me that there's a match between the presumed residents of these flats and the actual cycle provision. Has that, and I thought the guidelines in the SPD, I mean, I didn't look it up, it's only from memory, didn't have an age component in them. So I wondered if you could clarify what the SPD says and whether this isn't an over-generous provision of cycling space that might perhaps be better devoted to a blue badge holder.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. Could you just clarify your question in terms of the range of viability? I'm not sure I fully understand what you're asking there.
Well, I'm asking, I assume that the viability study, and I really do apologise that I couldn't look it up, has considered some kind of marketing strategy, who the people are who would like to live here. And I was wondering if the actual locals, we do have quite a lot of information about Baines-wide provision. I was wondering if actually looked at within 2 miles, I'm not sure how far away the chocolate quarter is, shall we say a mile, within a mile radius of this facility, whether there was provision or under provision or what or not.
So the viability assessment has looked at the potential prices, I suppose, of the dwellings that prospective purchasers may purchase them for, and has used market research from the locality to do that. In terms of, I'm not really sure I follow in terms of the chocolate quarter and the Curo development. I mean, yes, they exist, but in terms of housing mix, the officers are quite satisfied that there is a mix of provision in the area, if that's the question that you're asking.
Well, really thinking about this is a commercial world, let's face it. How are they going to market these flats if there is excellent provision in the near neighbourhood?
That would be for the developer to market the flats. I would suggest they probably wouldn't have come in with the application if they didn't think that these apartments were marketable. If they came to a situation where they couldn't sell the flats, they would have to look at amending Section 106, planning permissions, etc., to have them on the open market, and that's something we'd have to consider later down the line. But at the moment, you know, we have to take on face value that the developer feels that there is a market for this in this location. Our development plan does say across the district there is a need for housing for older people. So there's no reason that officers would seek to challenge that there isn't an appetite for dwellings like this. I will refer to Dan to answer the questions on cycle parking.
Just to answer, yeah, cycle parking, the scheme has been assessed against the standard within the SPD for C3 dwellings. There's nothing else that we can use within the SPD for that, so that comes to 2 cycle parking spaces per apartment. You're right that they're shown as double stacked, and the SPD also allows that in certain circumstances where ground floor space is limited, and that's the case here, where there's obviously a limited site plan. So some flexibility has been applied there. But I don't think there would be significant opportunity to reduce that space, given that they're double stacked, to allow any more other parking.
Okay, thank you. And there doesn't appear to be much space for any mobility scooters either. But Councillor Crossley.
Thank you. I've got 2 or 3 questions, if that's all right. On electric vehicle, no one knows what the future is, but and with hydrogen cars coming on very quickly, but at the moment, electric vehicles are increasing their sales much more rapidly than was originally forecast. So why have we only got such a small number of electric vehicles, and have we got any applications coming in where we look for a much higher percentage of electric vehicle charging points for developments? That's my first question.
Just in general, the building regulations requirement for electric vehicle charging is that every single domestic residential parking space would have an EV charging point. So every new scheme coming forward should be fully compliant with that.
So why isn't there 21 then?
There's only 2 parking spaces.
Right, that's right. Oh, right, because there's only 2 parking spaces.
Yeah.
So I missed that. Sorry about that. So the next thing is, okay, I'm over 55, so I buy one of these flats. How do you put in place the mechanism that stops me selling it to someone who's 45 when I move on in a couple of years' time?
So that will be an obligation in the Section 106 agreement that essentially will not be able to happen. The wording of that hasn't been set out yet, but I spoke to Simon this morning and it has been done in other locations across the district, so it is possible to restrict that.
So it works, okay. The next question then, on this cladding, reading through the things, there's quite a few comments throughout it, particularly from various people in Keynsham about the metal cladding. Do we have any other buildings in the area that have got this metal cladding? And what is your concern? What is your answer to the fact that a lot of the people in Keynsham think that it's inappropriate and out of context cladding? So how does that work?
So I've just pulled up one of the visuals. I haven't got any more site photos which show the Civic Centre, but you can see it in the visual here. The Keynsham Civic Centre uses metal cladding quite extensively in kind of bronze and gold tones. So that's where I think the site has taken its influence on that. The Riverside block next door, I'm going to the other end of my presentation, sorry, does utilise render, but you can also see that there is some kind of dark grey metal cladding. So it is a material which is pretty prominent in the immediate locality. The point is taken, and there is quite a lot of reference in the report to the fact that the building is quite tall, though does respect the buildings either side of it and has been set down from the Riverside block. And I think it's partly the height that people have concerns about. And in terms of the materials have been revised as part of the scheme. So there is an increased use of the Lyre stone, which is a much better preference to officers. But I think we would struggle to resist cladding here, and actually, to my mind, that is quite reflective of the developments that are either side and complements them quite nicely.
Thank you. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Simon's next.
Thank you. This, like many, is quite a sensitive roof line. I can't see any conditions that would prevent more clutter being put on the roof, and I would hope that the eventual conditions would control any further items being put on the roof other than the solar panels and the lift overrun. The other question is, granted we're only providing 2 car parking spaces, if there was to be a controlled parking zone in the area, would they be able to put in for CPZ vouchers, and shouldn't that be removed?
So just in terms of your query on the roof, yes, I'm just going to, there we go. There is some plant material proposed on the roof just here. That's, you know, for the lift shaft, etc. Although, as I say, the solar panels have been set down. There isn't a condition restricting things on the roof. The flats aren't afforded permitted development rights in the same way that dwellings are, so I haven't considered that that's necessary. But if the committee felt that that was a condition that should be added, that's something which we could look at as a delegate to permit. And I'll hand over to Dan on the other question.
Yeah, I don't think there is a residence parking zone in this immediate location. And I think if we think hypothetically about what could come in the future, I don't think it would be possible to prejudge what other legislation might allow or might not allow. I would be a bit nervous about that. That would be my advice.
Thank you. Councillor Warren.
Yeah, mine's easy, you'll be glad to know. Who did the idea of the over 55s come from? Was it us or was it from the applicant?
That's what the developer came in with. It's not something the council have suggested pursuing.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Gawley.
So again, this may be another how long is a piece of string question, but that's really interesting looking at that diagram, because it's obvious that this building is lower than the ones either side of it. I just wonder if it had an additional floor, whether there would be more facility to have affordable homes. So that's one question. And the second question is about matching. I mean, I'm a bit of a matchy person, but is the metal cladding going to match either side of either building on either side, or is it going to be something completely different?
So in terms of the additional story, there was actually pre-application discussion before this application came in, and the building was quite significantly taller. Officers quite heavily suggested that the building was set down in height so that it provided this transition between the library and civic centre building to the Riverside block next door that's required by the policy. So if there was an additional story, I think that would come with some pretty significant design and heritage concerns, but I can't really comment on whether that would change the viability, because, you know, there would be associated build costs with that, etc. So that hasn't been tested, so I don't think I could, you know, possibly give a firm answer on that. In terms of the metal cladding, there is a condition requiring details of that, and initially when this came in, I think it was a grey cladding was proposed. I think we've tried to move away from that now and have a bronze cladding, because we feel that that works potentially better with the Liar stone, but that's something that our urban design officer would comment on when that discharge of condition application came in. So I can't say whether it would exactly match the site next door, but that condition has been deliberately put on there so that we can reflect the adjacent developments.
There's another question from Councillor Jackson.
I must say I'm worried about this flat roof. It looks to me like a paradise for seagulls. Are there going to be any measures to make sure that there are desirable tenants there and not seagulls?
So the environmental protection team were consulted. They didn't raise the need for a requirement for a seagull management plan, but if this is something members thought would be required, we could look to add such a condition.
Okay, thank you. Any more questions from anybody? Yes, Councillor Hodge.
So just the urban design and landscape response, I just wanted to pick up on the maintenance of the tree to the front in the street scene and the green roof and the climbers. There was a feeling in the response that more could have been realised in terms of landscaping that street level environment, and they were particularly concerned about, and I'm concerned as well, that what has been put in will be maintained and will be maintained for the lifetime of the development. So they've asked for a LEMP to explain how the street tee, green roof and the climbers will be maintained and for the lifetime of the development. And I couldn't find that condition in. I could find a pre-occupation LEMP, and I could find the standard landscaping that says trees or plants have to be replaced for 10 years, but nothing about the maintenance and replacement for the lifetime of the development. Is it in there? That's a question, sort of, is that point?
Back.
We're back. Sorry. Sorry, Councillor Hodge.
Temporary blip there.
Just a bit bad of drama. I'll just come back on that question if that's all right, just quickly, because I've got it up in front of me. So yes, the condition 14, I think, for the LEMP does look at the long-term management and monitoring, including a 5-year programme for ongoing review. That's our standard LEMP condition. The green roof condition, I haven't got the wording up and I'm trying to find it, but again, that secures details in the management of that. Because that's important for the biodiversity net gain. So these are the standard conditions that we would add and have been requested by the ecologist and the landscape officer. So I'm satisfied that that does require that for the lifetime of the development.
Could I just say, because it says 5 years, it's not really for the lifetime of a development. Is there any scope for altering that wording?
Sorry, the microphones keep going over here. So the proposed monitoring and reporting is a 5-year rolling programme. I can add wording in there to make it absolutely clear that that's for the lifetime of the development if members feel that that's necessary. But the aims of the LEMP is so that includes, they would give details of how long they would be doing the monitoring for, and that needs to be signed off by officers. So, as I say, this is the standard condition. I can add something in there if members feel that's necessary.
Thank you. I think we're done with questions now. So the recommendation is to delegate to permit. Obviously, from the questions, sorry, I'll come to Sarah in a second. There have been some questions about maybe making some variations to certain conditions or adding conditions. Should we be minded to approve? So have a think about that, and maybe we can pick that up during the debate. But I'll just pass over to Sarah, who wants to clarify something.
Thank you, Chair. So just coming back on Councillor Collins' question regarding Part M, I can't give a sort of definitive response to that because the Part M has various categories within it that require different things to be provided, and there's quite a lot of detail in that. But as a general point, the different categories require more and more provision that enables the properties to be more and more accessible and easy to access and use. As you move through the Part M categories, it starts requiring things like ramp accesses and wider circulation spaces, etc. So it's probably fair to say that not all properties are easily and readily adaptable to those sorts of requirements. For example, ramps, providing ramps within this building might be quite difficult, especially when its accesses might be entrances outside, where there is no private space within the actual development to provide those sorts of things. So that's really just a sort of an explanation of Part M. It just it has an increasing set of requirements, and that is probably the two differences between the two typologies you mentioned.
Thank you, Sarah. I'd be interested to know what people think about this. Who wants to start the debate off or put forward a motion? Yeah, go on, Councillor Warren.
Sorry, Sean, but tell you that. So, I think the access bit's a little bit of a white elephant, because if you need access, you're not going to buy one of those. And if you had one or two that could be converted quite easily, that's okay, as long as you actually have one of them. If you had, God forbid, you had an accident. I like the scheme. I think it's a good scheme. I like the scheme. The thing I don't like is the affordability, which if you're building a block of flats, you can't make the affordability in there. Where can you? Would it be changeable if it wasn't? That's why I asked the question about the over 55s. I don't quite see the necessity to have the over 55s there. Maybe do you need less parking spaces for over 55s? That's the only thing I can think of, because I think there's no need for somewhere in Caighton, I think, for that, because I'm sure there's a need for houses in Caighton, full stop, whatever age. So if there was an affordable aspect, I'd be very, very positive in this and would be happy to move the recommendation. But just for a minute, I'm not. That's the only one thing that's holding me back, to be honest with you, because as I say, if you can't make a block of flats and have a bit of affordable in there, where can you? So I'm just going to see which way the debate goes for a second.
Thank you. Councillor Gawley.
I think I'm going to be sounding like a broken record. I don't think this is good enough.
I was talking to a friend whose mother is in who's moved into a similar sort of establishment, but there is a club room and there are community facilities and there are ways for people to meet. There is none of that in this, and I think it lacks that community aspect. I think that the fact that there is no affordable homes in there, I think is pretty poor. I think we ought to be able to do that. I'm not so bothered about the car parking spaces because it's right next door to a car park. But it's also lacking in any green space. We spent a long time this morning talking about community facilities and green infrastructure, and it seems there's nothing here apart from one tree and 2 benches, which I think isn't good enough. And frankly, yes, it talks about, you know, the ability to grow food, but you're not going to be able to do that on a north-facing balcony. So I frankly don't think that this is going to be good enough. And as a post-55-year-old, I wouldn't want to move in that, because thinking about it in 20 years' time, you are going to want to make it more adaptable and flexible, and I'm not sure that this has that flexibility. So I am concerned about what it's providing in terms of future-proofing.
Thank you. We'll carry on the debate for a while longer, but if there is a view that a motion might want to be put forward to refuse it, maybe start having to think about some planning reasons to do that. Councillor Jackson.
Thank you, Chair. Well, when you think we're ready for the bite the bullet, if one is allowed to say that these days, I'll propose a motion, but I'm afraid it would be to reject this application, because I think that Councillor Gurley is absolutely right. It's not good enough. I was thinking that as we saw these, an excellent presentation from the officer, that it was a sort of Lego design, but it isn't. It's Duplo, those very simple blocks that 3-year-olds play with. It's just not good enough. And if I think what, down at Pixash Lane, there is a sheltered facility and nursing home, the way they have managed to stage that, the roof space, you know, it can be done when you have these kind of residential requirements to make somewhere attractive and not monochrome, single line, straight down the lines. I'm afraid I would reject it on the grounds of urban design. The design is not right. If we look at the community centre, it's got that rather interesting triangular sort of roof, and it's the middle block, so you could do something to get a sort of pyramid effect. But we're not supposed to redesign our planning applications. I'm just saying it is not good enough, and as Councillor Gurley said. Second question, I think it ignores the changing demands of life. I mean, when I was 54, I was perfectly fit and healthy and running around after 2 teenage boys and having a full-time job. A year later, it was completely different, and it could well be for a resident here that they had a life-changing incident and needed to have a carer come in 2 or 3 times a day in order to maintain their independence. There is nowhere for the carers to park. There's no, I mean, our dear friend David Redgewell, I think, is now just about over 55. I don't know how he would manage. It's just not been properly thought through about the needs, and the electric car thing, I think, is a very good point too. It's not enough space. It's not that I'm against bicycles, I just think it's the wrong priority in this kind of building. So I think better use the space, and I also think there should be some minimal community facility, some kind of seating area. We've seen other blocks of flats designed that have a nice little sort of community garden somewhere. It's just, you know, well, those are my problems with this application. And as I said, if others agree with me, I'll certainly be happy to propose.
Okay, thank you. We have to remember that this is a C3 development, so, you know, it's like every standard residential development, apart from the caveat that it's for over 55s, and that would be conditioned. Now, I know we're looking at this from the point of view of over 55s and what facilities you would expect if you were semi-retired. You know, so, you know, it's been mentioned about the lack of any sort of communal space. I mean, you wouldn't get that necessarily in the conventional block of flats, although, of course, we see that a lot with co-living and student accommodation, for example. I mean, maybe there's one argument there to suggest, is this an overdevelopment? Because, it's ramming in too many units, perhaps. Maybe that's one thing we can dwell on, perhaps. But Councillor Hansel's got something to say.
Thank you. Firstly, anybody familiar with this site will know that it's a cramped site, and what's there at the moment is pretty ugly, the old fire station. And so clearly what's being proposed is something that would fit. And I think the diagrams and pictures have shown that the proposal would fit. I think the discussion about over 55s and so on is mixing up some different thoughts. This is not meant to be a care home, and if anybody needed a care home, they would apply to a care home. I mean, I live in a detached house. If something happened and I was no longer able to live in that house, I would have to make a decision to move somewhere else. Because you're over 55 does not mean that you want a community facility. You want your privacy like younger people. So this application is not trying to address all the needs of all over 55s. It's saying, here's an apartment block, it's a residential block, but there's just one condition, you just have to be over 55. So it's giving a choice. So I'm quite happy with the scheme as proposed, and actually I think the design is a good design, and I would support the officer recommendation, but only adding perhaps a seagull management plan, because there's some outdoor food places nearby. But so I would be against any motion to reject this and would support it. Thank you.
Would you like to actually put that forward as a motion to support the officer's recommendation?
Right, I'm just trying to remember if anybody's already proposed something.
So, sorry, can I clarify, Councillor Jackson, that you would like to put forward a motion?
When you are ready.
When we're
for
ready,
the motion,
okay, all right.
I would propose one.
Mm-hmm.
You were wanting to have a wider debate,
Yep.
which is
Okay.
quite appropriate
Yes.
because of a lot of things.
Yeah,
around.
that's fine. Yeah, I understand that. And we do have a few more people.
I'm inclined to let Councillor Hansel.
We do have, yeah, okay. We do have a few more people who want to ask questions, I think we'll all get quite tired now, aren't we? Councillor Crossley, if you want to speak next.
Yeah. I think by and large this is a good scheme. I've got another question really. Why do the solar panels have to be flat and then reduce the efficiency of them? Would you be seen if they were slightly angled? So there's a number of questions in this application. Particularly, I agree with Councillor Warren that to me the biggest concern is that there's no affordable units. And it was interesting that the officer said that the original scheme that came forward from the developers was for a much larger scheme. What I would be interested to know is how much larger was that scheme. And I know we can't do that because we've got this. But it would seem to me that if there was another floor on there, would that bring in affordable units? And I think the affordability of housing in our communities in Bath and North East Somerset is one of the biggest issues that we face. And the next biggest issue is the definition of affordable, because affordable in Bath and North East Somerset terms doesn't actually meet affordable in terms of what most of our people earn in terms of wages and salaries. So it's a bit of a double-edged sword going for affordable, but at least it brings some of the housing down a little bit. So unlike Eleanor, I'm not too disappointed with the design. I think the design is all right, but I'm with Tim that I'm very concerned that there's no affordable on this, and what I would like is for the officer to go away and go back to the people and just talk about what is the height that gives us affordable, and then come back with that as an option. But in its current scheme, I think don't think it meets the needs of Keynsham, doesn't meet the needs of our community as a whole, and I think it's a very important space here, right in the middle of a town. You know, you've got a really big opportunity to get some, meet the needs of local people, and I don't think this does.
Sarah will just clarify on the affordable housing issue.
Well, if I could just come back in at this point to say that we cannot be considering and cannot be asking the officer to go away and consider changes to the height and what the implications are of that. This is the scheme that has been put before you. Obviously, that's come to you having considered previous designs and heights, and it's now been presented to you as an acceptable scheme. And if it is unacceptable to members, my advice is that you need to refuse the scheme before you and give your reasons. I would also just say that the actual scheme is policy compliant in terms of the affordability, because the viability has been tested, but there may be other concerns that you have with it, and if that is the case, you need to make a motion for refusal and give the reasons for that refusal. And, you know, if you do that, then obviously it would be for the developer to possibly consider alternative schemes that they might come forward with. But I should point out that we have absolutely no idea whatsoever what the implications of a different scheme would be in terms of height. You know, it might be that a higher building does get proposed, but there could be all sorts of other concerns with it that you wouldn't have had the opportunity to consider today because you will have not seen it. There could be concerns with relationships with other buildings. There could be concerns with overlooking and all sorts of things that we haven't had the opportunity to consider today because we haven't got a scheme that is higher before you. So that is not something that you can ask the officer to do. You need to make a decision based upon what you have before you today.
Thank you, Sarah. Councillor Hughes.
Thank you. I mean, I don't have a problem with the design. I think it's probably quite a challenging site, but I agree. I mean, I'm puzzled, to be honest, why you would put in a restriction, an age restriction, that reduces the value of your property, reduces the saleable value. It's puzzling, other than the fact that it brings the price of the properties down to the point where a viability report can demonstrate that there's no need to provide any affordable housing. And where the viability report, for me, is flawed, is it doesn't explore the value of the properties if the over 55 clause was removed, which would increase the value of each property. So for me, I'm still on the fence of this because I think the viability report should have also included an option without the over 55, and we could see whether it would be a viable with affordable housing at that stage.
Thank you. Councillor Jackson.
I wonder if I just ask the officer, this is a conservation area. There are listed buildings, not that close, but on the road. Should we be asking ourselves, does this conserve or enhance the conservation area? And if that's the case, what do we take as the baseline? Because, I mean, it is, as Councillor Crossley says, a very narrow site, and it doesn't look very attractive from the back. So where's the baseline for conserve and enhance? And should we factor that one into our considerations? I'm sorry, I can't remember, is it D4 and D6?
So, policy HE1 relates to conservation areas. The officer report does a very detailed assessment of the impact on the conservation area and does conclude that there is some less than substantial harm as a result of the development. The planning balance section of the report talks about the balance, so paragraph 2A of the NPPF says that where less than substantial harm is identified, you have to balance the benefits of the scheme against the harms of the scheme. On the sliding scale of less than substantial, officers feel it's more at the kind of the lower end of the scale, and there are benefits to the scheme which are set out in the officer report. For example, this is an allocated brownfield site. Limited weight has been given to the potential new NPPF, the increased housing targets, but also that this is providing 21 dwellings within a very sustainable location. So that has been weighed up. That is for the committee to weigh up, but the officer report does set that out in quite a lot of detail.
Councillor Simon.
I'm not clear whether where we are in terms of moving a motion. I think Councillor Hansel was proposing to
Councillor
accept
Jackson
the officer's
may
report.
want to put forward a motion first.
Sorry?
Councillor Jackson may want to put forward a motion first.
Okay, so we can't, I can't second Councillor Hansell's.
No, we need to ask. Well, we need to ask Councillor Jackson if you're prepared to put forward a recommendation, or a motion. Sorry, with reasons.
But of course, I need a second.
Right. Would we have a potential seconder? We need reasons. Yes. Right. Councillor Crossley. Could you use your microphone, please?
I'm quite happy to second the thing. I think basically I'm not. The only bit I disagree with Eleanor on is the design. I think the design is acceptable, but I think the use that this put for is inappropriate. So I don't quite know what grounds Eleanor wants to bring up, but I'm happy to support her whatever grounds she brings up.
Okay. So Councillor Jackson, we need some
application.
grounds in order to move your recommendation if you put that forward.
Well, I was putting forward a motion on the grounds, I'm afraid, that the design is not appropriate in a conservation area or in its current context.
Okay. Is there any other reasons?
But I'm just trying to think how to fit the other problems into our actual planning policy, because the fact they've brought it in for the over 55s, and we think this might be a mistake, is not actually planning policy, is it? And as I understand it, it is compliant with the more general local planning policy update about economic development, because it's got on the ground floor, it has got these commercial units.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, so it has got mixed use, and it has been demonstrated that it is compliant with our policy in respect of affordability, because they produced a viability assessment that's been independently assessed and deemed that it will comply with policy. Sarah, have you got anything to add to that point?
But I mean, the other question, I'm not exactly sure how you frame it, is that it has inadequate provision for electric vehicle charging. We do have a policy on that, don't we? Fairly sure. What's the word? Not vehicular access. I mean, I do wonder how you get an ambulance in there, I must say.
So far, we have a reason, which is that the building would not be sympathetic to the character and setting of a conservation area. That's
yes.
the one reason we have so
and to
far.
its particular context
in respect
on the
of
High Street, on the Temple Road.
Okay, and that's by virtue of its height, its design, its materials. I mean, the question,
right angles.
The question is, whether Councillor Crossley would agree with that. Well, regardless of whether you felt the building in its own right was acceptable, do you feel it's acceptable in the setting of a conservation area? Councillor Crossley.
I think we can. I'm happy to say that it's not suitable in the context of the conservation area.
So that's one reason. Have we got any other reasons that you might want to put forward? Obviously, we discussed the viability issue. We feel that's in compliance with policy. You mentioned something about the battery.
I'm concerned about the fact you could only charge 2 electric vehicles, that those 2 vehicles could be stationed there the whole time. Apparently they'll be assigned to particular flats. And also, of course, we've got, what do you call them? You know, these little buggies, scooter things, they require charging. I don't know whether you could get one up and into a flat and charge it, but it wouldn't be very safe if you did.
I just want to come back on the points about the charging. The policy doesn't require anything beyond what is being provided. I think the Highways Officer, if you'd just like to confirm the position regarding charging before we... Yeah, please, Dan.
Yeah, so electric vehicle charging is a buildings regulations requirement. It's not covered under planning. And our view is that the proposal does fulfil that requirement, and the general parking provision is in line with our SPD requirements anyway.
So I just think it's really important to be aware of what the policies say and what the planning position is. Obviously, if a scheme is refused, it will possibly end up at appeal, and officers would need to be able to have some policies upon which to defend any decision that's made. So I would obviously encourage you to not refuse it on those grounds. Sorry. The design in that location in a historical context.
Thank you. Anybody else got any more comments before we take a vote? Councillor Warren.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I can't support the motion, the form of the design, because I actually think the design's okay. It's in a difficult area, and just if it does fall, I will have a counter motion to, if you want to hear that now or not, to move the recommendation subject to, if we can, to relook at the affordability if they have to remove the over 55s part.
Well, that'll be in the 106 anyway, as recommendation, as recommended. Councillor Ansell.
Thank you, Chair. I think to argue that this doesn't fit in with the conservation area is indefensible, because you only have to look at our own Keynsham Civic Library. You only have to look at our own Keynsham Civic Centre, and this is, is similar design, similar materials. Temple Street has completely changed. One side has, older properties, but where this is located, the horse is bolted, if you like. It's modern designs all the way down, and the buildings are ours.
Shall we take a vote, please? Then, sorry.
Sorry, don't worry. I just wanted to explore whether we could do something different and take a risk that this decision would be appealed and turn this application down on the fact that it doesn't deliver the affordable housing that would be so wanted in this location. I know that we do have a viability report, but the inspector may take a different view, and the conclusions as written are that officers do not consider the provision at this site is viable, but it's only not viable because of the choice of restriction on the building being for over 55s. So I don't know whether there's any case law on this or whether there is any scope for us going with that straightforward reason and seeing what happens.
Councillor Jackson, would you be prepared to accept a second reason for refusal on the basis that we don't agree with the viability appraisal, and we feel there's a lack of affordability?
I was just wondering. We've heard a lot that makes me think the viability study is unsound. Can we say that? Basically, what Councillor Hodge is saying is that the viability study is unsound. Is that?
We simply feel that the policy relating to affordable housing is not met. End of. Possibly, yes. Well, if that's possible. Well, I'm asked.
It's on, it's okay. So the scheme before you is proposed with a restriction for limiting it to over 55s within planning. That is a perfectly acceptable way to propose a development, and it is assessed on that basis. There's a methodology for assessing that. That methodology has been applied. It's been applied in accordance with the legislation and the way that we are told to apply it, and the policy says what the policy says. We can't obviously rewrite it in the committee today, so we have to proceed on the basis that this is policy compliant, and that, I would strongly advise, does not form a reason for refusal, because if it were to form a reason for refusal, the risk of both losing the appeal and also having costs awarded against us is high. So, I perfectly understand, the concerns that members have raised, and that might be a conversation that we can continue to have outside of this forum, but this wouldn't be the opportunity, I would advise, to start exploring those concerns. And so my advice to the committee would be to stick with the reason for refusal that has been proposed in relation to the conservation area, if that is something that members wish to do. That's obviously not the recommendation before you. The recommendation before you is it is an acceptable scheme in that regard. However, if that is something that members wish to take an opposing view on, I think that there's something at least that could happen. But I think to go against the policies that are before you when it's policy compliant would be something I would strongly advise against.
Right, Councillor Collins.
Thank you very much. I've listened really carefully to everything everyone's been saying and to the officer's advice, and I think my concern, and maybe some of the concerns that we're all struggling with here, is this doesn't look like an over 55 scheme. It looks like an ordinary market C3 scheme that has just had over 55 badge stuck on it. There doesn't seem to be anything about the way it's designed, anything about the way it's presented, that does anything that specially creates something that is suitable for over 55s. So although I hear what you say, and I think we should take a lot of weight of that, what is it in that we have seen as that you have seen as officers in relation to this that differentiates this scheme from a normal market scheme, other than the fact that the developers have stuck a label on that says over 55? Because I think if there isn't anything, I'd be inclined to support Councillor Hodge and Councillor Jackson. But if there is, if there is something that is actually real about this being designed for over 55s, then I wouldn't support refusing it just on design grounds. So if you can help us on that, that would be great.
Yeah, sorry, okay, I'll come back on that, thank you. So my understanding is that it's been proposed as an over 55 scheme by the applicants, and it's been assessed on that basis in accordance with the way in which we are told to assess such things, and that's the way that the viability appraisal has been assessed. And a restriction is being put on the development to fix it as an over 55s development, and that is, it's not a case of officers have seen something in the development that has promoted that as over 55 development. What we've done is we've considered the over 55 development that's been presented to us and assessed it in that way. I don't know if the case officer wants, obviously you know more the case officer knows more detail of the schemes and the viability appraisal. I don't know if you want to add anything to that, Isabel?
No, nothing, Sarah, apart from, yeah, I mean, I would just highlight again that this is C3 use. This isn't, it's not C2, there's not a care provision. Yes, the viability assessment is based on it being for over 55s provision, but that would be secured. And from a policy perspective, there's nothing for officers to challenge that, that assessment. So as Sarah has said, I would strongly advise that the committee don't go down that route.
And there is clawback as well, so the affordability will be reviewed later on. So, you know, there could still be a contribution towards off-site affordable provision should the market change, or should the development decide that they didn't want to market to over 55s, but to anybody under a C3 use. Okay. We've still got the motion from Councillor Jackson, seconded by Councillor Crossley, which is to go against the recommendation on the basis of the impact of the development on the character and setting of the conservation area. Are you happy with that reason for refusal to go forward? So shall we take a vote on that motion, please? Those in favour? Those against? Okay, so that motion has failed. Councillor Hansel, straight away.
Yeah, can I propose a motion that we accept the officer recommendation?
Would you wish to add additional conditions in respect to the seagulls?
Just thank you for reminding me, just adding one extra condition, seagull management plan.
There was also a suggestion by Councillor Salmon about the roof as well, about...
I'd like to second, but to ask that there be a condition that allows no further accretions to the roof other than those shown on the design.
I'll accept that.
You're happy with? There was a third suggestion, I think, from Councillor Hodge relating to the 5-year lifetime.
I would like to see actually the delegate of that condition to add to the length that it's that the description that Izzy said that it was, the 5-year rolling plan was for the lifetime of the development to kind of try and secure that green infrastructure.
There we go again. Okay, so the motion put forward by... Sorry, yes? Go ahead.
Sorry, I mean, I'm happy with where we are on this one, and I'm assuming it's delegate to permit. But I just want to understand that we've got something robust in those conditions that should they decide they want to come back and ask for a change of use to remove the over 55s element from there, have we got something robust in there that will deal with that, remove the viability, and ensure they have to pay the costs in terms of affordable housing?
That's in the 106 agreement. So, yes, I'm fairly confident the officer can confirm.
Sorry, Chair, but I did ask the officer, not the Chair.
Yeah, that would be in the Section 106 agreement. The description of development also does specify over 55, so it may be that an entirely new planning permission would be needed.
Right, so you're happy with those three conditions, or the amendments to the conditions? Right, okay, so all those in favour of delegate to permit? Those against? 2, and any abstentions? Sorry? Can we just do that again then? So those in favour of the motion, just put your hands up again, please. Sorry, Deborah. Are you in favour of the motion? Okay. And Councillor Hughes as well. Okay, so then we have those against. We have 3. All right, 4 against, thank you. Okay, so the motion has been carried and permission has been granted subject to conditions. Right, it is now just gone past 2 o'clock. For those of you who've come for the second sitting, we've been going through from 11 o'clock. I'm afraid we need a break. Can I suggest to our members, we can't have our full hour, that would be unreasonable, but are you happy with a half-hour break? And I'm sorry to the public about the further delay, but I hope you'll understand. We want to sort of be refreshed so we can make a sound decision. So 2:30 start. Hello, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to Wednesday's planning committee, or this month's planning committee. Thank you for your patience, those of you who've come for this second sitting. We went through from 11 until 2, and we were all in desperate need of a break, so we can come back refreshed and make some very sound decisions on the rest of the applications for this afternoon. My name's Ian Holster, I'm the chair of Planning Committee. I've got my colleagues here on the top table. I'll just introduce you to them. Am I right?
Karina Haskins from Democratic Services.
On my left.
Sarah James, I'm the Deputy Head for Development Management.
Hello, Simon Elias in the Council's Legal Team.
Thank you. Can I just remind everybody, please, to switch off their phones and other devices during the meeting so we're not disturbed. And I'll just remind those of you who weren't here this morning, we are being filmed. We're being broadcast on our website and via YouTube. If any of you are going to speak but don't want to be on camera, please let the operators know in the corner and they'll help you out there. I'll just ask Karina to read out the emergency evacuation procedure.
Thank you, Chair. If a continuous alarm sounds, you must evacuate the building by one of the designated exits and proceed to the named assembly point. The designated exits are signposted, and from this room you use the main door and then the main exit of the building. The assembly point is in Orange Grove on the green outside Brown's Restaurant. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, we've also got our officers who'll be making presentations on the applications. We've got Izzy and Ed, and also Dan, who's our highway officer. Right, we shall move on very quickly to item 3, which relates to Unity Road on the northern part of Keynsham. And this is in respect of a indoor karting centre. And Izzy is still with us and able to present this application before she can go home.
Thank you, Chair. I'm sure you'll all be glad to get rid of me. But seriously, this is with a change of use of the existing building, which is currently vacant but was a storage facility, to provide an indoor electric go-karting track centre, which is sui generis use, with some associated installation of plant and signage. There is a separate advertisement consent application, which is yet to be determined for the signage, just so members are aware. I need to start with a verbal update and some sincere apologies to Councillor Hodge, whose comments I omitted from the committee report. I do apologise because Councillor Hodge did make some significant effort to get these to me, which is very appreciated, so I'm just going to read them out now. Given the objections from the Ward Councillor and Town Council, but also noting views both for and against from parties, I recommend that this application is determined by the Planning Committee so that the amenity and highways issues may be fully debated in public and balanced against any potential benefits. So I'm going to start off with the site location plan. So this is the application site just here, shown as Unit 1. The building is kind of one large building you'll see from the photos, 7 in 2. So the site does just remain to Unit 1. It's got an existing parking area to the front. This is Broadmead Lane. This is Unity Road, where the nearest residential properties are located. And then this is the A4 dual carriageway, the Keynsham bypass. I've included an aerial image as well, so you can see the building just here. This is actually Waitrose Supermarket, for those that know it. That might provide a little bit of context for the scheme. So the site photographs, the left-hand photograph is looking along the site frontage towards the west of the site, and then the right is looking along the east. So this is the access from the main roundabout. And then 2 photos of the existing building, so you can see the site is severed in 2 just here by the fence. These photos serve to illustrate the relationship between the application site and the dwellings I mentioned on Unity Road, which you can just see here in the image and here. So they are separated by some vegetation and tree planting, which is existing and not proposed to be removed as part of the proposals. And then the Unity Road itself, so they're on the opposite side of the road. 2 further photographs just trying to show the relationship. So in this image, you can just see the edge of the building through the tree line, not particularly well, so I apologise. And then this here, where you can see this lorry, is the Keynsham bypass. And in this photo, I'm stood in an elevator position on the pavement by the edge of the bypass, just looking down. The site is in here. And these are the dwellings on Unity Road just here. And then I just wanted to illustrate the relationship between the Keynsham bypass and the dwellings on Unity Road. So the development site is kind of over here, off camera, and this is facing away from it. This is referenced in the noise report, so I just wanted to give a little bit of context to this relationship. So we've got the existing proposed site plan, so there's not really many external changes proposed as part of the change of use, apart from a few things of note. So there's some disabled bays proposed in the car parking area, and a refuse area just here shown in orange. You can just see in green where my cursor is the provision of 2 air conditioning units, which are proposed to be on the front elevation. I'll point these out when I get to the elevation drawings. So the existing elevations of the building, so we have a roller shutter door as existing on the front elevation. And the existing floor plans, so it's got a really open floor plate, which is on the ground floor. There's some kind of offices and facilities at the moment as existing on the ground floor, and then a mezzanine level just over this office and facilities area. And then the proposed elevations, you can see that the roller shutter door is being removed, and an entrance door with sliding doors is being proposed, which will be a pedestrian access. So these are the 2 air conditioning units which I referred to earlier. These were originally proposed to be on the side elevation, but following discussions, they've been moved to the front so as to not have a potential noise impact on the neighbouring residents. So the proposed floor plan, so the area outlined in blue is the proposed track area, and then the purple hatched element will be the customer and staff area. So the entrance doors they're just here. And then this is the mezzanine floor level, which again will be a customer and staff area. So there's relatively small changes internally, though the track will be positioned in this location. So the application is recommended for permission, subject to a number of planning conditions, including a construction management plan, details of any extraction and ventilation, if any kitchen equipment's provided, noise limits, opening hours and delivery hours, and a financial contribution of £1,320 towards targeted training and recruitment will also be secured by way of Section 106 in accordance with the Planning Obligations SPD. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Izzy. So we have some speakers on this application. So without further ado, I'll invite Mr. Snell, who's a local resident, who's going to be raising an objection to the proposal. Obviously, Karina's explained that public speakers get 3 minutes to address the committee. So whenever you're ready. And if you just make sure you speak directly into the microphone so people watching online can hear you properly.
Is that about right? Perfect. Good afternoon. My name is Adam Snell, and along with my partner and 2-year-old daughter, we live in what is currently at least a peaceful and pleasant row of houses in Unity Road, which is about 35 metres from the proposed go-karting site. So we're fully aware as residents that we live next to a warehouse. But having said that, to date at least, planning policy and the application of sensible restrictions has largely maintained the balance between our interest as residents and the interest of local businesses. So the residents of Unity Road, some of whom are here today, have all strongly objected to the proposal, and we've cited a number of grave issues and concerns, and to date none of those have been satisfied or mitigated by Team Sports or by the Council. So to give you the bare bones of it, the application and proposed conditions are not for light warehouse use as it currently stands, but for a late night licensed entertainment venue that would operate for over 16 hours a day, from 7 in the morning to nearly midnight, 7 days a week, 364 days of the year. So for us, living around 100 feet away, the only respite we would get from the constant noise, traffic and antisocial behaviour is Christmas Day. Now, I probably don't need to tell you this, but not only would this cause significant harm to our amenities, but it's also completely out of context with the other businesses in the area, all of whom have much reduced opening hours and days in the week when they're not open at all. To compound our concerns, despite submitting many, many documents, Team Sport have deliberately made little to no mention of the fact that their sites have late alcohol licences, and no mention at all of the fact that a good deal of their income is generated through stag and hen parties. In a bid to reassure many objectors about their potential nighttime disorder, Team Sport stated, alcohol is only served after an event to drivers and is typically limited to 1 or 2 drinks per person. So you can imagine my shock to read that this statement is directly contradicted by Team Sport's own website, where they actively promote stag parties, and I quote, state, "If the drinks are going to be flowing, consider booking a coach to get everyone from place to place, or booking an Airbnb so there's somewhere for everyone to crash and nurse their hangovers." In the same document, Team Sport state that they are proactive in respect to promoting sustainable methods of travel and actively publish material on how to travel to their site by modes other than private car.
You've got 30 seconds left.
But yet again, their own website fails to back up these claims and offers no obvious publications of that nature at all. In fact, there's absolutely no mention of travelling to the site by any means other than private car. Simply put, what Team Sport is selling the customer and what they are promising the council are two very, very different things. The people of Keynsham have very little to benefit from this application, and the residents of Unity Road have everything to lose.
Okay, thank you very much for that.
Thank you.
Okay, the next speaker is Dom Gaynor, who is the applicant, obviously supporting the application. Thank you. And once again, you get 3 minutes and 4 seconds.
Good afternoon, councillors, and thank you for letting me speak to you today. My name is Dom Gaynor. I'm the CEO of Team Sport. We are the largest indoor go-karting company in the UK with 36 centres nationwide. We've been operating since 1991 as a business. At all of our centres, we work hard to ensure that we're a good neighbour and that we not only provide a high-quality leisure offer, but that we also provide a great place to work for our crew with excellent training opportunities and also social value benefits to our communities, working with local schools, charities and community organisations. The nature of indoor karting is unique. It requires large amounts of open plan floor space with limited columns and high ceilings. Industrial sites, therefore, provide the optimum space for our use. Our centres are predominantly located within industrial areas, often close and closer to residential areas than this site. Mindful of the policies that protect industrial uses, the site owner has put a significant effort into trying to attract industrial occupiers. Despite an extensive 30-month marketing campaign, no offers have been received from industrial users. Due to the physical site constraints and poor proximity to the motorway, the site is not suited to modern-day industrial occupiers. Our proposal will involve limited works to the building, meaning the site could easily revert to its former use if the karting use ceased. With regards to the impact of our proposal, we have carried out robust noise and transport analysis, which clearly demonstrate that the proposal will not have an adverse impact on our neighbours or the local highway network. We're pleased that both your environmental health and highways officers are happy with the proposal, subject to conditions. The number of people coming and going from the site is constrained, as we can only have 16 carts driving around the track at one time. In comparison, there is currently no restriction on the existing industrial use, such that there could be HGV movements happening 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We are really confident that we can operate without any adverse impact on our neighbours, and that the impact of the highway, and in particular the Broadmead roundabout, will be negligible and likely imperceptible. It is also important to note that our proposals will bring benefits, including securing sustainable employment-generating use for the site, which has been vacant for over 2 years and has therefore not been contributing to the local economy. Our proposal will create up to 40 jobs, which will be filled by young people from the local area. As we do in all 36 of our existing sites, we will work with local schools and charities, implementing initiatives targeted towards helping young people improve skills and qualifications and towards improving diversity within motorsport.
Could I ask you to start summing up, please? We're nearly on the red light.
To conclude, I'd like to thank officers for their positive engagement and for the comprehensive report. As set out in the officer report, we have demonstrated that the proposals comply with the development plan as a whole, and therefore planning permission should be granted.
Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Thank you. All right, so the final speaker is Councillor Waite again, member for one of the ward members for Keynsham East. We should have got you a throne to sit on today, given your presence. As was mentioned this morning, ward members get 5 minutes to address the committee.
Yeah, okay. There are 7 properties which are directly affected by this development. A section of Unity Road, cut off from the rest when the bypass was built in the 1960s. There are young families like Adams and older residents who have lived there for decades. It's a settled, quiet cul-de-sac, and I'm proud to represent them, as these people have been there a long time.
Yeah, could you put the microphone closer to your...
Certainly. Shall I start again?
Councillor Simon, did you hear any of that? Or you heard? Okay, yeah, if you just carry on, please.
Okay, I'll get much closer. You asked for it. This is noise from the bypass. There is noise from the bypass, the steady drone, which after you get used to it can be ignored. The trains pass at intervals and the noise can be quite reassuring. Currently the land in the front of the properties is owned by HGVs that go in and out during office hours to the warehouse. I was grateful that I was able to visit the property. It is a huge barn of a place, room for large twisting racing circuits on 2 levels and a bar area on the first floor. Team Sport explained their vision of 16 fast-moving go-karts, screeching brakes, engines revving and go-karts racing each other with crowds of people excitedly watching on. Since then, I have looked at their facilities online and at other sites and read the reviews. Team Sport offers entertainment which is loud and noisy, with many customers adding to their enjoyment by drinking alcohol, some to excess. Sadly, this property was not built to withstand such activities, for the location so close to residents is not appropriate. I am not convinced that the minor modifications proposed for the building would contain the noise. I talked earlier about the expected extra traffic along the A4, the Hicksgate and North Keynsham possible developments, the new Aldi store, Withys Green, Minsmere Road, the new recycling centre, and who knows what other extra housing is planned in the next few years by the new government. This development hugely increases the hours of business to the site, every day, including Sunday, up to 11 p.m. There will also be many more cars and coaches going through the traffic network. There is little road parking once the car park is full, with people coming to take their part in hen or stag do's. With such extra, possibly careless parking, there will be times when emergency vehicles won't be able to serve the residents of Unity Road. This council is a climate and ecological emergency council. I don't see any attempt in this application to increase biodiversity on the site or active travel to and from it. This company expects almost every customer to travel to the site in a private vehicle. They make no attempt to decrease the enlarged carbon footprint on this change of use. Why change it at all? I note the economic development team at Baines have objected because of the shortage of warehouse space, as well as Keynsham Town Council's 4 objections, and in particular, that objection contrary to policy KE1 of Baines' core strategy plans. Concrete application, where the council allowed a concrete business to operate next to nearby housing. On that occasion, the council was severely misled by the application, and now residents daily endure a damaging level of noise and pollution. Their complaints and the legal actions that have led to huge costs to the council, several illnesses to individuals, and much anger from the residents. The parallels are all too clear to see. You really don't want in the future saying, "I told you so." This application offers little benefit to the wider community of Keynsham, worsens the quality of life to the residents of the 7 properties of Unity Road, is not in line with many of the council's policies and aspirations, and if anybody from the area wants to go go-karting, there is a Team Sport go-karting facility on the other side of Bristol, in an industrial estate, far away from any residents. This is your opportunity to say no to this application. It is not appropriate on this site, which is quieter, although industrial, quiet, compared to what is expected here. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Waite. I've just noticed we've had an influx of people. Are you all here on, for the Unity Road application? No, which one are you here for, sorry? Okay, thank you. That's fine. Yeah, we'll be coming on to that in a couple of more items. Okay, thank you, Councillor Waite. We can now ask the officer some questions on this application. Can I just ask, first of all, Izzy, would you mind putting on the floor plans, please? I just want to see the layout. So, obviously, we've got the go-karting facility in the blue hatched area. And it's important to specify this is electric go-karts. It's not sort of your two-stroke diesel ones. And so the pink area is the sort of reception and hospitality area. So that's where there'll be a bar, I'm assuming?
Yeah, so the plans actually detail where the bar would be going. These would be internal works that wouldn't actually require planning permission because they would be internal, so it's not specified on the plans, but members can safely assume that they would be within the customer and staff area, either on the ground floor or in the mezzanine level.
And that is at the northern side of the building?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. Anybody got any questions? Councillor Gawley? Oh, no? Yeah, you sort of put your hand up, yeah.
Yeah, no, I had. I take note of what's been said, and I'm grateful for some of the insights that we've had. How possible is it to limit the hours so that it doesn't go into antisocial hours in the evening?
So officers have put a condition to limit the hours until 11 p.m. This is based largely on the noise assessment that was submitted, and also the fact that the last booking, I believe, sorry, let me just find it in here. The last session that can be booked is at 10 p.m., which limits the number of visitors on the site after 9 p.m. So I think there's around 16 people on the site at any, who can use the vehicles at any given time. So in the context of the noise assessment, officers feel like this is an acceptable condition.
Can I follow up? I mean, I don't think 11 p.m. is really sociable. If you've got kids or if you're old, I mean...
Save that for the debate. Okay. Collins.
Thank you very much. I've got two questions. A quick one for the officer and one for the highways officer, if I may. The first quick one for the officer is, in assessing the impact of this, did the officer check the Team Sport website? Yes or no is a suitable answer. And for the highways officers, I've noted that the highway assessment focuses on the impact on the operation of the A4 Broadmead roundabout. Now, I used to drive down that little road quite frequently because I had to take my son to the motorcycle school just under the bridge, and he took a long time and many efforts to take his test. And one of the things that I noticed about that narrow little road, trying to go along it, is that once you get round the corner, it is very narrow. And there are quite a lot of cars and sometimes lorries parked along it. So you end up going along like a bit of a chicane. I can see the residents nodding. And that, to me, seems to be quite a dangerous stretch of road for people who don't know it to be driving along it in possibly a state of excitement at night time in particular. And so what I can't see is the highways assessment on the safety elements of that road. So just anything you can say to help on that would be great.
Yes, in answer to your first question.
And in the answer to the second question, then the highways officer that reviewed this, and I've reviewed the work as well, we considered the impact of this against what's there already. So it's a warehouse or light industrial unit that could be accessed by many large vehicles per day. And now we're looking at a scheme that would, the vast majority of the vehicles going there would be cars and the occasional bus. So I don't think there's much of an impact in terms of road safety, really likely. And in many ways, the removal of larger vehicles is probably maybe a benefit.
Councillor Hodge.
Yes, I've got two questions, just building on the highways comments. Could we possibly, is there an image of the site in relation to Union Road, the kind of how the cars would come along Unity Road and then turn into the site? There's not a plan of it. where the residential houses, yes, that we're talking about on the left-hand side is there, and then they turn in. Okay. So, in accessing the site, would cars pass the houses from the route that they come from? So,
Yeah, back. The answer is no.
okay, I have a further question. Actually, I just want to be clear on the survey. There's 100. You've made the point that there'd be less heavy goods vehicles. How many typically were coming before? I haven't gone back to the original survey data. I've just gone to the report summary. So, is there kind of an assessment of what we're losing? And I noted it said we're estimating 123 car journeys on a Saturday during the operating hours, which seems quite a lot of cars down a residential road to me in the course of a Saturday, and I presume it would be the same on a Sunday. I just wondered how you came to those figures. So it's how many heavy goods vehicles are we losing, and what's the basis for 123 cars a day, possibly a coach, on a Saturday? Oh, sorry.
We're back. So in terms of the existing use, there was an assessment done by the transport consultant for the applicant who undertook a comparison of a potential, I think it was a B8 use on the site, light industrial use or distribution use, against what could be there with the go-karting. I don't think that went into exactly what type of vehicle it was. It just totaled the vehicles rather than large vehicles versus cars, and that would be very much dependent on the user of the warehouse or the facility. So I suspect it would be quite difficult to estimate precisely how many large vehicles we're talking about. And in terms of the 123 on a Saturday, again, it wasn't me that made the numbers, it was the consultant. They went away and looked at quite a few team sports sites. I think they surveyed 16, of which they defined 10 were comparable to this site, and then they made an assessment on that basis. And that 123 is 123 movements across the day. So put that in context.
Coaches turning in and out of that junction, was that looked at? Is it a wide road, or how would that be for?
The junction to the site, the access to the site, would have been designed for the largest heavy vehicle. So yes, it would be okay for a coach.
Yeah, and my second question is about the condition that Economic Development asked for. So they maintained an objection because of loss of industrial space, and they asked that with the sui generis use, if that was adopted, if there was a change of user on the site, could there be a condition that if there was a change of use, it went back to B8? Sorry, and you explained that, and I didn't quite understand why there couldn't be that condition. To the officer.
So I don't think that condition would pass the 6 tests in the MPPF for attaching conditions. The use which could be permitted as part of this application is a sui generis use. So any other use after that would be subject to a new planning permission anyway, and therefore I don't think it would be necessary to attach this condition. We would still have to have regard to the fact that this is in an industrial estate and assess any new use that would come forward on that basis. However, if the committee did feel it did pass the 6 tests of the MPPF, I have spoken to the applicant's team, and I know that they would be willing to add such a condition if the committee thought that was required.
My microphone now. Yeah, in my view, given that it's been applied for as a sui generis use, it wouldn't be necessary to add such a condition. It wouldn't add anything at all, therefore it wouldn't meet the conditions tests, so we shouldn't add it, even if the applicant's prepared to accept it.
Councillor Jackson, have you got a question? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I've got one or two. I'm assuming the question, or am I right in thinking that the question of licensing would be involved with the hours they could serve alcohol, and the normal restrictions would apply, because it concerns me, I don't know if the officers considered the implications of underage drinking, but whether people are under or over, presumably there's no control or check on if if the material that we've heard is correct, no control over how much somebody's consumed before they use one of these electric go-karts. So it looks like to me, a rather dangerous situation, but I wondered what the officer had considered with regard to the consumption of alcohol, which is presumably not at all hours, or is it?
Can I just say that's outside the scope of the planning consideration? Licensing is covered by other legislation, and it's not for the planning system to control alcohol consumption.
That's right, and obviously the owners would have to show due diligence in that anyway as well. Councillor Gawley next. And then you.
Sorry,
Chair, is it not relevant for the question of neighbours' amenity, how much alcohol is being consumed on the premises?
May I comment as a licensing committee member?
Okay, if you want to interject.
The prevention of public nuisance is one of the licensing objectives, but it has to be evidenced that there is public nuisance. So if there turned out to be a problem, the licence could be reviewed,
okay.
But you can't do it quia temit.
Thank you for clarifying that. It is outside the scope of planning. Yes, we can consider amenity, not just in terms of the activity of the go-karting, but indeed the hospitality element as well. Councillor Gawley.
Yeah, I'm just wondering about signage. Is it not possible that the participants could be signed to take the Broadmead Lane exit off the roundabout and then not go via Unity Road at all? Is there a way of doing that?
So that is the intended case, I believe, Dan. So they would come, this image showed it better. So this is the Waitrose, this is the roundabout. They would come round this way to access the site here. That's correct, yeah.
Is there a travel plan in relation to this use?
Yeah, I believe so. I think that's going to be secured by condition, or they might have already submitted it. I think it's condition
Okay.
as well, isn't it?
Yeah, thank you. Okay. Councillor Simon, you've got a question now.
Yes. On the noise issue, there's information based on a Tower Bridge location, but was that the only location for which noise evidence was submitted? Because obviously noise at the external envelope of such a building depends on the building type. And if they choose a nice brick-built warehouse, they're going to have less noise at the exit than a thin metal one like this. So are we satisfied that the noise evidence is sufficiently robust?
Yes, I am satisfied with this. There was a follow-up letter submitted to the Council on the 16th of August, which confirms that the measurements taken internally were a reverberant noise level in a large reverberant warehouse-type building, similar in size and construction to the building on the application site. So the applicant has used data from one of their actual facilities, and our environmental protection team is satisfied with this data.
Councillor Hughes, did I catch your eye?
Thank you. So, yeah, so just looking at that noise assessment. So the Tower Bridge one was done in 2013, is that correct? Okay. So this survey was done on Sunday the 19th of May between 8 o'clock at night and 11 o'clock at night. So we're looking at just a 3-hour window here.
So that survey window was to establish the baseline noise level at this site. So that's been undertaken between the latter hours of when the site would be open, which is likely to be one of the quieter periods of the day. So the baseline noise level has been taken. It wouldn't be fair to take that baseline noise level, say, at rush hour in the morning, because obviously the baseline would be a lot louder, and then, the data could then be skewed. So it's deliberately been taken at the quietest time of the evening to establish the baseline. And officers are satisfied that that's acceptable to do that on a Sunday at later hours. That's actually in favour of protecting the residents, because that baseline is then lower than, say, what it would be at rush hour.
Okay, but we don't then have any information to show the variation between a rush hour and those quieter hours. And I don't think it seems to give us any information about frequency of the frequency of noise events, whether there's reduced traffic during that period, and so therefore the events of noise are less frequent. Also, it doesn't seem to give us any information regarding the noise type. I mean, the hum of traffic is a different noise to the squeal of tyres on an indoor racetrack. So it doesn't seem to give us any differentiation between the two types of noise.
So the two receptors for the baseline noise survey did take they did record a baseline noise level for each of the hours. These are actually set out in the report. They ranged at position 1 between 41 and 47 decibels across that 3-hour period, and at position 2, 37 to 42 decibels across that 3-hour period. So they did account for fluctuation during that 3-hour period. In terms of the type of noise level, the type of noise, yes, this was largely traffic. No, it doesn't. The baseline noise level doesn't account for tyres squealing, etc., because that isn't present in the baseline. That's what the noise levels at the Tower Bridge site have been used for, to basically provide information to show that the noise level won't be significantly different. In terms of the frequency, our environmental protection team didn't raise an objection in that regard.
Thank you. And there's no acoustic barriers or control being put into the building?
No, the noise assessment didn't demonstrate that any of that was necessary because the noise increase is so small, and therefore that hasn't been requested by the planning officer or the environmental protection team.
I just want to clarify. I know it's not a planning matter, but has the licence been applied for or permitted for yet on the alcohol side of things?
I'm not sure on that front, I'm afraid.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hounsell.
Thank you, Chair. 2 questions. The first one very short. If this application was approved, there's a change of planning classification. It would become sui generis, which means anything that's not in another classification. Sui generis is a very vague classification. Could the officer just give 1 or 2 examples of other activities that could be allowed, that would be allowed under the sui generis heading?
So this application would only allow electric go-karting in this location because that's what's specified in this description. So that use itself falls within sui generis, which is the anything goes use class, but the description of development has to specify what that will be. So it couldn't operate as anything else under this planning permission.
You got a second question?
Okay, second question. Right, a bit longer here. When we make planning decisions, the first point is to see whether it accords with our core strategy, our local development plan. Now, the economic development team have pointed out in some detail that, in fact, the amount of floor space, the increase in floor space for the Keynsham area was set out in the core strategy 2014 has not been achieved. In fact, there was a net loss. So are we to just be looking at this one building in isolation, or should we be considering the policy of having available floor space for economic development?
Thank you. Yeah, so in terms of I will get to the answer to the question, I'll just kind of set the scene. So in terms of the marketing report that's been submitted, the economic development team have assessed that, and they haven't objected to the overall method of marketing, and do agree with the fact that it has been marketed and there's been no uptake for a period of, I think it's now 30 months, because this application has been in for slightly longer than since the report. In terms of the broader loss, yes, the needs assessment does set out that there has been a loss of industrial floor space across the district as a whole, but the employment needs assessment also sets out that there is a healthy level of supply relative to anticipated requirements within Keynsham. I think this has kind of been discussed at length within the report, but policy ED2A, which relates to allocated strategic industrial sites, which this sits within, has a presumption in favour of retaining these, but then goes on to list a number of criteria which aren't exhaustive, but are examples of ways that applicants may wish to challenge this presumption. So one of those is the marketing report, which we have accepted. But one of those is also the wider market signals in relation to the local settlement, so Keynsham. And the employment needs assessment does set out there is a healthy supply within Keynsham. So whilst the comments of the economic development team have been noted, and there's no suggestion that planning officers are arguing in terms of there has been a loss across the district, I don't feel as if, you know, from my planning professional standpoint, that there is a strong enough objection that this particular unit should be trying to address the wider issues across the district as a whole. It has addressed in terms of the individual marketing, it's looked at the local settlement, and therefore I've weighed that actually ED2A, that presumption has been successfully challenged. That is a matter of planning judgment, and if the committee did want to come to another conclusion, it would be within their gift to do so.
Okay, you want to follow up?
Thank you. Just coming back on that. The economic development team, or it could be your commentary, points out that there was some interest in this building if it was subdivided and there were other uses considered, and you went back, the council went back to the applicants who tried to, attempted to counter that. So how do we know if that there is no demand for this building if alternatives such as subdivision and alternative uses might be found? And just a second point is that we're all eager for the economic growth that the government is striving for. Is that relevant here in that the economy might have an upturn and there might be interest in this warehouse hopefully fairly soon?
So in terms of the alternatives, the policy ED2A, and I don't have it up in front of me, but basically says that in order to challenge that presumption successfully, then all possibilities as far as practicable should have been explored. We went back to them and asked the applicant to give a bit more information on some of the reasons that people had sort of, I guess, rejected the unit and didn't want to take it. So some of that surrounded not having an additional roller shutter door, subdividing the unit because the size of the unit was too large, and things like that. So they came back with a really, to my mind, quite robust response, which essentially set out that they had offered an additional roller shutter door, but that hadn't swayed people to decide to lease or buy the unit. And that the subdivision would be quite challenging because of the external area. And if you were to subdivide the unit, which you'd likely have to do long ways, not sideways, because of the way that the site is set out, that would leave very little room for circulation of HGVs in the car parking area to the frontage. So they did come back and provide additional information that they had looked at those options and they weren't practical, and therefore that's part of the basis that we've accepted their position on policy ED2A. In terms of economic growth in the future, I would give caution with taking that approach. We've got an application on the table before us now with the evidence submitted that we need to assess. We can't predict what may happen with the economy in the future, and therefore I don't think that we can weigh that significantly into the planning balance.
We should be mindful, of course, whilst it's sui generis, it is still going to be, if it's approved, an employment-generating use, maybe even more jobs than would be in terms of part-time, full-time, than the warehouse. Councillor Hodge.
Sorry, two further questions. I just wondered, is a site that offers alcohol sale, is that a material consideration versus a go-karting leisure site that doesn't offer alcohol as a sale? I presume the answer is no, but I just thought I'd ask.
Sorry, yeah, the two sites would still be the same use if that's kind of what you're asking. So there wouldn't be a differentiation in terms of use between the two.
The fact that it is going to be licensed for alcohol, the sale of alcohol, is that a material consideration?
I think the licensing is entirely separate. We can't say at this stage whether a license will be granted or not. I think that members need to consider the residential amenity.
So my second question was whether you'd explored 8 till 11, 7 days a week, which is what I understand the condition is. Did you explore with the applicants slightly shorter hours on a Saturday or Sunday, such as a Sunday, maybe 8 to 5, something like that? Was there any exploration of reduced hours?
No, there wasn't, because of the results of the noise assessment.
Although we would have the powers as a committee to amend those conditions and those hours. Councillor Warren?
Yeah, thanks. Mine was on about noise level compliance, actually, so here's a part on it. If this was to be permitted, would there be enough resilience in the council's ability to keep the noise level as promised? So if it goes above, we can close it?
Yeah, so there is a condition 4, which secures that the noise level must not exceed the typical background noise levels which are given in the assessment. So that has been recommended by our environmental protection team. Additionally, if there was reports of antisocial behaviour, again, Councillor Simons has talked about the licensing, but that could also be reported to our environmental protection team, who would have powers under their legislation to act upon that.
Okay, Councillor Jackson.
Two crucial questions. One, is this, well, have we any idea how many jobs are going to be generated by this business? And whether they'll be skilled or unskilled? And secondly, if I've understood rightly, if there's going to be a 10 o'clock booking for the last round, how many slots will there be in the day, and will that mean, or could we reasonably presume that, say, 16 people and their family and supporters would be leaving every hour, every 2 hours, coming? I mean, I'm not convinced about this number of vehicle movements, so perhaps it was made without knowledge that there were going to be these shifts. Can we have a bit of enlightenment, please?
Just in terms of traffic generation and movement, the evidence has been based on a series of surveys undertaken at other team sport sites. So there'll be fluctuations through the day. Some days will be busier than others, but it's very unlikely that they're going to be having 16 carts full every single half hour throughout the rest all day long. And the evidence presented in their package demonstrates that quite clearly. So yes, in theory you could fill it every single hour, but in practice no business operates like that.
Thank you. Can we, just regarding conditions, obviously one issue that's been flagged up is about potential noise and amenity. Can we just get some reassurance over the conditions? Which conditions have been imposed that will control the impacts of the use on surrounding areas?
So condition 4 is the compliance condition with the noise levels. Condition 5 relates to the hours of use, and condition 6 relates to the hours of deliveries.
Okay, thank you. And it was mentioned there is a travel plan, but that's not forming part of a condition. Or would that form part of the plans list and documents?
Well, the travel plan has been submitted as part of the application, but I don't believe it's conditioned as such.
So is that potentially a weakness? If we don't condition the travel plan, then we won't be able to take enforcement action against non-compliance with that. Is that something we should add on potentially as a condition?
It's something the committee could add on if they saw fit.
Councillor Hughes.
To be honest, I've read the travel plan and I'm not sure it actually offers any benefits at all. I mean, it seems to indicate that 48 to 49% of the people are going to arrive in a car, and another 48 or 49% are going to arrive in the passenger of a car.
Okay.
So it seems to indicate that only 2% will actually arrive through non-car methods.
Is that a question? Can we? Okay. If you want clarification, yes.
Yep, I would. And actually, the traffic survey information that was subsequently submitted does sort of demonstrate that, depending on the location. The vast majority of people will be arriving by car, but actually the level of car sharing is actually very high. It's the average is 2 or 3 per car, so that there's an element of reducing car impacts through that.
Okay. Any more questions before we move on? Excuse me, a bit too close to the microphone there. All right, we'll move on to the debate then. So it sounds like from the questions and the presentations we have from the speakers, and then the main issues really relate to potential noise and amenity implications on the surrounding area, the loss of employment, specific B-class employment, and also the traffic implications. So does anybody want to express any views on the proposal, please? Councillor Jackson first.
Chair, with respect, I didn't get an answer to the question of how many jobs this site would generate. That's my first point, and I think that's quite important because of the economic development teams arguing about loss of an employment site. Will it be compensated? Will there be skilled jobs? And secondly, we have a sequential policy CR1 sets out that in sequential tests they should be proportionate, etc. And then it goes on to argue, the applicant goes on to argue that this is the only location. Well, as ward member for Westfield, including Westfield Industrial Estate, which is mentioned as having a unit that would be available, I'm afraid I take exception to this. I think this business would do very nicely in Westfield, with people coming in from Shepton, Mallet, Frome and Somerset, as opposed to Bristol. So I was wondering what if one undermined the sequential test, what the implication of that would be.
Do you have a response?
Yeah, so sorry, Councillor Jackson. In relation to your first question, I don't have the employment figures in front of me, and I wouldn't want to give you a false number. In terms of the second question, yes, there was a unit identified in the sequential test on the Westfield Trading Estate. The sequential test is there to look at sequentially preferable sites. So this use technically falls under commercial leisure, which is an identified town centre use. So the sequential test essentially directs development like this towards a town centre, towards edge of centre, and then out of centre. Westfield Trading Estate, the unit there is also an out of centre location and therefore isn't sequentially preferable because it's the same in terms of its location in terms of the sequential test. So that's why it's been discounted, and we haven't said it's a sequentially preferable site.
Anybody else want to say anything? Councillor Hughes, you coming in on anything? Councillor Hodge? We're on debate, yes. So where we are at the moment, sorry, Sarah.
Can I just clarify? Yeah. So I was just going to clarify, in the application form, it says that there would be 40 full-time equivalent employees. Obviously, I've not dug into the detail or background beyond what those employees would be doing, but that's certainly what the application form says.
Thanks for clarifying that.
40.
Thank you. So we have a recommendation to delegate to permit, and we know that we can amend some of the conditions or add conditions if necessary, but I'll be interested to hear the views of the committee. Councillor Gawley? Yeah, oh, sorry.
Okay, so going back to the hours, it seems to me that if it's open 366 days a week from till 11 o'clock at night, it doesn't seem to me, and Monday through Sunday, it doesn't seem to me like there's been a lot of negotiation or a lot of leeway given by the developers for the residential community. And I would think we could look again at those hours so that then it's not as closing as late, particularly at weekends, particularly on Sunday night. I mean, bearing in mind there are families around there. I think we should be looking at conditioning that a little bit more tightly.
Thank you. Councillor Hodge?
Yes, I suppose my view is when I originally on paper read this application, I thought it could be a valuable leisure addition, but I think the alcohol sale does make a difference, and it was very much interesting to hear the perspective of a local resident and also the information that's supplied by the company that are going to operate this site, which was added a lot more concern, and I still have concerns about residential amenity, and I consider I would quite like to visit the site, and I wouldn't be able to support it without a change of hours, actually. So.
There's just an issue with if we want to change the hours, we're not necessarily able to do that, are we, Sarah?
Yeah, if I could just sort of...
I could a condition related to the hours, different hours, is that?
So just to explain, the situation is that the application form sets out the hours of use at the moment. So the business is being proposed based upon them being able to operate those hours. So to impose a condition upon them might mean that that permission is no longer viable in terms of it might not be implementable because it may not operate successfully with different hours. So as I was explaining to the Chair, if you did want the officer to explore if there was an option to reduce hours of use, my advice would be to defer the application for a conversation to take place with the applicant.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hughes.
Thank you. I think the complication with this application is that there's two halves to it. There is the go-karting facility, which is quite an interesting concept. I know it works elsewhere. But then you've got the restaurants and bar facility. And I think that's where, for me, a lot of the concerns arise. And at this point, we have no idea how our licensing will view this, whether they would put stronger restrictions on hours than the opening hours of the facility. So without understanding where the licensing are on this, it's very difficult to make a decision. I mean, I have some concerns about the acoustics, the noise reports. I think it could be more detailed. I think, based on the fact that the travel plan indicates that the vast majority of their activity is between 6 in the evening and 11 at night, so you can forget most of the rest of the day. There's going to be, and we know from the travel plan that the vast majority, if not all of them, are going to be arriving by car. It doesn't seem particularly sustainable. There are bus stops about 6 minutes walk away, and there's a train station about 15, according to this, maybe 15 minutes walk away. But that doesn't seem to be enough of an incentive to move away and make it sustainable. So I'm really not sure where I am on this one. My concern is obviously this push towards the stag and hen party type environments, with the focus being on that rather than being on the activity itself, and that does concern me.
Thank you. Councillor Warren.
Yeah, thank you. I find sometimes it helps to kind of talk it through aloud. I think licensing, although licensing isn't planning objectives, if you can sort of cover that yourself, licensing, I was chairman of licensing for six years in the olden days, and licensing is very strong. It's stronger than planning in some ways. They can stop someone dead and have done in the past. They can set the hours. However, they can't really set the hours below about 10:30. I wouldn't have thought on a Sunday. I'm just thinking, if I'm the operator and I've got people that are drunk that are turning up, I'm not going to let them on, because A, they're going to cause a lot of problems with what they're driving, then they cause an awful lot of trouble with the one that they're driving with. So you're not going to have a drunken person in charge of your vehicles that you've just spent a fortune for. You've invested a lot of money. If you've got two people that are too drunk and shouting and screaming and upsetting the good neighbours, then all of a sudden you're going to have a licensing regime come down like a bullet and you can be closed down. So I think there's that side of it. I think the licensing's not a problem for me, because they look after themselves, and having been in that position in the past, have actually closed places down for that reason. The noisiest, I've been go-karting once or twice. It's never very good, but did my best. The noisiest part was actually the cars. However, these cars being electric, not engines, should be quieter. So all that sort of I like. The issue you will have is perhaps noise of people that are then leaving at night. So you've got to have something to make sure they don't make too much noise when they're leaving. I think for this place to work, you have to get on with the neighbours, otherwise there's going to be no end of trouble. The cars, again, you get cars going in and out, but probably less cars than you have lorries at the moment. I think I'm right in thinking it was a depot, an HGV depot, with the R6 going in and out. So you've got the noise of them going out, so the cars will probably be quiet. It's just the people that are in it. With the noise levels of compliance, I mean, if it's possible, I'd like to defer this for a month, So the officer could go away and speak to the applicants on timings. And say, for instance, you could come back Saturday. I think you have to go to 11 o'clock because that's where they earn their living. They have to earn a living. But on a Sunday night, do people need to be in there at 11 o'clock on a Sunday? I don't know. But they could nearly shut at 7 on a Sunday. So I think, could I move a motion, move that the officer, we defer this for a month, and the officer can go away and talk to the applicants about the opening times?
So, based on the discussion that we've been having so far, you'd like to put forward a motion to defer this application in order for the officer to go back to the applicant to negotiate more reasonable opening hours and vary the dates and things. And it looks like you're happy to second that, Councillor Macaulay. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so obviously, in order that the applicant feels for it to be a viable business, they want to operate on the hours that they've submitted. The obviously needs a steer from this committee as to what, as a committee, on behalf of the community, we feel would be appropriate. So are we looking at, limiting hours on Sundays, for example, maybe being more generous on a Friday or Saturday, for example, thinking about weekdays? Yeah, so can we maybe have some idea from you as the person put forward the motion?
I think to be fair to the applicants, I think Friday and Saturday you can't change because that's where they're going to. And then Sunday, I'd like to bring back to perhaps 7 o'clock. I don't know how they. And Monday to Thursday, maybe 10 o'clock.
Okay, I'll come to Councillor in a second, but as a seconder, would you share that view of Councillor Warren?
I suppose I'm thinking in terms of it's a school night, isn't it? So, and if there are young families with school kids, then turning out with lots of people coming out in cars at 10, 11 o'clock at night is, during the week is quite late. But obviously this needs to be financially viable as well. So I guess there needs to be some negotiation with the operators. But on the understanding that we are, I think, as a committee, all concerned about the timing and the impact on the local community.
So, essentially, if we do defer and it comes back in a month's time, but the applicant has demonstrated they don't feel it would be viable to change those hours, obviously we'll have to make a decision on that basis. Councillor Hounsall.
Thank you, Chair. If this warehouse empty building was right in the middle of a industrial estate, I would think about this differently, but it's not. It's adjacent to a residential road. And so I have an in principle objection because I think there would be significant harm to the amenities of the residents of Unity Road against policy D6. Now, the word significant is a bit subjective. Some people would say the harm isn't significant, others would say it is. But I worry that the harm will be significant in terms of increased noise, increased traffic, and other disturbance. I'm also concerned about the loss of a warehouse in an area that's actually specifically set aside in our core strategy for that very purpose. So regardless of the hours, I would be objecting to this proposal as contrary to policy D6, possibly elements of D1, and I think it's policy ED2A. I think it's contrary to our core strategy placemaking principles.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hounsall. We have a motion, so we need to vote on that first, and if that fails, then obviously you can put forward the motion to recommend, we'll go against the officer's recommendation. If you could possibly just, again, think about the reasons should you take a vote. So can we vote then on, sorry, Councillor.
Yes, clarity, the hours of operation before included that the use of the facility finished half an hour before the closing hours. So if the officer were to negotiate that, I presume that would be the same. So the hours that have been put forward are till 10 o'clock on a Thursday and till 7 on a Sunday until 11 on a Saturday. But the operation of the site would be half an hour before that, which is... which is what is currently in there.
I think this is not a very good working machine here, but I think on the, as is on the Friday and Saturday, but I think the other nights I mentioned, that should be the closing time finished, people gone and empty, so you'd have to perhaps finish your racing at 9:30 in a week time and 6:30 on a Sunday.
Are you happy with that? Turned off, there we go. Okay, shall we take a vote on Councillor Warren's motion to defer? So those in favour? And those against? 5. I get the casting vote yet again. I've been listening to the debate. I understood the objections. Equally, we've had letters of support as well in respect of this proposal. The officer's recommendation is delegate to permit. I think we should give the applicants a second bite of the cherry and see if we can negotiate a negotiation of changing the hours. Then we'll bring it back hopefully next month, and then we can have another discussion about whether we're happy with that or we still have outstanding concerns. So, Councillor Hughes?
If you are going down that road, I don't know if it's possible to ask the applicants to share with us their intention in terms of their licence application hours in line with the opening hours of the business or not?
It's obviously outside the scope of planning, but obviously if they informally want to have a discussion and to give us some informal information, but it's not something we can control. So whatever they say, it won't be something that we will actually control through planning.
Councillor Hansel.
Just to clarify, does the fact that the committee might be minded to defer this for a month imply that in principle we're approving, it's just a matter of the conditions? I've got a fundamental objection, so will I be able at the next meeting, if I still have that fundamental objection, to be able to object?
Can I ask Simon that?
Of course, if a member is still predisposed, when it comes back to the committee next time, yes, I think in principle you're fine to hear what's put before you again in vote.
Okay, so I've got the casting vote, and I agree that we should defer the application until next month so we can negotiate some changes to the hours. Okay, thank you. We'll move on. Just a quick 5-minute break, and then we'll move on to the next item, which is hopefully not going to be as long to debate. That'll be for 14 Kenilworth Close. all her work today. You can go and have a hot chocolate or something stronger if you need to. Right, we'll move on to item 4, which is 14 Kenilworth Close in Keynsham. Are we okay? And I'll pass over to Ed, please.
Hi everybody. This is an application for a 3-bedroom house following the removal of the existing 2-storey extension. So we're in Keynsham, in the built-up area, predominantly residential, and there's no sort of overriding constraints such as conservation area or green belt or anything like that. So here you can see the site outlined in red on the left, and then on the right, that just gives an idea of the sort of built form and kind of character of density in the area. So this is the existing site plan on the left and the proposed on the right. So it will be slightly wider than the existing 2-storey extension. It comes out about 1.2 metres further to the side, but it doesn't go further back. You can see a small new single-storey projection at the front also, and the car parking layout, the bin store and the bike area to the right, and then the patio / garden area to the rear. So here's a look at the existing and proposed elevations. The existing is on the left-hand side, and the proposed is on the right. So like I said, it's coming out to 1.2 metres more at the side than existing. And then you've got new window detailing as well, and things like obviously a front door and the kind of porch roof as well. And this is the same format again, but with the floor plans. So here are some site photos just to give you some context, and hopefully they're helpful. So there's a footpath that runs along the side of these houses. That's where I'm stood on the left-hand side. You can see that the dwelling is, well, the existing 2-storey extension, which will become the new dwelling, is that end terrace house. Obviously a closer look there in the middle photo at the front. And then the photo on the right is the rear / side elevation. And here are just some photos within the road itself of the surrounding houses. So the officer recommendation is to permit for the reasons set out in the committee report.
Okay, thank you, Ed. Can I just clarify, is the extension being remodelled, or is it actually being demolished completely and the new dwelling built on its site?
Yeah, it's the description says removal.
Removal, thank you. Right, we have a speaker. We have Barry Priest, who's the agent supporting the application. As has been explained to you, you've got 3 minutes to address the committee. Thank you. We've got the same glasses, we've got the same yellow frames there.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and ladies and gentlemen of the committee. My name is Barry Priest. I'm Principal Architect at BPA Consultants, and I'm the agent for this application. The application was validated on the 12th of April 2024, and since then we've worked with the Planning Department to address issues raised by the officers, consultees and the neighbours. There now no objections from consultees, including the highway officer, who has agreed that the revised access and parking arrangements, which were the principal objections of the local residents, have been addressed and addressed. He's happy, and they've addressed neighbour concerns. The council requirement is for a 3-bed dwelling is 1.5 spaces per dwelling, which dictates 3 spaces for this development. But the proposals were modified to provide 2 parking spaces per unit to further ease residents' concern for parking in the cul-de-sac. The plans also show that East Welling will have cycle and bin storage areas with no impact on existing cul-de-sac parking. The application site is located on a corner plot, which is approximately double that of the other houses in Kenilworth Close. And the actual development area for the new house is currently occupied by a two-storey extension, which will be demolished due to poor design and construction, and the new dwelling will replace it practically on the same footprint. The new structure will be well designed and constructed. The window fenestration patterns will match those of the existing house, and it is completely in line with the Council's Housing Strategy Policy K1 in providing a sustainable and much needed additional unit of family housing in an area of high demand. Officer analysis from the report before you also confirms that the proposals do not represent overdevelopment of the site and in fact provide significant architectural and visual improvement. The rather protracted planning process has adversely impacted my client's health and financial well-being, and it was hoped that the extensive negotiations would have resulted in a delegated approval some time ago. I'm actually quite surprised that this was referred to the committee at all. It's hoped that the committee will today follow the recommendation of officers and the presumption in favour of approval and grant consent for this application. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ed, would you be kind enough to put the slide on showing the proposed and existing elevations? Thank you. Have we got any questions for Ed at all? Yes, Councillor Gawley.
Just a question, when was the two-storey extension put on?
I don't actually know. Not that long ago. I don't know if in my report there might have been, under the planning history, I don't know if it might be given there. The first number that the application starts with would be the year that it was submitted.
Are you able to just double check that, please, Ed? Any more questions?
Yes, could the highways, could we just clarify the loss of spaces for the neighbours in the road and the spaces that, the 1.5 that you've approved, how that all works out on the ground?
So in the development scenario, there'd be 4 spaces in the driveway area. There'd be 2 spaces for each of the properties. So
they don't require any on-street parking, and there's no loss of on-street parking places for other houses. Is that?
That level of provision is just slightly above our standard, actually. So there was sort of, given the parking stress in the local area, there was a sort of consideration of that, and that's why it's a total of 4 spaces rather than a total of 3.
So just to be clear, for other residents that might have parked in front of those houses, are they losing parking spaces or not?
There's no change to the driveway arrangements, so the on-street parking does not change either.
Okay, thank you. Ed, did you manage to find out? Yeah.
So the application for the 2-storey extension came in 2021. Without looking deeper, I can't tell you when in 2021. So you can, yeah, that's when the application was submitted.
Okay. Any other questions? Councillor Hughes?
Okay, yeah, I just want to clarify. I mean, so this design has no garage. There are no garages in there. Is that quite typical of this location, or?
Yeah, the whole street is like this, really. I don't think having garages is like a prevalent feature within the street.
What is a garage? Right, okay. Any more questions before moving on to the debate and discussion? Yes, Councillor Simon.
I'm just looking at the floor plans. I can't see a toilet in the left-hand house. Is that not an essential for a property like this?
Yeah, there's a shower room on the first floor on the left-hand side dwelling.
you satisfied that provides sufficient domestic facilities in the space available?
Is it because it's an existing use, therefore it wouldn't need to comply with current building regulations? Obviously, the new dwelling wouldn't need a downstairs cloakroom.
If you look at the left-hand, the existing floor plans, there are 2 rooms marked shower, so one of them might well be sufficient. What we're now losing is the larger of the 2 for the left-hand house.
I think that's outside the scope of our discussion. It relates to building regulations. The recommendation is to permit, but we've just got one more question from Councillor Jackson.
Sorry, I can't seem to find what materials are going to be used. Is it going to be red brick like the mother house?
It's going to match the existing, which is, I mean, there is variety in the area, but that is a sort of predominant material, so that the new materials would match what's there.
So we haven't got a condition that the materials must be approved by the officer?
Condition 2, I think we've got there. It shall match, material shall match the existing building, so obviously it needs to be the same as the adjacent property. Page 114. Yeah. Well, it says, match those of the existing building. What constitutes the existing building? Do we need to refine that condition if we're going to recommend approval? To be more specific, to say match the host dwelling or those kind of words?
You can do. I think the risk is relatively low. I mean, there is variety in the area. We're not in the conservation area.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, fairly standard condition. Okay, Councillor Hansel.
Are we starting the debate, or is... Yeah, right. I'm going to propose straight away that we accept the officer recommendation to permit.
Councillor Warren's going to second that. Shall we go to a vote? Yes. All those in favour? Okay. Yeah, and against, and abstentions. We've got one there. Okay, thank you. So that has been approved. Okay, we'll move on. We've now got to go to, just for the benefit of people who live in Cleverton Road, we've got one more item and then we'll be discussing the Manor Road development. So the next one is, where are we? So it's the Hollies Hillcrest in Pensford. Again, it's Ed to present this.
Yeah, so it's an application, like I said, in Pensford. We've got a 3-bedroom bungalow in the garden area of an existing house. So the main thing probably to recognise is that we're in the green belt and just outside of the housing development boundary. So that the housing development boundary is marked with that black line on the left plan there. And you can see the black dot is the existing house, and then the area to the south of that is the proposed siting for the bungalow. And you can see that in the middle plan with the blue and the red line. So here's some elevations of the design of the bungalow. And again, from the sides. And this is the floor plan and the roof plan. So fairly typical in terms of residential bungalow. So here are some site photos which are hopefully helpful. So we're in the garden area of the Hollies. Some time ago I was here now, but I think where you can see the sort of mound that's approximately where the bungalow would be sited. That sort of the slide on the goalpost is the garden area of the Hollies looking towards where the bungalow would be. You can see that sort of model on site. So we're looking towards the bungalow there. So there's an existing access to the site serving the Hollies, so the proposed would utilise that, and that runs, connects with this lane on the right-hand side photo, which then leads to like the more main roads in the area. So the officer recommendation is to refuse based on inappropriate development in the green belt and there not being very special circumstances.
Thank you, Ed. We have the Pueblo Parish Council. We have Paul Baxter, who's going to speak to the committee. Hi there, how are you doing? We noticed there's a model in the corner, but as I explained earlier, we can't, you can't present that because it's too late. We can only go off what's on the agenda and what the officers presented to us. It's just in fairness to the consultees, the members of the public, you know, we'll be presented with information that they won't have seen. But
Sorry, there was the model was actually made available at 2 public consultations. There are photos of it in the app, but don't look.
Okay, well, yeah, so obviously the public have seen it, and that's fine, but...
Could I clarify something before we go on?
Okay.
I'm a member of Pueblo Pensive Parish Council, and Pueblo Pensive Parish Council have supported this application for the reasons that I'm going to outline. But I'm actually here to speak on behalf of the applicant who is busy teaching at the school and can't attend, so I'm speaking for him, in fact.
So you're speaking as on behalf of the applicant, that's fine, thank you for clarifying. Okay, we've got 3 minutes to address the committee.
Okay, this application is outside the housing development boundary and it's in the green belt. It can only be allowed in very special circumstances where the harm of the proposed works, the green belt legislation, are outweighed by the benefit of allowing the works. Harm can include appearing in far-reaching views, restricting the amenity value of open spaces, impacting on the character of historic towns and villages, and arresting urban sprawl. Attributes deemed to be beneficial include good architecture, the provision of jobs contributing to the drive for zero carbon, or any identified national undertaking like defence or national infrastructure. The nation's housing shortfall is not enough on its own, but it is a contributing factor to very special circumstances. So Lane's End is the last plot on a dead-end lane that turns into a wooded slope. It can't be seen in any far-reaching views, and it's not currently open to the public because it's private. It's next to the housing development boundary, and it's in the garden, which is classified as an urban site, which is preferable to greenfield sites for the provision of housing. And as such, we feel that it treads rather lightly on the stated aims of the Greenbelt legislation. In terms of benefits, the building is beautifully designed. It's better than anything we could hope to expect from a mass builder, and it enjoys the support of all of its immediate neighbours, which is unheard of. There's no need to describe it. You've seen the pictures. The main benefit of the development is the heating system. So 60% of domestic energy consumption goes on space heating. Lane's End has a new interseasonal heat storage system designed specifically for this house that will heat the property with no external energy inputs and zero CO2. It doesn't rely on imported technology, mined materials, or external grids or systems like wind farms or power stations, which obviously have their own enormous carbon footprints. There's no toxic waste or landfill, there's no spent batteries to dispose of, and its only moving part is a solar-powered pump. The roof is a solar thermal panel that heats water in a coil and pumps it through 200 tonnes of insulated soil and rubble under the floor. The heat capacity of compacted soil is very high and its thermal transmission is very poor, and once it's heated through, it contains enough thermal energy to meet the building's heating requirements without any external inputs. There's a lot on the system in the application, which I'm sure you have. The heat for the house in winter is captured in summer and then stored in a giant battery made of soil and rubble, which is dug out on site. The pipes are plastic, the mass is inert, and if all of Britain's homes were heated this way, it would be the equivalent of decarbonising all of UK industry. This represents a huge step forward in the drive for zero carbon. It will be the first single bill to use this system, and if successful, will provide zero carbon winter heating for a single domestic property in the UK for the first time. We're not going to hit zero carbon without a solution to space heating, and that solution may well be in front of us right now. It has the support of its neighbours, its parish council, and the qualified support of Transition Bath, and we hope you'll support it too. We've identified the problem of global warming, but we do now need to find and encourage solutions to it. You couldn't ask for much more from a bungalow, and we feel this justifies the development, and we hope you do as well.
Thank you very much, and that was great timing. Can I ask any member if they've got any questions to ask of Ed, Councillor Collins?
Thank you, Chair. Ed, as I read the report, It seems to me that, and I'm just checking my understanding of what's in the report here, it seems to me that the officer assessment is that this would present special circumstances if you could be clear that the sustainability benefits would be provided, but that you can't be because it's new and experimental. So can I just be clear, if it hypothetically works, would that be enough to justify it as special within the Greenbelt?
I think it would definitely start the conversation and assessment. Obviously, we haven't gone that far, but that is sort of the main issue, is that we basically don't know whether it will work. So that's a risk as officers are concerned, that we potentially give planning permission for new house in the Greenbelt without a solid confidence that we know that it actually works. So for that reason, we don't believe that the sustainability benefits present very special circumstances.
Sarah, do you want to come in?
Yeah, if I could just come in. So, as we all know, development in the Greenbelt, new development in the Greenbelt is inappropriate by definition, and it should not be allowed. The policy is one of the strictest policies that you can have, that we have. It is very clear that it should not be allowed unless special circumstances, very special circumstances exist. As I understand it, in this case, and as in often would be the case, an applicant might propose circumstances that they consider to be special, and in this case there are circumstances proposed in relation to sustainability benefits. What the committee have to grapple with in any case that is proposing new development in the Greenbelt are those circumstances that are proposed very special, so special that they override this very stringent policy test of not allowing development in the Greenbelt. So very special circumstances wouldn't usually exist if they could exist over and over and over again, because that would make them not very special. So I think members just in considering this need to have that in their minds, that the purposes of Greenbelt policy is to not allow development in the Greenbelt, and are any circumstances, not just the ones that Ed, in this case obviously they're ones specific to this site, but are they very special? And that's what you must have in mind, because it's not just a case of will this happen or won't it happen? Can it be proven? It can't be proven, because that could apply to any development in the Greenbelt. We could have lots and lots of new houses coming forward in the Greenbelt that say we're going to have sustainability benefits, and we don't want the test to be, do they work? That's not how you should be considering this. What you should be considering is, are these circumstances that are being put before you very special circumstances that override the stringent test of Greenbelt policy? Does that make sense? Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Jackson.
I think this one is an exception in that we're not talking about development attached to a farm or out in a remote area or not part of a settlement. This is a site which is on the edge of literally cut across by the housing development boundary, and I can't quite get my mind around how it would impact on the openness of the Greenbelt, because of the way the land appears to fall away and be, there's quite a verdant coverage of trees, so it's not going to sort of impinge on a hilltop or anything. But the question is really, isn't it, are these very special circumstances? And when I read the officer's report, I was profoundly depressed, because if we can't allow a bit of flexibility for an experiment, it's unfortunate. And I did wonder, the question I want to ask, there is a question. I get a Canadian planning news feed streaming into my computer. This looks awfully like something that might be found in Canada, and I wondered if the officer was aware of any kind of system having been trialled elsewhere outside the UK.
So, has there been any demonstrable example of this that you're aware of? No. Councillor Hounsell.
No, it wasn't a question. I was just indicating in debate I'd like to speak.
Thank you. Councillor Crossley, you got a question? No, no.
Yeah, so I've got a question. I was just looking at the Sustainable Construction report, the last report before your report, and it was still at scope revision with unanswered questions. Were there responses to those questions? Sorry if I missed them somewhere.
Yeah, there was. I think so because it had been going back and forth for some time, and it is sort of quite technical and complicated. Our sustainable construction officer essentially ended up just having direct contact with the applicant. So there were further conversations that took place, but ultimately, there's no data or evidence that we can be given that shows that the sustainability benefits will work as proposed.
Councillor Gawley.
Forgive me, but it seems to me operates as a similar principle to a ground source heat pump. Is that correct? In which case, basically, because that's sticking a coil down in the earth to try and get the heat from the earth, whether it's concrete and rubble or soil has been moved. So therefore, that's a proven method of heating, as far as I understand. But I'm just wondering whether you'd made a comparison with those two, in which case it's not groundbreaking, and is it similar to a system that already operates?
I don't know a lot about heat pumps and things, but I know that this is quite different. And our sustainability officer has said that if it does work as sort of predicted, then it would go above and beyond our typical sustainable construction policies. So yeah, if it does work, then it is sort of, if you want to say groundbreaking. So it does go further than typical sort of heat pumps and things like that.
Mr. Baxter's sort of getting my eye, but I'm afraid under our constitution there's no right to reply. I know it's very frustrating, but obviously we're having our debate. Well, we will be having our debate shortly, and obviously the officer is the focus for answering the questions. Okay. So we've got a recommendation to refuse, and the principal reason is because it's in the green belt. Obviously, we can look at the design. We may consider that to be, high quality. We may feel that, the proposed way it's fueled and powered is quite exciting and sustainable. There is a question: is it a brownfield site because it's in the garden of an existing property on the edge of the settlement boundary? So, Councillor Hounsell, you want to?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Right, our Greenbelt policies are robust, and they're the strongest policies we have. They're not woolly like some of the other policies. And it's very clear that building in Greenbelt is, by definition, inappropriate unless there are exceptional circumstances. And I'm just reminded of a planning application a while ago in Mead Lane in Salford for a cutting-edge, eco-friendly building, and that was refused because it was outside the housing development boundary and in Green Belt. Now, Green Belt boundaries are only changed through a local plan. It's not for us to be changing the green belt boundaries. The boundary is the boundary, and we know that people would like to extend houses across a boundary or to build new houses. I'm afraid our policy is absolutely crystal clear that unless there are exceptional circumstances which might need substantial public benefit or whatever, it should be refused. I don't think exceptional circumstances have been demonstrated in this case, and so I would propose that we agree with the officer recommendation to refuse.
Okay, thank you. Who's first? Ladies first, or yeah, Councillor Hodge. No, that's a motion, yeah. I mean, do you want a second?
I'm happy to second that motion for the reasons set out by Councillor Hansel.
Okay. Yeah, no, I agree, absolutely. I agree with everything that Councillor Housel said. I mean, we have a system where we decide where the housing development boundary is through a democratic process, which includes public consultation. We decide as a community where our boundaries are going to be, and it's not for us or one application to change that. So, absolutely. And I think if this technology is groundbreaking, fantastic. But testing it is not unique to this position. There are lots of sites you could find to test the application. It doesn't have to be on this site. So I agree, and I will support the proposal.
Thank you. Councillor Collins.
I have to say that I share Councillor Jackson's feeling of depression on this. I think the comments made about the importance of the green belt, I absolutely get. I'm afraid I have to say I don't find that this report is very helpful in the way it's set out, because I am still, at this moment, not 100% clear, despite the officer's attempt to explain, whether sustainable development of a particular and exemplary type would be special circumstances. If it wouldn't, it doesn't matter that this is experimental. But if it would, to refuse it purely on the basis that it's experimental seems to me to be turning things on their head. Because surely, if anything is special, it's something that is so groundbreaking that we don't have the data, and it is experimental, and by definition, it would be something that is very, very unique. So but we don't have, I don't think we have the ability from this report to take that view, because having made the decision that just because it's experimental, it doesn't meet the test, we then don't have enough analysis around it, I'm afraid, I feel, to say, but how then would it balance within the Greenbelt? So I think I'm going to have to go with the officer recommendation. I find it personally quite upsetting that we are not putting more effort into considering how we apply our policy to encourage zero carbon development, and if that is a special circumstance in the Greenbelt, to treat it as a special circumstance and take it seriously. But I get exactly what we have to do in policy terms, but I just feel strongly enough about this that I wanted to say that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Warren.
Yeah, I think it is exceptional circumstances, to be honest with you. Somebody's going to try it, and I wish them the very best of luck if it happens. If everything was written in blood, we wouldn't have a committee. We're talking about a democratic process. This is a democratic committee. Public consultation is been to the public in Pensford and Pueblo, who are actually quite keen for it. Again, there's Greenbelt. Yeah, sure, it's down a lane with houses either side. Is it going to hurt anybody? No, it's not. I think only good can come out of it. So if I was making, I would actually recommend that we overturn the officer's recommendation. However, we have a motion that's been put, but I won't better support the motion.
All right, thank you. Yeah, I mean, it is a difficult one, isn't it? We're up against a wall here because, we do have to value the strength of the Greenbelt policy. And yes, I'm inclined to agree with Councillors Jackson and Collins here. It is an exemplary design, and it certainly is something we should be supporting. However, there are developable sites where this kind of model could be tested, and then if that is deemed to be successful, then that can be presented back to us again with a demonstration that it is actually a special circumstance, and we could then allow that into the Greenbelt. Councillor Jackson.
I sort of thought that Greenbelt originated from legislation passed in 1948 by a Labour government, and that the incoming government was inclined to be more flexible on the definition of Greenbelt uses than the previous government. So it is actually a rather a top-down thing rather than a bottom, grassroots up thing, if one dare say that about Greenbelt. In all seriousness, I was wondering the other way around, because I just think these are very special circumstances, and in a time of climate emergency, anything that is going to reduce our carbon footprint is a good thing. And I was wondering, if it doesn't work, could the building be removed under enforcement?
Yeah, the answer to that would be no, it couldn't be removed. So if you were to permit this and it was constructed and this technology went in and it didn't achieve what it was suggesting it might achieve, then no, it would not be reasonable to expect the building to be removed, and we couldn't put any sort of restrictions on the development to demonstrate it and remove it afterwards. So just to go on to say, with regard to policy, I mean, policies are the policies that you have at the moment, and substantial harm must be given substantial weight must be given to the harm to development in the green belt. In this case, this is development that's proposed in the green belt. That is what the policy says. That is what you must apply as it stands at the moment. And the very special circumstances being put forward in this case, obviously, is something for you to consider, although they are unproven technologies, and we would suggest that they should not be given very significant weight enough to overcome those very special circumstances test.
We have a motion and it's been seconded. Does anybody else want to speak before we vote? Councillor Cross.
We have a Greenbelt policy. The correct process is for the village parish council with Paul May to lobby to get the boundary changed. And then we have a debate about what that changed boundary is. And if that changed boundary includes all the space between New Road and Old Road, then we can accept any planning application that comes forward to it. The fact that this is using revolutionary techniques to build it to be zero carbon is not a planning issue. We really should be working hard as a council to actually insist that all new housing met this standard, not just individual ones. So the correct process to everyone who's here is to go back to your parish council, go back to Paul May and lobby for a change to the plan to include a wider area between Old Road and New Road, and then it becomes not an issue. If that is the new boundary, then it's within the new boundary and we can just grant it. If it's not in the new boundary, then this argument, we lose any credibility about protecting any part of the green belt anywhere in the authority, because someone just said, this is new technology, you gave it over here, therefore you gave it here. And you can hear from my colleague to my right here. We've already refused one of those on that. So the correct solution, change the planning boundary through the local development plan process, and then come back when you've done that.
Thank you, Councillor Crossley. Yes, there is that's a very strong point. We are reviewing the local plan as we speak. As soon as the National Planning Policy Framework is adopted, then at least we know what our policies, or what policies we have to follow. And yes, you're perfectly correct. The process would be to get that site into the development boundary and out of the green belt. We are being told that we may need to double the number of houses that we have to build in the district, so this site could easily qualify, particularly because it's on the edge of a village. It may be deemed to be a sustainable location, as well as a sustainable construction. But I think I might be inclined to agree with Councillor Crossley on this. Councillor Hodge, did you want to say something else?
I was only saying I didn't give my reasons for seconding, but they were set out very well by Councillor Crossley, which is exactly what I feel as well.
Shall we take a vote on Councillor Hounsell's motion to support the officer's recommendation to refuse, seconded by Councillor Hodge? All those in favour? All those against? Any abstentions? One. Thank you. So the motion's been carried and planning permission has been refused, but maybe it's a little bit premature, and get the green belt policy changed and we can review it again. Thank you. Right, the next item is Manor Road, number 14 Manor Road, Saltford, although the site is accessed from Clareton Road on the site. Ben is here to present that. We'll just give you a second to plug yourself in. Councillor Hounsell, you're stepping down after the presentation. And Yeah, just for the purposes of people watching online, Councillor Hounsell is going to be speaking on behalf of this application. So once the officers made their presentation and we've heard the speakers, he'll leave the room and not take part in any of the debate or make a vote. We're just getting the relevant slides up. Okay, over to you.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I'll just do one sort of verbal update. Condition 12, the construction management plan. I'd just like Officer Delegated Authority, if it's approved, to amend the reason for that condition, condition 12, just to add in there into the reason protection of neighbourhood, nature area planting within verge. And just one other update, we'd just like to add an additional condition that the refuse and recycling storage area within the verge is only used for the receptacles on refuse and recycling collection days and the preceding day. So again, just if it's approved, delegated authority to add that extra condition in. So, yeah. So the application is for erection of a two-bedroom dormer bungalow within a suburban location, and there's a new access proposed onto Claverton Road. So turning to the site, it's within Saltford. It's within an area of large to medium-sized properties with gardens of similar size. There are a number of infill developments within the area, which again sort of medium to, of a sort of generally medium to small size. So this is the proposed building. It's a chalet bungalow, two-bedroom chalet bungalow. It's a low building, so and pitches away from the boundaries. So its impact on the adjacent properties is considered to be not significant in terms of any overbearing or loss of light impacts. In terms of the property to the north, there's an existing mature tree in their garden which will take away some light from their garden at the moment as it is. But given that it's a low-scale building, we feel there isn't an impact on, in terms of those overbearing impacts. In terms of overlooking, there are no windows that are going to overlook neighbouring properties. There are two Velux windows. To the north, that's a high-level window, so it's 1.7 from finished floor level. And to the west, that's to a stairwell, and that's going to be fixed shut and obscured glazed. So it's just showing the floor area of the building. So two-bedroom chalet bungalow, the living and kitchen area towards the rear side, sort of set back from the frontage. I'll just sort of return to this. I just also should point out that the building is set back behind a highway verge. It's a grassed verge. You've got that same type of verge on the opposite side of the road as well. The only incursion to that is an access running across the verge. The access actually already has a licence for that access to be formed. And on the adjacent highway verge, it's a site that's been designated as a sort of nature neighbourhood nature area. So there's some planting beds that have been put in there with involving local residents and the grounds team. So there are 2 beds there at the moment that are planted, and the access doesn't affect the bed. The beds are adjacent to that, and there's also a lot of other space within the verge that could be used for such beds or planting. Yeah, so this is the design of the property. The properties in the area are typically 1950s, with rendered walls, clay tile roofs, projecting gables, bay and dormer windows. So this building's been designed to be in keeping with that. It's of a traditional design. It's got a tiled roof, it's got rendered walls, it's got a feature porch, it's got a steeply pitched roof, typical to the properties in the area, and detailing in terms of the dormer and the porch, etc. So we feel this is very much in keeping with the character of this area. It's been carefully designed to do so. This is a SketchUp view, just to give an impression of what it would look like. And so just turn to the photographs. You've got the application property in the near ground in the left-hand photograph. There's a garage adjacent to the boundary, then the adjacent property to the site is beyond that, and you can see the grass verge which we've discussed. The right-hand picture is within the site, looking back towards the host property. So this is useful because it shows the adjacent property to the left, and also shows the planting beds, which won't be directly affected by the development. And that shows the grass verge on the opposite side of the road. The right-hand photograph shows the existing tree in the neighbouring property, which is close to where the proposed building is going to be situated. So this just to show an example that there's a mix of properties within the area, substantial 2-storey properties, but also bungalows and chalet bungalows. So the left-hand picture shows actually adjacent to the host property a bungalow, sort of typical to the area, and then the right-hand photograph shows on the opposite side of the road a chalet bungalow. So just to kind of sum up on the issues, the building is set back from the frontage, similar to other properties in the area. There's a variation of setbacks. We feel this is in keeping with that. The plot size is not uncharacteristic of other plot sizes within the area. It's actually quite a wide plot, so from the street frontage it appears to be set within a suitably spacious plot. The design is in keeping with the area in terms of its materials and detailing. There have been issues raised in terms of access, but the Transport Development Management have looked at it and advised that there aren't any issues in terms of visibility, etc. It's typical of other properties on unclassified roads where you have driveways where the owners will either reverse into the driveway or they'll drive in forwards and reverse out, egressing from the site. So it's a typical situation. It doesn't raise significant any highway safety issues. There is a school further down the road that's about 100 metres away, but there are no highway grounds for refuse, in our opinion. In fact, under the existing situation, the application could provide an access in that location without needing planning permission, because it's they would need planning permission to change the use of the land of the highway verge, but in principle, when you're providing access to an unclassified road, it generally doesn't require doesn't require planning permission, so that would be unlikely to be an issue. So yeah, that sums up my presentation on that case.
Thanks very much, Ben. We have 3 speakers. I've got Rob Hannon, who's a local neighbour. Yep, okay. If you want to come to the table, please. And as has probably been explained to you, members of the public get 3 minutes to address the committee. And I'll give you a little nod when we get to 30 seconds before we're at the end. So, thank you.
Hello, thank you for allowing me the time to speak. My name is Rob Hannon. My wife and I are the owners and residents of 2 Claverton Road next door, and I'm also speaking on behalf of neighbours who wish to object. The planning application states the new dwelling is adjacent to 14 Manor Road. This is misleading, as the development requires a new access in Claverton Road over council-owned neighbourhood nature land. The impact is therefore upon Claverton Road during and after construction and not Manor Road. The privacy of 2 Claverton Road is seriously affected. This is not adequately addressed in the application. The main entrance and drive access will directly face the side entrance, kitchen sink window and utility window of 2 Claverton Road, which are elevated. The building, whilst described as a chalet bungalow, offers accommodation over 2 floors with roof lights. The landing and bathroom windows will overlook 2 Claverton Road. There will be noise disturbance as the main entrance and driveway abuts the kitchen of 2 Claverton Road and is directly below a first-floor bedroom. A quiet back garden will become an area for vehicles, occupants, visitors and deliveries coming and going day and evening. The bin storage and tap area is unacceptably close, resulting in noise disturbance and possible smells. The height of the new build will result in overshadowing and will block and restrict natural light from the front and side entrance of 2 Claverton Road. The new dwelling will be the only building without a front garden or a front entrance. The external front wall is considerably forward of the building line of numbers 2, 4 and 6 Claverton Road and is completely out of character and scale with the existing houses. There is an overdevelopment of the site where until recently there were 6 mature trees. A previous planning application at 16 Manor Road opposite was refused due to limited site depth, resulting in a cramped form of development out of keeping with the road. 14 Manor Road would be no different and in fact has a smaller back garden than 16 Manor Road. The neighbourhood nature area will be reduced with a driveway and bins, not in keeping with the other side of the road. It will be directly overlooked by bedroom windows, taking away the privacy and peaceful setting it currently enjoys. The NNA has been planted up with flower beds and bulbs on both sides of Claverton Road by volunteers and pupils from Salford School who are actively engaged in looking after it. Only 1 parking space can be provided within the land owned by 14 Manor Road. The entrance access is over NNA council-owned land where anyone could park. Claverton Road is a busy route to school with young children on foot, on scooters, bikes and parents with pushchairs. The new access will be a blind spot behind the wall hedge of 2 Claverton Road, with vehicles parked on the opposite side of the road. This will have a dangerous impact on children and parents using this part of the road. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next person to speak is Mr. Blake, John Blake, who is the architect, obviously supporting the application.
That's right. Are we still turned on? Yep. Thank you, Chair and Committee. I'm the architect for the proposal and also speak for the applicant. There are 5 areas of concern expressed by the Parish Council, the local councillor and the residents. Firstly, parking and child safety. A new pavement crossover was agreed in principle with the Baines Highway Department prior to submission of the application. We understand concerns regarding children going to school, but this new access will not be significantly different to the pavement crossover points to all the existing houses along Claverton Road and will have better visibility than many of them. Secondly, proximity of the proposed bungalow to the frontage of the public space. The plans have been amended to bring the front line of the building 1.2 metres back from the boundary. This setback enables a low boundary wall to be built in front of the dwelling, thus providing the defensible space between the public realm and the face of the building. Thirdly, the loss of green space. There is approximately 420 square metres of rewilded verge along the section of the road, and whilst protection and encouragement of these biodiverse spaces is important, it should be recognised that only 12 square metres, less than 3%, are being removed by the drive to the new dwelling. There are benefits in having a dwelling overlooking a wildflower area, as it provides a level of surveillance that will ensure that it is maintained as it is intended. Fourthly, construction disruption. There are obvious concerns that the construction will restrict parking, create noise and dust, and endanger children travelling to school. Any consent will impose a condition requiring construction management plan to be submitted to the Council, which will include restrictions on delivery times, noise and dust control, and contractor parking instructions, all of which will be part of the contract preliminaries imposed on a principal contractor. Finally, the alteration of the character of the area. As stated in the Planning Officer's report, the proposal is a detached chalet bungalow, of which there are several in Claverton Road, and is consistent with the range of buildings in the area. The design of the building with its traditional flared overhanging eaves and detailing is very similar to one I designed not far away in Uplands Drive, Salford, which has successfully sits amongst a mix of 1950s houses and 1960s bungalows. The statement by the applicant. My parents lived at 14 Manor Road and always told me to sell off the garden when they died. My father died in 2017, my mother died in 2023. Obviously, this application has potential financial benefits for me, but I believe others will benefit as well.
30 seconds.
I am a GB partner, and I'm aware of the problems with finding affordable housing for healthcare workers. There is a housing shortage both nationally and locally. Unless affordable housing is built, healthcare workers may struggle to live locally. A small bungalow and the reduction in the cost of the main house should help in a small way. Furthermore, building in the back garden means one fewer houses need to be built on greenfield sites. I hope you will approve the application.
Spot on 3 minutes there. Thank you so much. Right. The final speaker on this application is Councillor Duncan Hounsell, who's obviously given up his seat on the committee to address us. Obviously, you're the ward member for Salford.
Thank you, Chair. There have been a number of recent planning applications for new builds supported by the Parish Council and myself involving the efficient use of space in Salford Village. This application, however, is a cause of significant concern. The entrance to Claverton Road lies between numbers 14 and 16 Manor Road. They both abut matching long rectangular green public spaces with narrow widths in Claverton Road. In 2004, a mirror image planning application for 16 Manor Road for the erection of a rear dwelling in its garden was refused. That application was refused by reason of limited site depth, resulting in a cramped form of development out of keeping with the street scene, character and layout of this part of Salford. The case officer argues that because the application at number 16 was an outline application and there was potential for a two-storey property, that this application is different in that a chalet bungalow is specifically proposed. The officer also argues that the policy framework has changed. It's pure conjecture that the past application at number 16 would have been acceptable if a chalet bungalow had been specified. I contend that the rejection of a rear dwelling at number 16 was an in-principle objection to any rear dwelling at this location. The officer gives the previous refusal very limited weight. I would suggest that the previous refusal at number 16 should be given significant weight. Our current policies give sound planning grounds for refusing the application today. In my view, the limited site area and constraints of the location have led to an unbalanced architectural design with incongruous features. The proposed dwelling would have no front garden but directly face the public green space in front. Indeed, part of that valued public green space is lost to provide the driveway crossover. The proposal harms local character and distinctiveness contrary to policy D2A, in particular the existing layout of the street. It's contrary to policy D2F, as it doesn't reflect local architectural styles, patterns, rhythms and themes. It would be the only property in the street without a front garden. It's contrary to policy D3L, which refers to continuity of street frontage and relating positively to the street. Is contrary to policy D3H, which refers to the need for privacy. This would be the privacy of any occupant of the new property with the bungalow frontage close to and facing directly onto the green public verge area. It would also affect the privacy of any member of the public enjoying that public green space. There could also be loss of privacy to the neighbours at number 2. This application depends entirely on transferring a parcel of Baines land to give driveway access to a private property. The fact that this parcel is small is irrelevant. This land is public and valued as evidenced by the neighbourhood nature designation. It's what children see as they walk to school. It's part of the village's green infrastructure, not to be given away without obvious public benefit. The fact also that biodiversity units or credits would need to be purchased elsewhere to achieve the 10% biodiversity net gain illustrates how this proposal is of no benefit to the Salford community. You may ask questions about the status of the crossover. Who owns it? Is it a parking space? What if a member of the public on the school run decided to park there? The access is concealed from the view of pedestrians moving from the school towards Manor Road, as it is set back and hidden by the corner boundary of 2 Claverton Road. The existing wall and hedge create a blind spot. If you are uncertain about your decision, because many of the arguments relate to the street scene and the location, come to Salford to conduct a site visit. Claverton Road is the home of Salford Junior School and the attached nursery. During the day, Claverton Road is a quiet road. However, it is at the start and end of the school day that you would see the congestion from cars arriving and parking and the steady stream of children walking with their carers to the school along the pavement in front of the application site. Based on the previous refusal at number 16 for a rear garden infill, the harm to local character in the street scene, the unbalanced design, the risk to children, the loss of green infrastructure, I ask you to refuse permission for this speculative and unsuitable application. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hansel. I'll let you leave the room now. I am planning on adjourning for a break as soon as we've made a decision on this, so we'll certainly make sure you know what the decision is. Okay. Right. Thank you for that. Do we have any questions to ask of the officer, Councillor Jackson? And could I ask Ben if you would mind putting the slide on with the elevations? That'd be really good. Thank you.
Just a small point. Quite a lot has been made about the application in 2004 for 16. Am I not right in thinking it was a different planning world then, and we had no adopted local plan or anything, so we shouldn't give too much weight to that?
So yeah, I've sort of put a section on that in the report, and my view is that we can only accord that very limited weight because it was a long time ago and a very different policy framework. It was also an outline application, and it didn't sort of specify the parameters of building, whether it be two-storey or single-storey. So the officer then had to consider that this could be a two-storey dwelling, which is very different to the chalet bungalow that's proposed. But yes, it's an old decision.
Thank you. Councillor Hughes.
Thank you. I just wonder if you, first of all, could clarify the issue of the access, because I would have assumed that grass strip would have been a ransom strip. So you're saying they have a licence?
Yeah, my understanding is that highway licence has been approved to form the drop curb access. It's a highway verge, so the Highway Authority wouldn't normally ransom private developers across a highway verge to provide access to properties.
Okay, Councillor Gawley. Also, you've got a supplementary question.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Well, I just wanted to understand the trees that are being removed. What kind of trees are they? They look quite substantial.
Yeah, so there are 6 trees that were removed within the site. That's before the application came in. There are some trees still remaining within the site. And because of that, obviously, the BNG assessment, you have to provide more credits than if the trees were still remaining, because there's been a degrading of the site. So the BNG assessment has been revised to take account of the fact that these trees have been removed, and so it's got an elevated BNG figure in terms of credits that need to be provided. With a site like this, you can't achieve the BNG credits on site because it's a garden. You can only classify any plant or any works there as vegetated garden. So that's not something that can go towards BNG credits. So even if the certain trees were still there, we'd still be looking at this being dealt with through BNG credits.
Councillor Gawley.
So am I right in thinking there's a dropped curb there anyway, where the driveway will be? And if so, is that because that's been designated a crossing for the school?
So there's no dropped curb there at the moment. My understanding, they've got a highway licence, so if they get planning permission, they've already got their licence in place to form that access.
Councillor Collins.
Thank you, Chair. I've just got a question about the setbacks. It's page 132 of the agenda pack. So, as I understand it, the bungalow is going to be set back from the back edge of the pavement of 4.4 metres. And then the report says that's obviously closer than to Claverton Road at 5.8 metres. And then there's a variety of setbacks. But the variety of setbacks all look as if they're significantly greater than the setback of the bungalow. So I wasn't sure how then one got to the conclusion that it was consistent with the character of the area. Could you just expand on that for me?
Yeah, I'll just put the slide back up to the site layout, site location plan. So, yes, it would be slightly closer than the adjacent property. There are properties that have a much greater setback. You can see some of the properties on Manor Road with very large setbacks. There are other properties that are closer. In terms of the immediate locality, this would be closer than the other properties in the immediate locality, but the difference is not that significant. The property is still going to be set back behind a grass verge and set back a bit further beyond that as well. So it's going to have that visual setback from the street. And although it's not a garden, being a grassed area, it has this similar sort of landscape characteristics of a front garden. In some respects more, because a lot of front gardens have been sort of paved over and tarmacked, etc. So there's a range of setbacks. And although it is slightly closer than neighbouring property, we feel in terms of character, it's within the region of typical setbacks within the area.
Sorry, just to follow up. But so I think you said just then that some of the setbacks are closer, but actually in the report this would be the closest, but it's not significant. Is that the point? It's not significantly closer.
Yeah. So yes, exactly that. So in terms of the locality, this would be the closest to the street, but we don't consider it significantly closer than other typical properties within the area, and accepting there is a range of proximities to the street.
Thank you. Councillor Gawley.
Sorry, can I ask you about the overlooking of number 2 next door? Because that was obviously made much of, and that's a concern. Like, it's hard to see in some of the pictures that you've been shown, the slides you've shown, how significant that is, or that would be.
So we don't consider there will be any significant demonstrable overlooking of the adjacent property. If I bring you down to the elevations, so the elevation facing the adjacent property is the side elevation west. So you've got ground floor windows, but at upper floor level you've only got a Velux window, which is to a stairwell, and that's to be obscure glazed and fixed shut.
Thank you. Can I just ask, have permitted development rights been removed from your recommendation?
Yep, so on the update sheet, I've added conditions to remove permitted development rights for extensions and for outbuildings.
Councillor Jackson.
I was going to move a motion.
I think we're ready to discuss this, because we're all done with questions, or, yeah. So do we want to go straight into discussing or debating it? And you want to put forward a motion?
I was going to propose that we accept the officer's recommendation for the reason, with the conditions, but I can't quite see the reason. Oh, here. No, I can't see what the reasons are that he would have given, but I think it's a perfectly acceptable application.
So it's basically in accordance with policy in terms of placemaking. It's obviously within the settlement boundary. It's not going to necessarily have any negative impact on amenity or highway safety. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. Compliant with policy, no transport issues, no amenity issues, in keeping with the character of the area.
I've been mindful of Councillor Hounsell's statement. He did suggest perhaps it might be of value to do a site visit. Is there any appetite towards doing that? But we have got a motion, so do we have a seconder, Councillor Hodge? Thank you. So you're happy to second? Yeah. For the same justification as this was put out. Anybody want to say anything about this scheme, or we just want to go straight to a vote? Okay. Right. All those in favour of supporting the recommendation? Yeah, I'll go on. Okay. Anyone against? Councillor Hughes, that's one. Thank you. Okay. The application's been approved. It does comply with our policies, and there are conditions. So we will be monitoring those. And of course, if you feel there is anything being carried out on the site that is in a breach of those conditions, we can take the necessary enforcement action if required. So, yeah, it's been approved. Right, we'll take a break now, I think. 15 minutes? 10 minutes, okay. We have a 10-minute break, and then we come back here at 5:05. Okay, let's continue, please, if we may. We'll move on to item 7, which is Mayfields in Keynsham. It's Keynsham's Day today, and that, again, is Ben.
So, yeah, this building is, this building is, this relates to an application for 4 flats. The building is substantially complete. It's to the west of the Keynsham High Street, beyond the short stay car park. This application is a Section 73 application, but it is a variation on a previous Section 73 application. So you've had the original permission. There was a variation on that which changed the roof design to a mansard roof, and now this is then a Section 73 application to vary that application. Yeah, so that's the site as was originally. That's been developed now. So, yeah, looking at the site plan, in terms of the changes, we've got also 1 additional parking space. So the left-hand space of the bottom 2 is a new space. So you're going up to 3 spaces. Originally it was 2. The parking standards at the time were for 4. But they provided an accessibility statement which justified it to go down to 2 spaces. It's now for 3. The standards we've got at the moment for 1 space per unit, so it's 1 less than that, bearing in mind those are now maximum standards rather than minimum standards. It is, would be compliant with the standards because it's not a substantial difference to the full compliance, which would be 4. And the other difference is the solar panels are removed from the pitch of the roof and put on the flat roof of the mansard. It just shows it with the floor plan. And I should explain that the application as submitted did show 2 additional flats within the roof space. So with a Section 73 application, one thing you can't do is change the original description of development, which was for 4 flats. So I went back to the applicant and advised them they had to remove that part of the scheme, so it doesn't include 2 additional flats. And to show the floor plan, the roof plan is just shown as a void space. So this is the elevation. So the main difference is you've got 2 flat roof dormers at the front and the back. They're small scale, they're sort of dark and recessive in appearance, and don't dominate the roof slope. Actually give the building some extra visual interest. So that shows it within the street scene. The other properties don't have dormers at the front, but because these are very small and modest in size, I don't think it causes harm to the character of that street scene. We've got the tracking diagrams to show that the additional parking space works in terms of vehicles getting into and out of the additional space. And yeah, further tracking diagrams. And this is a photograph of the building, retrospective in terms of the two dormer windows. That shows it as it is. Okay, so the only thing I was going to suggest a few extra updates. So in terms of the plans list, if this was to be approved, if we could seek delegated authority just to update the plans list. So I would add in site layout plan 11D, which is missed off that list. I'd also remove 15D proposed elevation, 16D proposed street elevation, because they've been superseded by new drawings on this application. And I would also suggest that an informative is added just to make it absolutely clear what this Section 73 relates to, that it doesn't include 2 new flats. It just includes the elements we've gone through. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Yeah, it's important to point out that this is not a backdoor to getting 2 more flats to make it 6. Any additional flats would require permission in their own right. This is purely about the aesthetic changes to the front roof. Have we got any questions? All at once. I saw Councillor Collins first.
Yes, and thank you very much, Chair. Just to be really clear, so this is a retrospective application. They've already built the dormers, and they wanted, retrospectively, to agree to the 2 flats, which we're not doing. But have they actually already built the 2 flats inside the roof void, and what happens to them if we don't approve them?
To my understanding from the agent, the applicant, is that they haven't provided those 2 flats within the roof space. It's just a void space at the moment.
Councillor Warren.
Similar question, actually. I just wonder if the void space is the same space as the size of the 2 flats.
Sorry, could you repeat the question?
Yeah,
Sorry,
we have the, put me a bit sceptical here, but we have the dormers and the space in the roof. Would that be the same space that they'd require to build the 2 flats?
It would, yes. Yeah. So if they came in with another application, they could come in with a new full application to provide an additional 2 flats, which would be 6.
If they do or they have put in the 2 extra flats, of course we can take enforcement action. Councillor Gully, then Councillor Hughes.
I think we're probably all on the same front here. Is there access to the roof that they could, or would they have to put that in? And if we refused permission for the dormers now, would that mean that they could no longer put those flats in the roof?
So my understanding is there isn't any access to the roof other than what you would normally have with a hatch. My understanding, there isn't a sort of staircase running up to the roof space. If the committee refused this application, then we would then need to refer the matter to our enforcement team and look to consider whether we take action in terms of removal of those dormers, but that would obviously have to be on the case that those dormers cause some significant harm to character.
Before we go to Hughes, Sarah just wants to clarify something.
Just to clarify, you wouldn't have to refuse the dormers in order to prevent the flats, because the flats can't happen anyway. So all you're considering are the dormers, which should be considered on the merits before you, and then anything subsequent. If there were no dormers, they could still apply for flats and dormers later, which in their own right would be considered on their own merits. So, yeah, you just need to consider what's before you now.
Councillor Hughes.
Thank you. Sorry, I know we're all going around the same circle here, but just to clarify, so could they utilise that loft space in the first floor flat? So effectively, they keep the building as 4 flats, but the first 4 flats would also have use of the void space, or is it conditioned that they can't use that for accommodation?
So that would be a consideration of, I mean, it couldn't happen at the moment because the building's not completely complete, but it would be a consideration of whether going into the roof space would be permitted development or not. Internal works, not generally development. You would have to determine whether any development would occur. So it is possible, yeah, that the existing flats could expand into the roof space, but they wouldn't be. It couldn't have any additional units. It would just be the existing 4 flats.
I'm just trying to establish that space could be accommodation if they kept the format as 4 flats. That could still be accommodation. So we've still got to consider those dormers in terms of the loss of amenity and stuff like that.
Yeah, so you could, yeah, that could be a consideration in terms of by permitted development, whether you could go up into that space. That would be the same consideration without this application. Obviously, you've got the dormers there. In terms of amenity overlooking, in the report I sort of set out that if flats were to be provided there or living accommodation were to be provided there, there's sufficient separation distance to neighbouring properties to ensure there isn't any significant harmful overlooking or loss of privacy.
Okay, so essentially it would be permitted development to create maisonettes or duplexes as long as there was still only 4 units. Councillor Jackson?
Chair, it's my understanding under building regs that you couldn't use that space for any sort of accommodation or living space, but you could store your trunks, your children's toys or whatever else. It's more a loft space, as it were, and one would, of course, hope that they'd have it thoroughly well insulated to maximum depth. But I think this is a red herring, and we just ought to consider dormer windows or not, preferably not for half an hour.
Okay, is there any more questions? Councillor Hodge, have you got anything?
Sorry, yes. Could you just have a loft conversion now without any further planning permission? If you've got a building company and they came in and...
Yeah, so if there's no development involved, then yes, you could do that without planning permission, just as if you have a house, you have a loft conversion, you're not doing anything that's development, then yes, you could potentially do that, yes.
And that would need to be building regs compliant anyway.
Yeah, sorry, in terms of the building regs would require you to have proper access to that area, so you can't use a hatch. You'd have to be a proper staircase that complies with the building regulations. But that's obviously a separate process.
Shall we consider the application? Councillor Warren?
Move the officer's recommendation.
Thank you very much. As I said, we're just looking at the aesthetics. Councillor Collins, you in a second. Shall we go to a vote? Or does anybody else? Okay, well, you've thirded. Okay, all those in favour of supporting the recommendation? That's unanimous. Permission has been granted. Thank you. Thanks for your time, Ben. Last but not least, we'll invite Paige to the table for the final application, which again is in Keynsham.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening, everyone.
Yep, off you go.
So this is for the erection of new fencing and replacement gates at 37 Gaston Avenue in Keynsham. So here's the location plan, and the development is taking place in the front garden area. So this is the proposed block plan, and this is showing where the proposed fences and gates are proposed to be and how long they are. I'm just going to go through them in turn. So this one is between 37 and 36A, where it says a 4.5 metre width. So it's a 1.75 metre cladded board fence. And then if we look at the 17 metre long section with the 4.5 metre diagonal section, this is the proposed design. So that's 850 millimetres of close board cladding with 600 millimetres of trellising, giving a total of 1.45 metres in height. And then the 2 4-metre sections are the new gates, and this is the proposed design. So it would be 1.22 metres tall, with a tongue and groove timber cladding. And in total with the gate posts, those would be 4 metres in width each. So these are just some context photos and pictures. They're not totally up to date, these ones, but it just shows the site in context. And this is a current photo taken from inside the site looking east, where you can see that there's a bit of fencing at the end. There is a much higher piece of fence which was erected before I believe the applicants were aware that it would need planning permission. So they were asked to take that down, so that's kind of taken during removal. And I've just zoomed in there, so you can see there's an existing fence between 37 and 36A at the back there, and some of the remaining boundary wall as well, and the current gate design. And I've just drawn on here how high 1.4 metres would be. So that would be this piece of fence with the closed wall cladding and the trellising. So it would be up to that red line. And this is taken from the neighbouring alleyway, looking into the site. So the application is recommended for permission for the reasons given in the committee report, with a planning condition requiring the entrance gates to open away from the highway.
Thank you. There's no speakers for this one, so questions. Just to confirm that under permitted development rights, they would be able to have a 1 metre high fence all the way around without permission? Yeah, okay. Thank you. Councillor Crossley. Can you use your microphone, please?
Can we just go to the last picture, please? So, is that fence there, is that the household that's putting the fence up, or is it the house? Who owns that fence?
So that
it's in the householder's land, is it?
So that fencing belongs to the neighbour number 38. So yeah, this is on the other side of the application site. So yeah, there are some fence panels there, and the new fencing isn't proposed to come above that max height.
Thank you.
Any more questions? Councillor Hughes. We got it. Okay. Thank you. So, I mean, well, first of all, just to clarify that all of this is facing onto the dual carriageway and the bypass. Is that?
Yeah. So I'll just get the site location plan up again. Yeah. So you can see the 2 lanes of the dual carriageway there. There is quite a substantial vegetation screening.
Right. So everything north of that's on that.
Oh, sorry.
Everything north of that is the Keynsham bypass. That's okay. And sorry, just I don't know if I think I missed it when you just explained about that alleyway that we're looking at on the picture.
Yeah, so you can see here, perhaps a little bit better. So those fence panels are on the other side, so they're not within the application site. They belong to the neighbour.
So there won't be any further panels going down that alleyway adjacent to the neighbour's property?
There will be, yes. So if I go back to the block plan, this 17-metre section here, that's proposed to be the closed wall cladding with trellising on top. Most of the closed wall cladding will be hidden behind the current boundary wall. Here, the land does slope a little bit, so you might see some at the higher level, but most of what will be seen along that edge is the trellising.
But despite the trellising, it will be the same height as the rest, so it will tower above that dropped pavement in the adjacent property. Is that right?
It will be taller than the current boundary fence, yeah. So it will, at the point where these fence panels terminate, the trellising would be slightly below that and the ground then slopes downwards, so it kind of meets the ground level at the pavement.
I guess what I'm trying to understand is where that neighbour's fence finishes. I don't know how high that is, that dark fence. Their fence is going to be higher than that and go the entire length.
The proposed fence won't be higher than those fence panels that are already there. There is a ground level difference between the two sites. The fence panels on the other side are approximately 1.8 metres. The new fence panels will be 1.45 metres total. So where they're behind those current fence panels, they will be about the same height, and then they will continue on.
Councillor Hodge.
Yeah, I'm finding it really hard to understand, and the neighbours were quite concerned, so I just want to get to grips with it. So as it extends along the neighbour's boundary, I presume on this side of the white wall, it's slightly lower than their dark fence, but it extends for 17 metres, does it, along that aspect? Because there's a bit of fence already there. Is that coming out? I really can't get where it is, actually, to be honest.
Yeah, so it will extend to where that piece of light brown fencing currently is. It will basically meet that. So it will extend along this white wall.
And is that the 17-metre section?
It is, yeah.
Councillor Warren. You okay now? Councillor Gawley.
Sorry, I think we're all getting tired. So the fence that the applicants plan to put in is going to be how much higher than the black fence that the neighbours have got?
It won't be higher.
It just will extend all the way down to the end of the garden?
Yes.
And there's no implications in terms of, I don't know, light, I mean, you know, because it looks like you can see it's sort of shaded. Is there any loss of light on that little pathway? Is there a problem with that or not for the neighbours?
So officers considered that there wouldn't be a significant impact to light availability because what will be above the current boundary wall will be mostly trellising.
Okay.
Yeah, just looking at that left-hand photo, I'm presuming the fence is going to be within the applicant's property, so we're going to see a stagger. So, yeah, so there's going to, where we've got the fence on the neighbour's side, they'll then inherit that part of the wall. Is that right? And my other question, actually, is whether this actual part would be permitted development because it's not facing a highway. It's only the stuff that goes around the actual boundary of the property that would require permission. Because I think it's 2 metres, isn't it, that you're allowed under permitted development?
Yeah, I'll just answer the permitted development question first. So if this 17-metre section were being erected alone, it's considered that this would be permitted development, but because it's attached to this, the part that would be going kind of diagonally, we would take it in conjunction with that, and that's why it would require planning permission. Would you mind repeating your first question, please?
It was just to confirm that the fence, the boundary will be staggered, so the wall basically will be passed over to the neighbour. So we're not going to have a continuation of the fence line. It's going to be sort of taking into account the fact there's a wall there. So basically the neighbour's not going to inherit the fence. It's not being built on their side of the boundary.
It would be entirely within the application site's land.
And obviously under the party wall, that's it between the two parties to agree whether that could be built or not. Any more?
Sorry, just one more. As it goes down on that side, does it end up the same height as what is in the picture? Or is that due to levels and things or is that piece coming down?
Sorry, do you mean the height of this shown on this brown fence shown? So that was put up without authorisation. I believe the applicants didn't realise it would need planning permission. When I went to do a site visit, I advised that this wouldn't be acceptable, and we sought revisions, and they have taken this down. So this is what it currently looks like in the process of being kind of taken down, and this would be the maximum height. So it would be much shorter than what is kind of shown there.
Okay, anybody else got a question? Councillor Jackson.
I'm awfully sorry. This is not in a conservation area, is it? And I don't understand, given that it's not, is it, affecting the urban design of the estate, unlike the fences much taller than this, which have sprung up all over Westfield in front of the historic miners' cottages, and yet this one's here in front of us. I don't understand what the rationale is for having this application on the table, quite frankly, apart from the fact that, I mean, in terms of the objections, can you point to me an objection which stands up in planning policy, except that, what I think is unfortunately being missed, there's no police security report, and it could be argued that these fences will obscure sight lines of anything malign that might be happening, but I think that's a bit thin.
Okay, so the question was, is it in a conservation area? No. Secondly, why has it come to committee?
Yeah, I'm happy to answer that because when it came before us, the Chair and the Vice Chair, there was two objections from Keynsham Town Council to original plans and to the revised plans, and the documents that were before us on the planning portal were not, we didn't have the benefit of photographs and things like this. So, and because the Town Council has objected and come to a different decision, we felt it had to come before the committee.
Is that all for questions? Shall we move on? So the recommendation is to approve, but do we got any views to express on the detail? I saw your hand first. You want to move. Anyone to second that? No, you're not going to second. Okay, so you want to make a point. Are you happy to?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not over. I mean, obviously, it faces towards a bank that hides the bypass. So from that point of view, I don't see any issue. But in terms of that entire road, there is nothing in that road, from what I can see, that's higher than that wall there. So it will change the street scene quite significantly to put in a fence that high and with that material. There is nothing wooden and there's nothing that height through the entire road that I can find. So, so I don't like it, if I'm honest.
I would agree that it is going to change the character of the area. The issue is it's going to be an adverse impact. Certainly there would be some benefit in terms of having the fence adjacent to the bypass, of course, because of noise attenuation. So anyway, we still have Councillor Salmon's put forward the motion to support the recommendation. Have we got a seconder? So Councillor Jackson would second that. Does anybody else want to comment before we take a vote? Okay. So all those in favour, please put your hands up. Okay, against? Vote for. Did you put your hand up for against? Yeah. Okay, and one abstention. Okay, so planning permission has been granted. Thank you. Finally, we move on to the appeals reports. I do notice one that we were involved with, which was Van Diemen's Lane, the Gabion Wall, which was retrospective. You've got any comments on that, Lucy? You got yeah, the appeal was dismissed. Yes, so I'm assuming enforcement action will be taken because it was retrospective.
If it was retrospective, it will go back to the enforcement team to look into the expediency of enforcement.
Okay.
Is that correct? Yeah, I'm not sure. I hadn't noticed I'd come to a decision, actually. It's in progress. Yeah.
I do apologise. Please ignore that. It's actually an appeal that's been lodged, so it's in progress. So obviously we won't jump to any conclusions until the inspector makes a decision on that. Anybody else got any observations? Everyone tired? Everyone want to go home? Okay.
Compliment our officers, because after 15 years We have finally sorted, I hope finally sorted, land to the west of Providence Bungalow, Froome Road. And I think we ought to compliment Alderman Terry Reeks, who lives opposite this site, for keeping the trail going, doing the research and backing up the officers. But the officers too, I think, deserve a loud hand clap.
Okay, well, that's on record, so thank you for that. There's no, we have one deferral, but we don't have any site visits. So the date of the next meeting is Wednesday, the 18th of December. Hopefully it won't be a 6-hour committee the week before Christmas. So thank you very much. I will now